Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically...
Να πω ποιος δεν έχει. Να πω ποιος δεν έχει και να πηγαίνεις να δίνεις. Οκ. Οκ. How's everybody? Who doesn't have a whistle? Okay, good. I'm just checking. So yeah, I don't know. I had this idea because I was looking for lanyards in Amazon, and while I was searching, I saw the whistles with a lanyard. So I just thought, okay, I'm gonna buy the whistles. So yeah, thank you for coming. This is basically the opening of the conference. My name is Aris. I don't expect you to pronounce my surname because it's Greek and it's very long. But if you remember it by the end of the day, I might do something for you. I don't think you're going to be able to pronounce it. I'm having serious problems when I'm calling people on the telephone lines. They cannot pronounce it. Markogiannis, just mess it up. But it's okay. Do you know Jennifer Aniston?
Yes.
She's Greek, and her real name is not Aniston. So she shortened it down so people can be able to pronounce it. So yeah, I'm the organizer. I'm the founder of Cityjs. I'm a developer. This conference for developers by developers. I'm teaching also. This is a community conference, which means that we try to keep the prices low. We try to make the conference accessible to everyone. So there's more ability for individuals to buy a ticket, not just companies. And we try to help other communities around the world. It started with three meetup groups in London in 2018. I'm running a meetup called JS Monthly. I don't know if you have heard of it. There was another meetup, JS London, and London Node User Group. And we just put it together. In one night, I just thought of the name, I just bought the domain, and I just launched the website. And I started selling tickets. The idea came from a talk between Dylan, that he's in the Living Spec booth. He's a TypeScript Pro, and Kyle Simpson, which is a JavaScript Pro. And my idea was to create a debate between TypeScript and JavaScript. That was the idea for the first conference. During the pandemic, I was doing a lot of virtual conferences, and we started expanding with a lot of speakers around the world. And after the pandemic finished, people start telling me, I want to do it in my city. It was not originally planned, although the name was Cityjs. I didn't plan it to grow it like it has grown now. And over the last year, I did 8 cities. So I'm from Greece, I'm from Athens, but I've been living in London for quite a while. So the next destination was going to be Greece, obviously. I did it in Singapore because there were speakers in Singapore, in India because there were speakers in India, and Berlin because Sarah was living there, but she doesn't do anymore. She hates the airport as well. And Lagos because of a gift that she's doing an amazing job. So this year we are expanding in Colombia. I just met some people in Brazil, and they were used to do the JS Conf in Colombia, and then they asked me to do Cityjs there. So yeah, we are supporting all these communities. We are getting, we get the help of sponsors. They sponsor those places, and we try to fund them so they can have their JavaScript conferences. We have a code of conduct. If there is a problem during the day, don't start gossiping with your friends that somebody did something to you, but come directly to me. We don't want to create like a big fuss, like a big noise. We just want to deal with a problem directly, straight. Okay? So if you get harassed or someone does something to you, just come to me or anyone that has this organizer t-shirt. Okay? We are very tough on it. So if I find someone doing something, basically I'm just going to get them out. Okay? The fire exit, you can see there, right? It's quite obvious. But this is the Wi-Fi. I'll give you some time to take a picture. Royal Geographical Society, April 2024 _. Easy to remember. Okay? All right. Now, we have next events in Athens in June. Very hot, 35 degrees. No rain like this country. We have some really good speakers. I will show you in a second. We have also a conference in Singapore and the conference I mentioned in Colombia, in Medellin. This is our lineup in Greece, in Athens. You can recognize our first speaker is going to be there. And we have some speakers that they're here, that they're going to talk there as well. But they're like, it's a really good lineup. Like Anthony Fu is Vue.js core. But yeah, I think, Matteo, you are also a core in Node, right? We rock Node. Yeah, this is the lineup in Singapore. Is where Evan Yu lives. Is the creator of Vue.js. And so I'm just going to explain how the conference is going to run. We have 3 rooms. This is the main room. And we have the education center. And we have the Lothar room. So the schedule, I have put it outside of the room so you can quickly see what you want to see. And you can keep going around, finding what is interesting you. This is the map. So you can see the amphitheater. You can see down there the education center. And where is the education center? There are some stairs. And you go to the loader room. It's upstairs. So I'm not the MC. I'm just the introduction, to this conference. But I want to use your whistles now. Because we have Sarah.
Oh, that's for Matteo.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone feeling? Does everyone get coffee? Doing good? Cool. Yeah, please do not use the whistles in the talks. I will personally hunt you down. I have no upper body strength, by the way, so it's fine. Okay, cool. So, first of all, I want to thank all our sponsors. Oh, I should introduce myself as well. So my name is Sarah. I am originally from Portugal. I moved to London about three months ago. Last year when I emceed, I lived in Berlin. I am happy to say I don't anymore. Instead of having one bad airport, now I have 3. Yeah. So yeah, Just moved here. I am a developer relations engineer at Orama. We do search, but it's fast and open source. So yes, our sponsors. So I want to thank all our sponsors for making our tickets be affordable. Auth0 brought a really cool little arcade machine, and you should go check it out. If they managed to make it work, I don't know. It works. You should go check it out. He's very proud of it. So thank you to Auth0 and Sentry. I'm sorry, I don't know where Sentry is. I don't know if they have an arcade machine. 20i, Infobit, Sticker Mule, there's an E missing there, and Foolproof. And this stopped working. Okay, cool. So Lightning Spec, Teodo, and Gravitas and Effectos, all of you, thank you so much for making this possible. We also have a bunch of community partners that are really, really nice. I've spoken at React Alicante, and I can definitely recommend it if you want to get into speaking or you just like Spain. Either of those two work. Spain's great. My partner's Spanish. She did not make me say that. Yeah, and I've also spoken to JS Day, and it's also really nice if you like Italy. No? Okay, Matteo just completely ignored me right now. That's fine. Yes, so if you want to, I don't know, if you use the socials, here you go. You can hashtag us or whatever. I don't know what kids do these days. TikTok? TikTok us. That's cool. I'm only 31, but inside, I am so much older. Okay, so that's all of the introductory slides, and we're going to have our first speaker now. So our first speaker is Matteo Collina, which I... He's a very good Node boy. He loves Node. And he's here to tell us that Node is not dead, no matter what you think. I didn't even know Node was supposed to be dead. So I discovered a lie yesterday. Well, please, another round of applause, because you all made it weird. To Matteo.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. I don't know, whatever. I'm going to talk about Node. A few things about me first. I am part of the Node.js Technical Steering Committee. I co-founded a startup a couple of years ago called Platformatic. Check us out, platformatic.dev. Hello. Also created Pino, Fastify. You're probably using them. If you're not using them, you're doing it wrong. So please stop using what you're using. Start using our stuff. I am a board member of the OpenJS Foundation. So I don't know. We can talk about the OpenJS Foundation a little bit later. Did work 8 years and a half as a consultant, and then decided to do product. So wow, big change. Newsletter, whatever, YouTube, Twitch, blah, blah, blah. So important facts. Last year I got 22 billion downloads on NPM. So right now somebody will pass through each of the rows and ask for 1 cent to collect for all those downloads that you have been doing. So let's talk about Node though. And there have been a couple of nice sentences from few runtimes saying one will destroy Node in a few years, and another one that will replace the default runtime from Node.js to be from Node.js. So this talk is about to answer one question, one burning question that people are asking on Twitter or Reddit or whatever a few times. Is Node.js dead yet? Okay. This is a fun question because all those reports of Node.js death is being probably exaggerated. I don't know. At least that's what Shakespeare will say. So no, Node.js is not dead. Okay, and let's give you a little bit of numbers because this is what it is. So, but before talking about Node, let's talk about a damn secret of technology. Okay, now a technology that was born in 1959 is on the rise. A programming language. Do you know what it is? COBOL. COBOL has just surpassed Ruby in the Tube index. And it's just under Rust. This killed the audience, probably. I don't know. It's on the rise, OK? Arrows are up. Demand for COBOL is going up. So it's probably a good language to learn, It has grown more than Rust. So That's like whatever. I'm just maybe there will be a COBOL.js at some point in the future. Who knows? So also, let's talk about jQuery. We just reached version 4. Hooray! And it's used by 94% of the website in the world. OK, and how many of you use jQuery every day? OK, perfect. But it's used by 94% of the JS-enabled website in the world. So what? OK. Well, let's talk about Node. OK. Like again, what I was here to say is, at some point, once you reach a certain scale of a framework of a technology, it's very, very hard. Nothing gets destroyed. OK. It's the biggest success you can do as a technology is to become so ubiquitous that everybody gives it for granted. OK. So, and let's talk about Node. So Node.js is turning 15. OK. So that's cool. You know, we're still a long way from 1959, but you know, it's getting there. Okay, it's the most popular technology according to Stack Overflow. Even better than React at this point. I have no clue why. And jQuery is there, by the way, so very happy. It's the NPM registry has been growing constantly and linearly since forever. It's close to 3 million packages over there that you can use every day. Note that there was a little bit of a fluke here of spamming that then was removed. So there is this little whoop. Somebody had fun playing with the APIs. And it's close to 3 million, and all the other ecosystems together are not reaching that scale. So what problem Node.js and NPM fix? So this is a fire alarm. So are we supposed to go out or not? Hello.
I think this also happened last year.
OK. Oh, fire alarm test.
Yeah. But they didn't warn us this year, so that's nice. I have not been warned about this. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. We just have to just power it through. If you want to go to the bathroom, now is your time. Wait, does this run every day?
OK. Hopefully, yes. I hope it runs every day, OK? So, OK. So anyway, Node.js solved the problem of reusing software at scale so much that the Node modules folder became a black hole of all software in the universe. But everything, if it's not distributed on NPM, it almost does not exist at this point. And yeah, bundling them together were probably one of the best choices that the industry has made. Also, module usage actually grew. Okay, I usually to track this by one of my modules. It's one of the modules I maintain. I didn't author this. It's called readable-stream. You probably have multiple copies of it inside your Node module folder. And you know, if you want to blame somebody, blame me. Okay. And these modules grow like from more or less 3 million back in 2020 up to 7 billion downloads. In 7 billion downloads, this is the scale. So basically, in like 3 years, more than 3 times growth on the number of downloads in the ecosystem. Because this module is a good tracker of the growth of the ecosystem because it's almost on every single dependency chain of big frameworks at this point. So, also, I did some work last year in the number of downloads. Sorry, just a second. I probably is this the right one? Yeah, no, it's the right one. Sorry, it's giving me nuts. Sorry. couldn't stay. OK, so a little bit of OCD there, if you can plot. OK, so I did a little bit of an exercise of plotting the number of downloads of Node.js. You're probably not familiar with these numbers. So Node.js overall, it's been downloaded every month more or less 130 million times. but half of those are headers file. What are the headers file of Node.js and why they are important is a good tracker of usage. Well, headers files are the, is it? Okay. Headers file are downloaded whenever you do an npm I. Oh, okay, this is gone. It's back. It's gone. Okay. Anyway, headers file are used by Node.js when you do an npm I and it needs to build a native add-on. So you have a native add-on, and all of you have a native add-on. Okay, somewhere, like can be SAS or some other funky ones. Okay. You have a native add-on that you're using to do whatever is one of the greatest success of Node.js, being able to easily interact with C libraries, which means that you need a compiler. And you probably know that you need a compiler very often when you're doing Node. I don't know how many of you are doing this kind of stuff. But whenever you do that, you are, in order to build that native add-on, if it's not pre-built for you, you need the headers file. Because you need to bind against Node.js, and that's why half of the downloads are for headers file. So this is a good usage of, and this happens only once. Okay, when you install a new version of Node, you download the header file on your system and it gets cached forever. It's good use metric of the level of usage of Node.js itself. Looking at the binary downloads, this is actually fun numbers. Okay, half of the downloads of Node are Linux, mostly because CI. Okay, so CI runs on Linux. So because CI runs on Linux, half of the downloads are Linux. Very, very weirdly, and this is very interesting numbers, it's a lot of downloads are actually Windows. Okay, how many of you use Windows? Okay, but you're not representative of this scale of the download. Like, again, there is a little bit of a demographic gap between what the people that we interact with and the actual developer code base, the developer group in the world. Windows is actually super important as a platform. So, as we said, 30 million of downloads global across our platform per month in 2021, and 250 in February 2024. It's a lot, okay? Also because everybody, it's not that you are downloading a new version of Node every day on your machine, right? All of these are cached forever, and nobody updates. We'll talk a little bit about later, because you're not updating Node. Like, you are not. And if, it's, how many of you care when we release a new release of Node? Because you don't, probably. Yeah, you don't. Okay, somebody's updating, but you're not. And you're putting yourself at great risk. It's full of vulnerabilities if you don't update. So you should updating your Node, but you're not. Let's look at the numbers. Okay, well, before that, a little reminder that the current only maintained version of Node are 18, 20, and 21. I didn't include 21 because it's not LTS. But, so it's 18, 20, and 21. And a lot of people are still using 14, 16, and so on and so forth. And let's look at them. So for those downloads, more or less, like I don't think something like 30 million is Node 16. Sorry. And then 14, and then 20, and 10. Wow, yeah, pretty much. And in fact, the important ones are 18, 16, and 20. Okay, which, and you can see that 16 is finally going down. Like, how can we squash them to zeros? It's like half of the downloads of 18 are still 16. Makes no sense, okay? You're still using Node 16. It's full of vulnerabilities, folks. Update, okay? I don't know how your security officer at your company is actually allowing you to do that. You know, I don't know. Probably nobody's telling them. So, anyway, Node.js 16 is going down finally, but you can note that when Node.js 16 is going down, Node.js 20 is going up. Okay, so the thing that's happened, and this peak down is December and January, so this vacation time, and 16. So people typically update every 2 release. So once release is coming out, they just skip one. Updating, it's a lot of work, probably. I don't know why, but it seems to be a lot of work. And people want to update it to new releases. Skip one. So right now, people update from 16 to 20. okay? So update from 16 to is fine, okay? 22 is going out at the end of this month, by the way. Quick reminder that 22 is coming. Also, on top of all those downloads, the Node.js Docker images has been downloaded 800 million times in 2023. So again, this is probably your production system that's using Node. All those downloads from Docker Hub. Thank you, Docker Hub, for hosting us for free. Okay. Let's look at the organization activity, because a good measure of a project, of the life of an open source project, is how many contributions it has. We gained 18,000 stars last year, crossing 100,000 stars at some point. Whatever, this seems bananas. Number of pull requests in the last year went down a little bit. It's still 4,708 pull requests in a year. I don't know how many people have been working on this. Actually, I know. But it's a long, huge amount of people. And there was 21,000 reviews. Okay, how many reviews, pull request review can any of you do in a day? Okay, imagine 21,000 in a year. And a lot of issues. So if you want to be a triager and help squash them, please, we have a huge backlog. Commit and activity on Node.js core, it's kind of a lot, okay? In a few months, there was like something like 1,000 commits. This is bananas. Okay, sorry, I just have no clue about these numbers. These numbers make no sense to some extent, and it's actually a lot. Okay, there's a lot of activity going on all the single time in Node on making sure everything is good and healthy and updated. So seems about healthy. Also, a lot of contribution on pull requests. So pull request has been mostly stable the number of pull requests has been mostly stable in the last few years. Pretty great numbers, some hundreds of pull requests that needs to be reviewed. CI needs to run. Oh, I didn't mention this. I could include a slide. We support 54 different combinations of software and hardware, operating system and hardware. Also some very obscure ones. So even some very old Raspberry Pi, and if you take the Raspberry Pi, there is a Node binary for it. Oops, it's fine, it works, okay? And so anyway, we do a lot of testing on all of those. We run all our test suites on all of those, and it passes on all of those. Otherwise, we're not cutting a release. So our Jenkins CI clusters is in the hundreds of machines, and big hats off to Jenkins and to all the good souls that help maintaining it. Because, yeah. So the Node.js projects work hard to keep all of you safe. You have Node.js on your computer, and we work hard to avoid security incidents and security problems for you, but you need to update. So we received, in 2023, 80 submissions for potential security issues, okay? Like, this is a massive number. Each one of those is like a P0 priority stuff that somebody with very high skill needs to handle and vet. Most of them are actually not vulnerabilities, but a lot of people are trying to grab a CVE against Node. So, and the average response time, it's 2 hours. So there is always somebody on call to respond on the security issues on Node.js. So this is amazing, okay? It was very high in 2020, okay? Coming up from days down to 2 hours, okay? This is good stats, okay? We'll talk about how that happened and why, okay? In 2020, I was doing that alone. Now that everybody's doing it, essentially. So the time to triage is a different stat. So first response is, hey, we have received you. We are going to take a look, okay? And then time to triage is somebody need to took that vulnerability, download them on their computer in a more or less a sandbox-like environment, try to reproduce the bug. If they can reproduce the bug, the problem, then, oh, shit, this is a vulnerability. Got to fix it, okay. So, and that's when it gets triaged, okay? It's passing the triage block. And a good chunk of this is possible because we received a massive grant from the OpenSSF, the Open Source Security Foundation, through their Alpha Omega project. I don't know if you're familiar with this project, They were able to, it was established in 2022 by Microsoft, Google, and Amazon to fund open source and security in open source. Okay, and thanks to their support, huge support, we were able to improve that. We received 300K in 2022, and a little bit less in 2023, 270 something, and 300K again in 2024 to support security in Node.js. So this money is a drop in the ocean of what Node.js needs. Okay, Node.js is mostly powered by volunteers, but to guarantee a short-term release cycle is actually fundamental to have it funded. Okay, you know that Node.js release more or less a security release every quarter or sooner. So we have done one this week. We are doing one next week because disclosures of coordinated disclosures of vulnerability across the ecosystem are a fun thing to have. So when multiple runtimes need to fix the same bug, they need to put them all together on the same. Everybody needs to align on the same release timeline. So there is no 0 days for the other runtimes. So we do one this week, one next week. Hey. So let's talk a little bit about Node.js shipped last year, on the last few years, not last year, in the last few years. Because again, everybody thought that Node.js was dead, right? So first of all, we shipped ESM. I want to say a big hooray. With all the problems that it happened, nobody thought we were able to do it. So we did, okay? With a lot of discussions and bad blood, I would have to say a little bit. We shipped a very crude version of ESM, which we are constantly improving. So it's happening, and we are actually hearing what the community is saying. We shipped threads, okay? People still put out blog posts, even this week, saying that Node.js is single-threaded. And really, please stop. Node.js is not single-threaded. You can actually have threads in Node, so please stop saying that, because it's not. Okay, take a look. Okay, stop copying that blog post from 2015 that everybody's still looking at. So please. And back 6 years ago, I did a presentation at the Node.js Collaborator Summit. We typically meet twice a year, talking about how to. I was at a company called Nearform at the time, and I did a nice presentation on how to what were the groundwork that we needed to ship fetch in Node, and we actually did. Okay, and Node.js now has fetch. Okay. And I was, and nobody believed it. Another thing that nobody believed that we'll have to ship it, we'll be able to ship it, and we did ship it. In fact, we have invested a lot of effort in web platform compatibility. We had fetch, response, request, crypto, structure clone, text encoder and text decoder, blob, event target file, a lot of more. We have promise-specific API because everybody wants promise-specific API, but also top-level a way to use them because otherwise they are pretty much useless. So, and then you ended up in promise hell. So, and yeah. We started having Node core only module, Node colon module. Please use this syntax if you can. Mostly because Node.js don't want to be able to steal namespace from the registry, and don't want to preempt anybody from using those. So we have Node colon modules for us. We shipped watch mode because all of you use NodeMon, so we thought that this should be on core. So, and we have something called async local storage to power your React server components. Without async local storage, the React server component goodness that you're using in Next will not be possible. So this was actually good because the work for this started huge time ago, and we were able to actually ship it not so long ago. So this is actually a pretty good story. We have web crypto, and look at how odd it is to use promises with require. Like it's not nice. We shipped something called parse args because everybody was installing yargs and minimist and commander and things, and we shipped a way to do to parsing the command line options. We did single executable applications, which is actually pretty good. It's still very much experimental. Was initially developed by Postman Labs, but it's super great. You can use it to bundle your application into a single executable. Probably 100 megs executable, but yeah, you can. And it's actually great because you can actually now ship your binaries like that. We have started working on a permission system, which is really phenomenal. Again, this is another thing that everybody said Node will never do it. And Node.js has an experimental permission system that is still being worked on, in the sense of we receive a lot of CVs about it and we fix them. This is how it's being worked on. And you can actually check and it will block you. You can actually relinquish some of your permissions and close up your application if you wanted to. We ship Node::test, which is probably one of my best feature ever. So I don't know how many of you use it, but you should be using this. It's amazing. You can just use it like you would use Mocha or Jest or any of those things, but way faster, and it's built in. So finally, Node.js is a test framework. And it has also a nice output, so hey, you can check it, run it, whatever, take a look. And like a question for you, are you using any of the new Node.js feature, or you're still stuck in 2015? So let's take a look at what's coming. So first of all, we are doing require ESM. Thanks to Joey, this landed, and it will be part of Node 22, coming out at the end of the month. You can turn on a flag, and requiring an ESM module is shipping. Okay, with caveats. Okay, top-level await will not work. Loaders will be problematic. Bug will need to be fixed. Check it out. Okay, but it's happening. So hopefully these will simplify the migration even further. Okay, there's a long blog post explaining why we are shipping this now and not before. And please check it out. It's a long blog post. There's a lot of technical details on why this was not super easy to ship before, and we are shipping it now. This has been in the works for probably since the beginning of the Node modules team when this started, but it actually took a long time to ship. So it's there, and take a look. Yeah, please take my money. I am bored to death about the ESM problems. So also, we are actually shipping another flag to not have to do a .m.js anymore, and we can actually self-detect the things. And again, as I said, we have been listening to the community and the problem that they've been saying, and we are actually shipping it. Geoffrey Booth did this. It's actually quite an interesting take on the problem, okay? And it's a very good solution that involves scanning files, pre-parsing. It's actually without a slowdown. So it's pretty magic. Again, not possible without the latest improvements on the platform. We are shipping WebSocket. Okay, in 2022, WebSocket is in. Okay, so, it's spec compliant WebSocket, okay? It's not a Node cook thing. It's actually the same thing that you will get in the browser. It's a really bad spec. I'm sorry, we are shipping this, but all of you wanted it, so here you have it. But Node.js is not always so relaxing like in this talk. We actually need you. We need more people to work on the thing. Node.js is just built on volunteers, okay? There is no one, or almost no one is paid to do the work. The OpenJS Foundation do not employ anyone directly to work on Node, okay? So because the foundation is not doing that, we need you. We need people to start helping out and working. There is space for everybody. We shipped a whole new website, okay? And a lot of you are front-end developers that could help on the website, okay? We're going to ship a whole new way of rendering our docs sooner rather than later. All those automation, you will be, it's so old that you can say, oh my goodness, this is so bad. Let's chat a little bit about the project governance, okay? Because a lot of people say, oh, Node.js should do this, should do that. Node.js is built by volunteers, and is part of the OpenJS Foundation, which has radical transparency as one of its key principles. So all our meetings are on YouTube. Okay, if you want to know how the Node.js process makes its decision, you can just look at YouTube. And in fact, Node.js project is run by their collaborators. Okay, so when somebody opens a pull request on Node to make a change, the collaborators review it. And if it has 2 approvals and no objections, it can land. If 7 days pass, only 1 approval is needed. Why is that? Because in a few areas of Node, only 2 people have the skills to do the work. And because of that, one does the work and the other one reviews. So that's why. So we definitely need more volunteers on certain subsystems. And if there is an objection, let's imagine that somebody wants to add a feature to Node, and somebody else wants to, they say, no, we should not do that, or we should do it in a different way. Then it's up to the Node.js technical steering committee to decide what to do. So the Node.js TSC is there only to intervene when something needs to, when there is contention in the project. So the Node.js TSC does not tell any one of the developers or the maintainers what they should be doing. The only thing it tells, well, they resolve conflicts, okay? However, something that we do is we set the release date. So twice a year, and we maintain the list of collaborators. So if people want to become collaborators, this is part of one of the TSC responsibilities. So pretty good stuff. And a good thing about the Node.js TSC that a lot of companies do not necessarily like a lot is that the Node.js TSC cannot be run by one company. One company can only have 1/4 of the seat. And those people are essentially tap on the shoulder based on, is a personal seat. It's not based on their company affiliation. But anyway, no one can hold more than 1/4 of the TSC, which means that no one can control it. And this breaks a lot of people's heart. And if they, and essentially it's everybody's project, okay? So why somebody wants to destroy everybody's project? I have no idea, okay? One thing very important is given it's a collaborative project with a lot of people from all across the globe, people need to compromise a lot, okay? Because I need something done, somebody else might have different ideas. So a compromise will need to be made, okay? It's a big society to some extent, 100+ development maintainers working on it. So you need to collaborate to each other. So from time to time, this means compromise needs to be made. Well, if you want to have a say, or anybody wants to have a say in the future of Node, you just need to start contributing, okay? How do you start? Well, you start saying, if you have a bug, okay, instead of reporting a bug and pretending that this bug needs to be fixed, you might, send a pull request. Okay? You might, okay? Or if you want to say, oh, I want this nice feature implemented, you might want to send that pull request. How can you, maybe try, okay? You will find that a lot of Node.js is written in JavaScript, so you will be able to actually do it, okay? You don't need to learn C++. Even though if you learn C++, you will have a lot of fun in the Node.js code base. Thank you very much for watching this. I am Matteo Collina. I work for a company called Platformatic. So if you have any question about how run Node.js in the enterprise or whatever, I'm here. You can reach me out all day. I have a nice T-shirt with written platformatic.dev. So thank you very much.
Okay, that was awesome. Thank you so much. I have one question.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Does it count? A download counts when you change on NVM, right?
When you do NVM,
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Not when you change it.
When you change it, it doesn't count. Okay, that's fair. That's an impressive number of things. Also, I installed Axios yesterday because I didn't know Node had fetch.
Okay. I forgive you. I really
I
forgive
fucking
you.
installed Axios, Matteo.
I know.
I'm so
Everybody
sad. I
does.
feel so bad.
I have a full-blown YouTube video describing all what should be using or not, and all.
Oh, yeah.
Big.
I can subscribe, yes. Then I wouldn't have installed Axios. Okay, yes. You are free to go. I am so
Okay.
sorry I kept you here.
Oh no, it's fine. I just,
So
if
we
you
are.
want a companion, I can come here when.
He's going to be here all day, so yes. Yeah, apparently we're, I think, 10 minutes delayed, which is actually quite good for Cityjs. This is not an attack. I'm Portuguese. This is on time for me. Like, we're actually ahead of schedule for a Portuguese person. So I'm fine with this. So one thing, the other two things are opening, and by things I mean rooms. So feel free to head there. After the talk, we're also gonna, so they just wrote a book. I don't know if you know. It's a big book. I can hold it, Tejas. That's weird. He wrote a book. Yes. So they just wrote a book. I don't know if I mentioned that, but at the end of the talk, he's gonna give one person a signed copy. And this book is like $60 American. So yeah. So cool. So the next speaker, as you may have noticed, is Cityjs. He's an incredible speaker, an even better human being. So please give a big round of applause to him.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. We're a little bit behind schedule as per usual, so I will move fast. Hi, everybody. It's great to see you. Thanks for coming out to Cityjs London. And I look forward to seeing you at other Cityjs events. For those who don't know me, my name is Cityjs. That's pronounced like contagious. And I guess in England, it's pronounced like contagious, isn't it? Are we doing this in British then? Anyway, I've been building on the web for over 20 years at this point at various companies, either as a consultant or as an employee, and I love the web. I've been doing it since I was a kid, not child labor as a hobby, and then I got a job. And I absolutely love it. And today I'm here to talk to you about event sourcing, but for JavaScript developers. Event sourcing. And the reason I'm doing this, there's many, many different motivations that I want to go into before giving you this talk. But maybe we can get started with a quick show of hands. How many of you are using event-sourced architecture? Yeah, like 2 hands. And that's why I'm doing this talk. I feel like many of us in the JavaScript world are not exposed to it. And I feel like once we are, we get a tool in our arsenal that we can use at the right time in the right place. Of course, we can't use it if we don't know what it is or the details of it, right? So that's the point. In these 30 minutes, I want to give you just a primer on this is the thing, this is what it's good for, this is where it's not, and just enable you to make your own decisions, because knowledge at some level is power, right? It's not absolute power, but here we are, okay? So I want to walk you through why I'm doing this, and I want to do that through the lens of a use case. I was the head of engineering at a company a long time ago, a very long time ago, called G2I. Anyone heard of G2I? Probably not. Okay, this is Daniel. Daniel has heard of everything. Daniel Rowe, maintainer of Nuxt, and great human being. G2I is a staff augmentation company, and how it works is they match developers with companies, and they vet both sides. So like Uber will go to G2I and say, hey, we need 3 engineers who know React and TypeScript for 6 months. And then they already have like a pool of like hundreds of engineers that they've vetted and they know, okay, these people will be good at Uber. And so they say, hey, Uber, these are the people, that's what it's going to cost, and they make that match. And they've vetted Uber to make sure they're going to treat these people well, and they've vetted the people to make sure they're going to treat Uber well. It's really great, bidirectional. And if you want to join them, then you can just sign up and be one of their developers in their pool and get cool projects, okay? This is not a pitch for them. I was working there, and as part of that application process, we needed an event-sourced system. And you might be thinking, okay, but like why? And I will explain that to you. It's people apply, and as part of the application process, there's a piece where there's a code review. So they submit a code challenge, a simple React challenge. And a big drain on the company's time was we had to have people sit and review the code. And then it took some time to get back to people because maybe it took too long to review this code in detail. So I was tasked with building an AI system. This is not like machine learning AI. This is rule-based AI, but it's AI all the same. The rules are just manual. I had to code them. And the rules are basically, given a React project, how close does this follow the React docs and certain React best practices? For example, are you forgetting the second argument to use effect and causing like infinite loops, for example, right? So I built a system that will read the code and give them a grade for various criteria in what is called a rubric, okay? This obviously needs to be human verified, but the goal is it makes things faster. This needs to be event sourced because with most AI-based systems, somewhere you can have false positives. And it would be super helpful to know where in time did the grade go wrong. Okay? And that's really what event sourcing is. It helps you track down issues through time. Okay? Let's talk about what event sourcing even is. And I want to start with a distinction that event sourcing is event sourcing and not event-driven architecture. We think of event-driven architecture like signals. A great talk by my friend Attila just in a few minutes. Signals are an event-driven primitive. An event happens and state updates. This is also how React works. You set state and something happens. That's event-driven. Event sourcing is you have a bunch of events and that's all you have. You have an event that somebody created a thing, updated a thing, delete. You just have a big list of things that happened. And then your state of your application is derived based on these events. Is that clear? Is that tracking? So instead of querying a database, hey, what is the state? What is the list of products? And you do a select statement. Instead of doing that, you go like, okay, let's look at every event. Okay, so a product was created, a product was edited, a product was deleted, another product. You just look at a long list of events and go like, okay, based on all of what happened, I derived the state today. Is that clear? This is really the gist of event sourcing. So event sourcing answers the question, how did we get to the current state, and what is the current state as a consequence of the events, as opposed to just what is the current state? Right? Instead of like, get me the products, show me what we did over time, and I will derive the products. That's the distinction. And in many ways, this is very close to the human experience. As human beings, we're all here as a consequence of the events that happen to us. And some events are acute. How did you sleep last night? Did you have coffee this morning? And other events are chronic. You maybe had something in your childhood that affects you today. We are the product of events, and our state is sourced from the events. That is event sourcing, but with software. It's exactly that. No human being is like, my state is this now because it is this now. Right? And as a result, you can draw on your experiences and make informed decisions. So is the case with event sourcing and software. Let's talk about what events are. Events come from a paradigm, a school of thought called DDD. This is not TDD, but it is something-driven something. DDD is domain-driven design. Anyone familiar with domain-driven design? Yeah, great. It actually comes from, I didn't admit this, it comes from a book by the great Eric Evans. And it talks about building software in a way that is specific to the domain that the software is in. So, for example, we don't do a select statement. We get products. You see the difference? If we're an e-commerce store, we don't insert a record. We add a product. We reason in the domain of our thing. Is that clear? So it's modeling software in the realm of the domain and not just at the level of software. It's reasoning about things at a level of abstraction that is specific to the class of problem you're trying to solve, okay? So with that, events are temporal things that happen in the specific domain. So an event could be, I added an item to the shopping cart. That's in the domain of a store. It's not I inserted a record into this database, into this table. This is just a bare minimum event. You have an ID that's hopefully unique. Unique per type of event. You have when the event happened, and you have some metadata. So I created this event. Ideally, events are self-contained, meaning they're very verbose, and they don't have like external dependencies. So an event shouldn't have a reference to like some other event. Then your system is probably going to crash because at some point you maybe need to remove events, you need to rebase, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? This is what a typical event looks like. In some cases, you will have a correlation ID on events where you can really map behavior in a transaction. For example, the add to cart could have a correlation ID in common with the pay event, with the checkout event, with the browse event. And then you could see like, okay, all these events happen for this one outcome. And it's a really great way to model behavior through your application. You can also have a causation ID, such that the by event is linked to another event. So this caused that, just like we do in our everyday life as human beings, okay? But let's look at some real-world examples of event-sourced systems. If I ask you to think of one, can you? Spoiler alert, we use an event-sourced system almost every day, if not every day in our work. Can you think of what it is? Git, exactly. Git is like the gold standard of event sourcing. And this is really, if you take nothing else from the talk, if you're thinking about an event-sourced system, the question to keep going back to is, okay, how does Git do it? For example, Events are a lot, and you need sometimes to access a state very quickly. How does Git do it? Git uses a technique called snapshotting. OK, let's learn from Git. How does Git intelligently direct you to the right event? It uses a data structure called a Merkle tree. OK, let's learn from. That's the way. Some would say Redux is an event-sourced system, and it can be if you're intelligent about how you store your events and how you derive your state. Redux sort of toes the line, right, between event-driven and event-sourced, so I wouldn't go fully, but I'd invite you to think, OK, what else is event-sourced? What else can I learn from? Because the truth is, it enables a lot of very, very powerful use cases. Use cases around business intelligence, as we talked about. OK, so a user goes through this journey, and then they convert at this time. And you can change an event and watch the course of your application change. It also enables use cases around chaos engineering. Anyone familiar with chaos engineering? Since you derive the state based on events, you can always replay a subset of events, but like change one event in the middle and see how the rest of the system reacts. It's really powerful, especially when combined with machine learning and best pathways. So you could say, OK, what if we change the price? Predict now how many people will buy this based on your history of events. And you can combine this with generative AI to really model some really great scenarios. You can time travel debug. You can literally go like, where did something break? I want to go back in time, identify it, and fix it. You could do a number of things. I hope I'm making the case for this. But it's at the point in my presentation where I'm tired of listening to my own voice. And so let me just show you. I built a very simple event source system to sort of, what I want to do is contrast the traditional way we reason about software with the event-sourced way, OK? And it's a contrived example, but I hope I show you the mechanism so you can export a protocol to use in your everyday work for where it may make sense. So let me do that. There's no timer here, so this conference is already over time, and because I can't see how long I'm going, sorry.
Clock there.
What?
On your screen.
What time am I supposed to finish?
I don't.
Yeah, nobody knows. Great.
I'm pretty good at my job.
All right, so let's take a look at this demo. So this is my very, very, very contrived example. We have a to-do list. Now, if I ask you to think about how you would implement this, let's walk through this in a traditional sense, right? We have an input, so we'll add one. What are we doing here? So I do this, and I click Create. What's going to happen? Insert into to-dos values. You're thinking in SQL, so I'm inserting state into a database. OK, and now if I load this, I'm select to-dos from, right? That's how we think. Let's do it again, and again, and again. And so what we're doing is we're just inserting records into I think this mental model works for you. This is not traditionally architected. This is an event-sourced to-do list. And so I want to explore the nuance there, because I feel like we all are familiar with the traditional way. Let's look at how this looks in event-sourced. Let's look at the code here. So I'm going to move this to the side. We'll open VS Code. And what do we have? So this is built with Astro, by the way. For those of you who don't use Astro, the single best way to build websites in 2024, period, no question. OK, where's Elian? If he's drinking beer, isn't he? OK, so let's look at the code. So we have to do. What are we doing here? So we get events. And I want you to pay attention. We're literally just getting events from a file called events. We'll look at what that is. But it's very similar. So we have the to-do list. We map over it and do LIs, just like this. To create a to-do, let's look at that. So we have this form somewhere. Yeah, here, form. And the action is to-do API create to-do. So what does it look like to create a to-do? Well, let's open that file and see. This is what we're doing. And thank you, Matteo, for that great Node.js talk, because this is some Node.js here. Here's what we're doing. We're looking up this JSON file. If it doesn't exist, we create it, right? And then we get an ID based on the next line in the file. So we generate like a sequential ID here. We create an event. And this is the cool thing with event sourcing. It's strongly typed. So you could be like, these are the things I can do. Beautiful, OK? And then we just append it. That's all we do. We just append. We have our store of events is an append-only log. You just like keep adding events to the bottom of it. So I just made like 5 events. Never gonna give you up. Let's look at what this event store looks like. And this is very rudimentary because I want you to understand the mechanism. If I go to my events file, that's it. That's how we're constructing the to-do list. We just write to this. And why is it fast? It's fast because we don't have to iterate through a list. we just get the latest state. We go line by line. It's an append-only log. So this directly relates to this. Now watch this. If I do a to-do item, boom, boom. If I delete this, boom. You see that? That's it. My state is derived from all the events. This is event sourcing, basically. Now, how are we actually deriving the state? Let's look at that. We have this file, events.json. And JSON-L, by the way, means JSON, and you can have new lines. It's append only. We have some stuff here. We don't need to do that. Eventually, we have this function called list to-dos, and we give it our events. And list to-dos derives the state based on events. Let's look at the implementation of this function. So we have an empty array. We iterate over every event since the beginning of time. And for create to-dos, we push the to-do into this list. To delete a to-do, we filter on the existing list and just remove it. To do a to-do, we find the to-do with the ID from the event, and we mark it as is done. And it's a very basic switch case that just derives state from events. This is, in its most basic sense, event sourcing. Clear? Great. So you might be thinking, OK, but like, why all this? Why not just like a SQL query and we're done? And that's because this system, one, I just know everything that happens. And two, it unlocks some really great possibilities. Like if we go to like debug mode here, this is everything that ever happened in the application since the beginning of time. And I can go back to this state, this state, this state. I can see, OK, we did to-do 4. And I can really like time travel debug. I can also, at this point in time, so before I added up, I can intercept this and do something else and fundamentally change the evolution of the system. I could play events only up to here, and maybe some malicious person hacked me. I could just get rid of that set of events and start fresh from here. I could do so many different things. In fact, let's go back in time and change an event. So let's, instead of never going to give you up, I'll say never going to let. I just created different events. I'm rewriting history. And there we go. So you see that? Incredible. So that's the power of event sourcing. And it enables a number of use cases that we've already talked about. She just told me I have 3 minutes. 4, wow, thanks. And so let's go really quickly through the rest of this. That was cool as a contrived little demo, but what does this look like in production? You see, event sourcing tends to bias a system more towards being write-heavy, because you're writing events to a log. Most systems are read-heavy. You go on Twitter, you doom scroll, you're just reading, reading, reading. You often write less than you read. With event sourcing, most things are writes. So you need to consider something called CQRS. That's Command Query Responsibility Segregation. And it's a big technical term. It just means like separating your reads from your writes and arguably using different stores for them. Okay? And this is where you use a tool like Kafka. What is Kafka? It's a queuing system that receives events, stores them temporarily, and allows consumers to consume them in order without dropping them. The worst thing in an event source system is you drop events or you get events out of order. And Kafka is a great queue that ensures in order. In fact, I have a little demo. This is not mine. I didn't write this. This is from Software Mill. But this is how Kafka works. So you have a producer here producing events, and you have 2 nodes that these things just store events, and a consumer that often always consumes them in the right order. And you can heavily parallelize this. You can have like hundreds of different servers, and you can really handle events at scale rapidly. This is why Kafka often goes with event sourcing, because it's something that handles writes very, very well and is extremely performant. Okay? Let's talk about, how do I go back to my presentation here? There we go. Let's talk about where to store events, because they're just JSON, and it gets to be a lot. So you could store them in any traditional JSON store. Event store is a specialized one, but you could use something schema-less, like DataStax. Or I actually think the best way is RAM. You can store a lot of things in RAM. There's a website called yourdatafitsinram.net. And let's see, does my data fit in RAM? Let's do like OK, well, it spoiled it. But I could go 1,000 GB. I could even go like petabytes. Probably not. But at some level, let's maybe 1. OK, there's never petabytes, but terabytes. Let's see how far we can go. Imagine storing this many events in memory. That's So yeah, you could get like 64 terabytes. You could get that many events, and obviously you need some for your other system stuff, but 60 terabytes is a lot. And so at scale, The way it's worked well for me is I store most immediate events in RAM, and then offload past events as snapshots. We don't have time, unfortunately, to get into this, but I'll breeze through it. You can store snapshots in any relational store, and a snapshot is a derivation of state, and then you replay new events on top of the snapshot. This is exactly how Git does it as well. Okay? Finally, the biggest common problem is rebasing. So if somebody does an event and it contains a password unencrypted, oh no, we need to rewrite history. How do you solve that? What's the golden advice for the event sourcing? How does Git do it? Huh? How many of you have committed a password at some point into your Git repo? What's the solution? Yeah, look, Git rebase. That, but for your event sourced system. This will obviously take months of effort. It's not easy, and then you have to have a one-on-one with your people and go we don't do this again, and so on, because it's very expensive, but it's possible, and it's the biggest problem. OK, should I use event sourcing for everything? What's the engineering answer? Let me hear it. It depends. For my AI code grader thing, it was very important to know where did it go off the rails and give someone a wrong score. It's when you have a use case like that, event sourcing oftentimes is really great to be able to look at where did it break and to simulate future scenarios. So it depends. And my goal here is to give you this tool in your arsenal to find the right, when the time is right, you'll know it, and you'll be like, wait, let's use it. And I hope I've given you that, okay? Because the beginning, I asked who heard of event sourcing, 2 hands went up. So let's wrap up. We covered a lot of content today. There's actually a lot more. But we talked about event sourcing. We talked about domain-driven design, what an event is, where to store the events. We even looked at a little demo. We didn't discuss a number of different things. For example, why is Kafka so fast? How is Kafka so fast? How does this compare to something like Postgres' write-ahead log? How does optimistic locking play into this? There's a lot more we can discuss, and a lot more that we do discuss in my podcast, which is very, very, very long form, very detailed. Episodes are 2 hours, and not everybody's into that, but if you are, I'd invite you to have a look. You can also, if you're not interested in the whole 2 hours, with AI, you can search for the thing you want, and it will search across every guest, every conversation, and give you the answer you hopefully deserve. With that, I want to thank you so much for your time, and it's an absolute honor to be here.
You can't leave yet. You have to stay right here in the middle so everyone can look at that pretty face. Okay, so now we're going to do a little wheel of fortune to see who's going to win the book.
Win the book.
Win the book.
Who wants to win the book?
Nobody.
That's cool.
If the person is not here, we're moving to the next one.
I love that we're already behind schedule, but we're making time for this.
Because you're special. You're a special boy.
I feel it.
You're a good, special boy.
Is this what?
And I mean this in a good way. Not in the, oh my God, my son is special kind of way.
It's a little bit that.
I mean,
aren't we all?
Aren't we all special in ours? Oh, beautiful.
Shangli! Where are you? Oh!
Hey, come over here.
Fantastic. Incredible. Yeah, come.
Come on stage.
They asked me to sign it. I hope you don't mind.
No, I asked. I asked.
Oh, I have a pen already.
Oh, he has a pen.
Aris gave it to me. All
he
right.
has a pen. He carries his own pen.
No, he gave it to me.
Just in case this exact scenario happens on the bus.
I hope you enjoy the book.
Thank you. That was really good fun.
Thank you. Now everybody gets to watch me write.
This is not awkward at all. Do you feel awkward in any of this?
No.
I'm just going to stare at you.
Please, I enjoy it. Dash. And I'll
no kink shaming.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh gosh, this feels so weird.
Thank you so much, Cityjs. Thank you for being a good sport.
Where's my...
Okay. So we are only 7 minutes behind schedule. It's getting better. It's getting better. Okay, so we have one more talk, and then we're going to have a small break where everyone can have coffee, and I can finally go to the bathroom. It's going to be great. I'm very excited about that time. That's why I'm walking like this, yes. Okay, so our next speaker is Lucas, who is right there waiting for his mic. So I have to, yes. So I'm going to say something that I want to make very clear, that is, when it comes to any sort of harassment, please do come talk to us. And also, like, if you want to make a big fuss about it, please do. I don't care. Like, whoever was an ass deserves... There's another book. But I want to make it very clear that there are very different types of harassment. So any type of sexism, racism, transphobia, homophobia is not allowed. So if someone even like misgenders you, please come to one of us and we'll fix that. As in, like, we'll kick this person out. We can't fix them, I'm sorry. But yes, there's another book, and wait, are you gonna sign it? Lucas, are you gonna sign the book?
Of course, here we are.
Oh, no.
Later.
Oh, he also has his own pen.
No, Aris just gave me the pen.
Sure.
So, come on.
Sure. Okay, but yes. Okay, so after his talk, he's going to get his pen from his pocket and he's going to sign us a book.
Of course.
Okay.
Let me put it in the pocket then.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm going to leave the book right here. And please welcome Lucas.
Thank you. Thank you. So it's a big pleasure being here after a while. So thank you for joining on this talk. So let's start with a survey. So raise your hand if you ever deliver a line of code in production. OK. Keep your hands up, please. Keep your hands up. Thanks. OK, perfect. So how many of you have rolled back at least once? OK, so now look around you. So if you are in the front row, look at back and see how many people have done that. So it's quite common, right? So it's a problem that affects everyone, right? And today I want to demystify that. But not only this, I want to work with me in order to see if everything works. So if you have a mobile phone and you want to, let's say, go to this website, you can play with me in this session. And it would be great if during the session you can refresh every now and then this page. So don't listen only to me, only time to time refresh. And if everything goes fine, you will have something like this. So I'm not a designer, probably you spot it straight away. I'm definitely not good with that. I'm decent enough with architecture, so I try to use that skill more than being a designer, okay? So this is the website that we currently have, but it's time to deploy the new version. Not this one, but this one. So let's assume that we have an API that we can call, where we can say, for instance, I want to deploy version 2, and I want to use a deployment strategy, like this one, so linear 10%, etc. You will understand better later on. And then click send. Now send in the request. If everything goes fine, crossing fingers, yes, went. So now, every now and then, refresh the browser, and then you will see what you are going to see. Perfect. So now we can go ahead with the presentation. Who am I? My name is Luca. I'm a serverless specialist. I work for AWS. It's 3 years I'm working for that. I'm passionate about software architecture, front-end, and serverless, that I think they glue very well together. I'm an international speaker. I had the pleasure to speak from Silicon Valley to Japan, so quite a lot of fun, and a published author. Yeah, today I want to talk about Microfrontends discoverability. So if you have followed me a bit in the last few years, I'm trying to work a lot on the Microfrontend part, because I believe there is a very interesting and compelling story with that, especially when they work alongside microservices. OK, so probably these situations could look familiar to you. So let's assume that we have a single-page application that you're working on. And at some point, let me see if this works, hopefully. Yeah, it works. You need to deploy your new front end, and just deploy that. You put in production. I spoke roughly with hundreds of teams in the last 3 years worldwide that I helped migrating to Microfrontends. And this is like quite common. So you just deploy a new version. You can replace the existing one. You might have some problem with the cache, but if you are wise, you're using versioning or hash at the end of the file, and you use that. But in general, this is how it works, right? But with microfrontends, it's slightly more difficult. Everyone, when you have like a client-side rendering microfrontends in this example, just to continue with the single-page application example, what you have is this situation here. You have like multiple teams that needs to deploy in production, and you need to make sure everything is working. There is no caching that is preventing to have a, let's say, fluid experience for the user and so on and so forth. Now, in December 2021, 2022, sorry. No, 2021, yeah. 2021, I had these, I was, let's say, reviewing where we stand in the microfrontends community, what we are missing, what we can do better. I always have like around December, a couple of weeks off. And yes, I don't have much more than, let's say, being a father and thinking about microfrontends in my spare time. And therefore, I was thinking, yeah, but microfrontends are lacking on a way to discover them and delivering in a decent way. That's a problem I have seen over and over and over again with teams. They are building this amazing solution, they want to deploy, and then they do big bang deployment, or they create a solution that suddenly works for them. And every team, or the, let's say, more mature team, were creating their own solution for delivering microfrontends. That drives me nuts, because in reality, we can do better as a community. So let's start from the beginning, where my mind was back in the days. So think about JavaScript. Vast majority of the time, and microfrontends in general, you have this dichotomy. You have either static versus dynamic import. So if we take, for instance, single SPA, we're talking about SPA so far. So single SPA is a framework for creating microfrontends, and it's fantastic framework that's well supported and well used by the community. In this case, you have an import map where you have like all your JavaScript chunks, that the modules that are loaded remotely, and the vast majority of the examples that you see are similar to this one. So you just start to have like all different microfrontends pointing to an API. And similarly, when you go into Module Federation, that is a, let's say, a plugin for Webpack. It would be Zach, it would be later on, this is the creator of Module Federation on this stage, and we'll provide you a glance of the future that is quite bright, in my opinion. But here, you can, as you can see, vast majority of the time, you have this kind of situation here. You just have like your static files. But I imagine, let's go with the survey, because I started to get, let's say, I like this kind of thing. So how many of you have multiple environments at work? So you have like a stag or a pre-prod and prod, etc. So everyone. That's normal, right? So, but sometimes with microfrontends happens that I'm working on one, but that is living inside the page. But then I need to see that if it works with the others that are living that page. But I don't want to use the dev one. I want to use the more stable one in pre-prod, just to make sure that everything works. And if everyone does the same, it will work very nicely. And these usually I've seen developers and teams that created like their own solution. Sometimes was one that I remember vividly, was a plugin for Chrome that basically intercept the request and was rewriting to another URL. I found, okay, so interesting, but that's not very scalable. So what about dynamic import? Can we do that? And the goal for us with microfrontends was, okay, so we have an application shell, because we are still in the client-side rendering world, but even in the server-side rendering world, we'll work exactly the same way. And suddenly, I have to load microfrontend C. How do I know where is microfrontend C? How do I know which is the version of microfrontend C? How does it work, basically? So when I was thinking about that, as I said, I'm passionate about architecture. So for me, you know, despite the implementation details that are extremely important, but if you have clarity of intention, you will find a solution for whatever problem it is. And in the world of microservices, in the world of service meshes, etc., one of the things that really helped nailing the problem of these kind of things that you have also with microservices, especially when you work not in an event-driven fashion, but point-to-point between services, is the idea of service registry pattern or discovery pattern. And that works very easily. Every time that you deploy a microservice, this registers itself into this let's say, dictionary or, let's say, service. It's called service registry. And every time that someone is calling, you are not calling directly the service. You're calling the registry that tells you this is the DNS, IP, whatever you used for calling the microservice. In this way, you can evolve the microservice. You are completely independent. Also, if you make a change on the DNS or whatever, it's not going to be a problem because at the end, no one is calling you directly. That is exactly what we are looking for in the case of discoverability on Microfrontends. And then I was thinking, OK, so we discovered a new version. Pretty cool. But we can do better because now we are in the middle between the application shell, so the container of Microfrontends, and the Microfrontend itself. So we are at the network level. We are at that piece where we can introduce a bit of latency, but add a lot of value, de-risking the deployment. And we can also think about fallbacks. Let's assume that that call doesn't work. What should I do? Should I just hide the Microfrontend? Should I don't know, retrieve the Microfrontend from another CDN wherever I want, right? So just to explain what I had in mind when I say de-risking the deployment, there are two things that are really shining in the microservices world. That is the deployment phase in blue-green deployment of canary releases. So if you're familiar with that, blue-green deployment means I have a new version of my service as a catalog v1.4.0. I deploy in production, and for now, I have my user that is receiving everything. As you can see, 100% of the traffic towards version 1.2.1, and doesn't even know that 1.40 is there. However, developers, tester, whatever is your way to test your application can definitely test in production, see if everything works, and everyone is super happy. At some point, they say, OK, I'll redirect 100% of the traffic towards the new version. That is a very nice way to deploy your application because you create not only a safe net for developers, but you foster fast feedback loop. And I can tell you a story also about canary releases. Canary releases works in this way. You just associate a percentage of traffic towards one version and another. In my previous company, probably you have heard about that, it's called The Zone. We were doing that, and we allow the developers to specify the percentage, the browser, and the country. We started to have developers that were deploying multiple times per day. I remember 25 times for the video player when we released this capability in one day. And they, instead of rolling back, they were rolling forward. That is a completely different mindset because now you create a fast feedback loop for developers. They can test in production, see that works without affecting the entirety of their user base. That is brilliant because you create, let's say, the right culture inside your organization. Is not just creating and deploying content, but is also creating the right way and safe net for developers to make them successful. So what I did in 2022, from December 2021, we moved to January 2022, I created a POC for a single SPA and for a module federation, and I said, Zach, Joel, I have this idea. Zach is the creator of Module Federation, is here, so you will meet him later on. Joel is the creator of Single SPA. I had the fortune to know them personally, and we engaged for a while, even before that date. And then I have my colleague, Matteo. Matteo is one of the pioneers of Microfrontends. He worked in OpenTable. Now he's working in AWS with me. And the interesting thing is that he did let's say, a journey that I started in 2015, he started in 2014, so we were more or less on the same time. There wasn't the concept of the idea of microfrontends, the term didn't exist. But I said, okay, so listen, I cannot work alone on this. Despite I have the idea, I need to work with the community because the community will strive if we are all aligned. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And therefore, with this working group and these beautiful people, we started to spend roughly 8 months on discussing, because obviously we were based, Matteo and I are based in London, they are based in West Coast, and therefore a lot of evenings for us, a lot of early mornings for them. But we started to discuss how we can implement all these features inside the application shell. Because in reality, we all agree, this is a problem in Microfrontends. Everyone is trying to solve it somehow, but in their own way, we can solve once for all for everyone. And we came up with this idea. At the beginning, we started, oh yeah, we should really create a plugin. We should really write some code. And at the end, I was trying to take a step back, said, listen, guys, today we know those are the frameworks most used, but we don't know in the future. Why we don't create a standard that really help everyone? And we come up with this idea of JSON schema. JSON is probably the lingua franca for JavaScript. And in this case, what we do is creating a unique identifier for your microfrontend. We have a URL dedicated to your microfrontend, where to fetch it. And we have also a fallback if you want to use it. And then we created a metadata. So here we spend, I think, 2 or 3 meetings just discussing, OK, what should be in there? And I can guarantee you there was quite a lot of data over there. But then we started to, towards the end of the third meeting, to move back into the bare minimum, because we can always change, right? And then we said, OK, so but what if I have framework-specific things, or other specific things that could be, for instance, I don't know, I want to load the module federation remote entry alongside all the other chunks, or I want to load the CSS alongside, so the browser doesn't have to wait for knowing what to load. So we have created these extras. Another thing that I've seen customers using extras is for when they have they want to use a different microfrontend based on the role inside an application. If you're an admin, you will see a microfrontend. If you are a normal user, you will see another one, stuff like that. And then we said, OK, so perfect. We agree also on the fact that we don't have only the need of discovering microfrontends. We need also, and probably more importantly, to do the deployment. Perfect. So how can we do that? Yeah, I didn't mention before, but probably you noticed that we can have that every microfrontend has described with an array. So if you have just one entry, you have one microfrontend available, but because it's an array, you can have multiple entries. And that means you can also integrate another optional part of the schema, that is the deployment. So you can say, I want to have 30% of the traffic is going there. This is not the default one. Probably this default key will be in the next release removed, but for now, let's keep it. And I described no, hang on, let me go back for a second. And as you can see, we have the same on the second microfrontend, where we have the traffic that is 70% and so on. That is great. So we finally have a way to have multiple versions, to serve them in kind of release fashion. Try to refresh your browser in the meantime. And then suddenly we said, OK, so how can we apply this? And this is basically what in 2019 I was talking in Vegas when I was a customer of AWS. And we have done that in the zone on the edge. So in order to avoid pollution of code, we started to have, let's say, this idea of capturing the request before its origin. And Lambda at the edge was taking care of, let's say, offloading the traffic towards one version or the other microfrontends. We use that also for moving from a monolith application into the microfrontends world. We could say, OK, everything that is under catalog goes in the microfrontend. Everything that is, let's say, in all the other routes goes in the old version. And there are fun stories. There is here one of the members of the team that I work with that has a nice picture of me banging the head on the wall when we weren't finding, we found like bugs during the deployment, stuff like that. It was quite a lot of fun, but we learned a lot during that process. And by the way, this architecture allowed us to serve millions of customers with high spike traffic without any problem. OK, so the benefits of this approach. Well, first of all, it works on front-end and back-end. What does it mean? Because you might think, oh, yeah, it's JSON, so I can use only on the back-end. Not always. So I pitched this idea to the staff engineer in the zone while I was in AWS. He was still in the zone. He's still in the zone, actually. And this is, so I took this picture because it's amazing. So this guy, I pitched the idea, I showed the example, and an hour later he sent me this picture on WhatsApp. I said, listen, you know what? If you have a certain amount of traffic and you have enough clients, the red bar that you can see in that diagram, you will arrive to have a decent split between version 1 and version 2. So also on the front end, without having a back end, if you have enough traffic, it will work. But despite that, what we recommend is using the back end, obviously. It's not very opinionated. We're using JSON. Everyone is using JSON nowadays. So It shouldn't be a problem, implement that. It's extensible. We created, as we said, the extras field where you can add whatever you need in case you need it. But more importantly, it can be integrated with your existing APIs. If you think about how client-side rendering or server-side rendering application works, you always have like some configuration to load somewhere remotely. So we don't need to do an additional call for retrieving that. You can have a service that is augmenting the information that they already fetch for your client-side rendering approach and implement also this chunk of the JSON that includes the information for the microfrontends. Pitfalls, because everything is a trade-off in architecture. You must get the configuration before you load anything else. Obviously, the application shell shouldn't have anything baked in. One rule of thumb that I usually explain to all the customers and people that are working with microfrontends is that you need to have the application shell as, let's say, domain unaware as possible. Because the reality is the more you are adding, more awareness you add in the application shell, more coupling you add, and therefore you are deploying them alongside microfrontends that basically creates the wrong behavior inside the architecture. And sooner rather than later, in 6 months, you will see quite a lot of troubles in Paradise. And we don't want to do that. So we want to have a very stable application shell. The logic is inside the microfrontends application shell exposed just enough. And we are happy to do that. Another pitfall that we were interrogating ourselves is that it might be a bit too loose as approach because we have just the JSON schema. We are not enforcing anything. But still, it could be a good starting point. And for security and performance reasons, as I said before, we highly encourage to use the backend, right? Amazing. So we have a solution. We started to work on that, and we publish it. So it's available in GitHub. You can contribute. You can read. There are quite a few customers that took just this schema and start to apply in their things. There are a few frameworks that are using. There are quite a few people that are rallying behind this idea to have a consistent way to retrieve microfrontends and deploy microfrontends. That's great. I really like that. But then it's me that, as usual, in my nights, a few people that knows me, they know that midnight I'm there thinking about this stuff that I know is not normal, but it's who I am. How we can facilitate the adoption? Because the reality, what it means, okay, now we have a schema. Now it means that we have a way to discover is agreed with quite a few people in the community. I spoke also with the creator of Pyral. I spoke with Manfred, that I know is in this conference, and likes the idea. So we need to find a way that a front-end developer or a team that doesn't have a platform team that works, or the developer experience team that is working on this stuff, can adopt these nicely. So what we need to build in reality, what we need to build if the backend is the solution is something like that. We have an application shell that is calling an API, whatever is directly the microfrontend discovery or something else, it doesn't matter. This will retrieve some information from a database, and then it has to loop and apply all the logic that is needed, return back the configuration, and off you go. Now, this is what we call in AWS the undifferentiating heavy lifting, or stuff that when it's there, I know the schema, I know the contract with my APIs, I know what I need to build, I can build it, right? So it's pretty cool that we release, and quite a few customers currently are using, an open source solution that is called Front-End Discovery Service. And this solution is available in GitHub. You can deploy in your AWS account. You click a button, there is a link there. There is a CloudFormation template that will be, let's say, used for deploying this in your AWS environment. And you are seeing it in action right now. The API that I called at the beginning of the call through Postman is basically an API that is available in this service that is deploying my AWS account for deploying a new version. So probably by now, some of you will see something different in the browser if you load it. So that is great because basically we did a canary release deployment live while I was talking. And obviously, if you have observability associated to that, you can also start to think, OK, so we start to see some issues on the new version. I can roll back. And there is an API for that. But why we develop an API? So this is the architecture, by the way. Everything is serverless for a simple reason. You pay for what you use. So if you think about how a developer uses let's say multiple environments, probably production, I hope for you, it will be hit every single second of your life, 365 days per year. But pre-prod and the dev environment, you use probably 5, 6, 7 hours per day during weekdays, not weekends, so why pay for that? And that's the reason why we're using serverless. So this one, and we created an API for one reason. All of you has an automation pipeline. An automation pipeline in every single company is different, and every single company has its own guardrails or capabilities inside that. And something that I don't like usually when I adopt a solution is that is too opinionated. I want to have something that I can plug in my day-to-day, but is transparent. If I'm capable to reach transparency in the solution that I create, I'm an happy camper, because now everyone potentially can do that. Everyone can integrate without too much burden. And in fact, this part of the architecture is a bunch of APIs that can be plugged into your existing CI/CD pipeline. And every time that you deploy your Microfrontend into an S3 bucket or whatever you're using, you can just say, oh, by the way, this is the new version. This is where you can find it. So just store there. There are a few, let's say, DynamoDB table, mainly because we are future-proof. In the future, if we want to change the schema or whatever, we don't need to update just a single DynamoDB table. We can do that. This is basically the back-end part of your service. That is what is deployed inside your AWS account. This is the front-end part. So when your application shell is calling something, we have a very simple API gateway Lambda DynamoDB. Why that? Because we heavily optimize for reads the DynamoDB table in order to have great performances. Just to give you an idea, DynamoDB was created for Amazon.com for supporting the Black Friday events, stuff like that, Prime events. And they scale insanely, especially when you use the right schema. So you optimize for reads in this case. And that's the reason why we selected this simple architecture. It's highly scalable and allows you to, let's say, cover quite a lot of ground without too many troubles. OK, so the other cool thing is that deployment strategies are aligned with what you have today in AWS. So if you want, for instance, to deploy linearly 10% every 10 minutes, this is the first entry of that enum. You can do all at once. Maybe you have like a bug in production and you want to do, like, say, a hotfix. So you just deploy all at once, and it's like a big bang deployment. But you can decide if you want to use Canary, if you want to have a blue-green deployment, how often has to increase the percentage. The system takes care of that by itself. So you don't have to do anything. You just declare what you need, and the system will handle easily that situation. The other thing is that it's pretty cool because it's deploying in one click. So you really, if you have an AWS account, you can try today. It's serverless. Therefore, if you have a brand new AWS account, you are, let's say, sitting in the free tier for a year. So you can try without any problem, as long as you don't invoke more than 1 million of times a Lambda function per month. It's not a bad deal. It works with every front-end architecture. I tried also with the single-page application, because one of the requests I had with the customer is, oh, it's so cool, Luca, you have done amazing stuff for Microfrontends, but what about the application shell? How do I de-risk the application shell to be deployed? No problem. I create a Lambda at the edge. So the service is called by the Lambda at the edge. So every time that I try to serve www.mysite.com, and I need to serve the application shell, I intercept that at the edge and send the request or serve the right application shell version without any issue. So doable, no problem. It integrates with every CI/CD. That's the other thing for me was fundamental. I want transparency. I want that people don't have to change their habits if they don't have to. Because the reality is that we can blend the technology to do whatever we need, but we need to be smart on how we use that, and therefore spending, let's say, a decent amount of time, or better, investing a decent amount of time into designing this architecture was mandatory. It's technology agnostic. So we have seen over the years, as you can see, I'm not very young, but I was there when there was Flashlight 1.1 that didn't have any array, and now I'm here talking about AWS and serverless and Microfrontends, etc. So I've seen a bit. Technology change. It's cyclical. There are quite a lot of things that are changing. If you think about the whole good days with jQuery and then React and now Solid Quick and all the other stuff. So we need to be bulletproof and future-proof, even better. And that's why it has to be technology agnostic. It reduces the blast radius of deploying new front-end version in production. That is exactly what we want. And again, it's not just, I need to stress this fact because often developers think it's only, and that was one of them, it's only the technology that matters. The reality is technology is tightly linked with culture and with the way how you structure your organization. Therefore, it's important you think about the repercussion of your decision, technical decision, into your organization. And monorepo is not just a monorepo, it's a way how your teams are going to communicate with, and therefore it's not a technical decision. It's open source, so you want to contribute? Of course you can. You want to fix a bug? Of course you can. You want to shape the future? Of course you can. So just open an issue on GitHub. And it will be embraced by other tools. There are already discussion with few tools and the framework that want to use that, so that is great. Now, if you check your, let's say, phone again, probably by now you will see, let me see if I see something similar here. Loading system, boom. As I said, I'm not a designer, but now it's something new, and this is a new version of my Microfrontend that is deployed incrementally during this talk, so great. Okay, so when I need to implement this, and this is just, let's say, it's not a library, just, let's say, my POC that I was running in order to show how simple it is. This is module federation implementation. So I created this tiny library in JavaScript. It's called Microfrontend Discovery. You pass the endpoint that you want to use for consuming that. That loads, fetch basically the configuration. And this code here is an example that you have inside the module federation repository. I didn't build this code. I literally wanted to show you transparency. So you download any type of example with module federation. You plug this library that is probably less than 100 lines of code. And you use exactly module federation like you always use. The only thing you change is that you have Microfrontend discovery.get. You pass the ID of the Microfrontend, and you have all the information that you need. Similar on a single SPA. So a single SPA is slightly more complicated because it's using, let's say, an import maps that is living in the DOM. And therefore, when you import that, you retrieve a list of microfrontends because that's how it works. You don't retrieve microfrontends. You don't retrieve only the remote entry because you need to retrieve all the different microfrontends needed and dependencies. Then you change the import map and you re-append into the head where the import map lives, and the browser automatically will load your microfrontends. Done. So as you can see, not much to do, so depend to add, yeah. So let's try to recap what we have seen today. So we have seen that the discoverability pattern provides us new opportunities. We have a way to make sure that when you speak with your manager or with your CEO, CTO, whatever, you can say, oh, by the way, it's not that invasive using Microfrontends. We can try. We can even de-risk the deployment, and we can gather metrics. We can see through the observability dashboard what's going on, and we can start to migrate iteratively. You don't need to ask and sign with your blood an 18-month contract with your CTO and say, oh, yeah, we need to go in stealth mode for 18 months, spin up a new team, and making sure that everything is available in 18 months, deploy, nothing works because you were so far away from main that you didn't capture all the features. I've been there, sorry about that. So the other thing is, you are improving with this solution the discoverability and the deployment strategy. That is something that should be at top of your mind, not because the CI/CD is important, because you create replicable artifacts inside your Artifactory repository, but because you foster the right culture inside the organization. That is by far more compelling than deploying constantly your front ends. The last thing that I need to announce today for the first time, and is not public yet, so it would be interesting to see what you think about. I'm starting after the success of Dear Architects. So if you are looking at that newsletter, a new newsletter, it's called Microfrontends newsletter. It's available here, so if you want to subscribe, it would be a pleasure. And the idea here is having, Dear Architects is, let's say, a weekly newsletter on architecture with five resources that I read during the week. And basically, I share with that. I started when I was VP of architecture with my team, and then they said, why you don't do for everyone? And I said, that's a brilliant idea. 5 years later, I'm still here doing that, and with 13,000 subscribers, so it's pretty successful. So I said, OK, let's do that with Microfrontends. Now I have way more things to say, and there are more stuff that are coming. And therefore, I decided to do that for Microfrontends as well, with obviously less cadence. So it won't be weekly, it will be probably fortnightly. But I will start probably next month when I finish to collect all the ideas that I have. That's all I got. I hope that you enjoy. And yeah, if you have any question or you want to pick my brain during the conference, I'm here the whole day. So thank you very much for having me. And
Thank you so much. Now, again, as Cityjs, you are sequestered here, and you have to wait until the Wheel of Fortune yells your name. And I called you Lucas, and I'm sorry.
No worries.
It's fine.
You know, I created the 50-cent joke because no one can pronounce my surname. So now everyone, because my surname is the translation of my 50 cents.
Mezzalira.
Lira is the whole currency in Italy, so
Oh, yeah.
50 cents.
Oh, Mezzalira.
Yeah.
That's fun. Okay. The Wheel of Fortune comes again. Spin it, boy.
Who is the lucky one?
Discord. That's nice.
Nick.
Nick, are you here? No. Next. Wait, is he here? Oh, come here then, boy.
Ooh.
Nick, everyone. Hello.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
You got a free book, and I got a
sweet.
I got a butt pen. No, I got a butt pen. Okay. The rest of you, feel free to go. We have a 15-minute break. Please be back at 11:45.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Okay, everyone that's outside and wants to watch this talk, please come in. Otherwise, you won't. So I was delayed by 5 minutes because someone asked me why I left Berlin. Everything is so hard. And in German. Honestly, that's mostly it. Also, I don't like clubs or drugs. So, like, what else are you going to do? I'm monogamous. I can't live in Berlin. he's like, she's not wrong. Okay, so we can either wait 1 more minute. I think we can wait 1 more minute. Cityjs, what do you want me to talk about for 1 minute? What do you want me to talk about? Okay, so Berlin has this app called Miles, which everyone just scrapes the bottom E of the miles in it, and then all the vans just say MILFs on it. And that is probably the best part about Berlin. You can just drive a MILF around by the minute, and it's great. So yes, I miss Miles in the healthcare system. The healthcare is really good. It's like you call a doctor, and they're like, sure, come. And you're just like, what do you mean? First time I was there, I went for the dentist, and then I was like waiting in the front to pay, and the woman was like, what are you doing? I was like, I wanted to pay, and she's like, oh, sweet child, where are you from? And I was like, yeah, you know, bad Europe. Yes, Berlin. I lived there for 5 years. It's a great place if you speak German, which they just does, so it's fine. Yes. That's not German. That's just you making that accent. Flughafen is how you say airport, and genau is how you say exactly. And I think these are the only 2 words that you actually ever need. If someone speaks to you in German, you just like look at them and you're like genau, and that's it. That's all you need. Kein Deutsch is also very important. I have no idea what the fuck he's saying. I also don't know why I didn't learn German. I don't have an explanation. It's not like I can't learn languages. I learned Portuguese, and what the fuck is that? Yes, so I've waited a minute. I've embarrassed myself, so now I think we're ready. Yes, okay, cool. So we have 3 more talks for you, and then lunch. These next 3 talks will actually be 20 minutes and not 30 minutes. This is very important. So our first person coming on stage is Daniel Rowe. Yes. An interesting fact about Daniel that I find really incredible is that he used to be a priest, and now he's a JavaScript engineer. And I don't know how that transition happens. And I just don't know. I don't understand. I need help from a higher being to understand this. But yes, Daniel is an incredible person. He's also an incredible speaker, and Nuxt is the best thing you'll ever see. So this is a great talk, and you should definitely pay attention. Please welcome Daniel Rowe. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And that intro went in a totally different direction from where I was expecting. But every word is true. But I'll be talking now about how I came into tech instead of the story of Nuxt. No, I won't do that. OK, I'm going to talk about building a better hammer. But obviously, first, I should say a little bit about who I am. So I am a maintainer. I'm an open source maintainer. I have the privilege of doing that full time, which honestly is so amazing. I'm sponsored to work on open source. And so here are some of the things that I'm involved with. I'm involved in building Nuxt, which I'll tell you about in a moment. If you don't know what that is, that's totally fine. This is going to be an acceptable, safe space for us for the next 20 minutes. I'm also building a framework called Nitro. I'm not the author of it, but I'm one of the team. And it powers things like Solid Start and Analog, which is an Angular meta framework. You can check out pagespeed.dev, which is a tiny site I launched a few months ago, which will query Google PageSpeed insights and the crux data for any website, and you can share it with a nice social image. regex.dev aims to make regular expressions type safe. It compiles to regular expressions, and you can use that in any project and any framework. Fontaine similarly does the same with layout shift for fonts. Elk.zone is a client for Mastodon, which is the better Twitter. And if you don't believe me, then I'll tell you why later. And you can see your first commit on GitHub on firstcommit.is. And go to my website, row.dev, if you want. If you want to get in touch with me, for example, later, or have any questions. That is a bit about me. This is my cat. This is one of my cats. This is Barley, and she is incredibly demanding. And basically, my coding, whether I code or not in any given moment of the day, is highly dependent on her mood and whether she wishes me to do that or not. So it's important. So I thought, just very quickly, before we get going, would you tell me whether you've used Nuxt before? And I actually been quite, you can scan, hopefully, these QR codes, and it will update. It uses PartyKit under the hood to sort of have a WebSocket connection, and I don't know, magic. You notice how clever I am, by the way. I have labeled these, yes, and not yet. You will have spotted that. That was deliberate word choice there. Actually, it's totally fine if you don't use Nuxt. It's just one tool among many, and I really hope I don't come across differently, because obviously I'm talking about it, and I maintain it, so I do care a lot about it, but actually it would be a huge mistake to identify too much with any one framework. I've called this building a better hammer, because frameworks are tools, and it's about tool choice and making a better tool. It's not about becoming a tool. Which I guess is probably what would happen if you identify too strongly. Oh, okay, this is great. What is Nuxt? Because even if you haven't used it, maybe you don't know what it is. It's a progressive framework built on Vue and Nitro. And progressive, for me, means that it has 0 config required to start, but allows you to customize it and opt into features as you build. So the aim is for it to be intuitive, for there to be a good developer experience. Best practices built in, but to be fully configurable and extensible. And here's a little timeline of Nuxt's life. The first commit was in October 2016. I checked the Git history just this morning. Version 1 launched in January 2018. Basically, immediately after Next released the same for React, Sebastian Chopin wrote Nuxt to bring the same kind of DX to Vue. We've diverged since then. We're not just a Next for Vue, but version 1, version 2, and then work started on version 3, which was a complete rewrite. Does anyone know what to do with complete rewrites? Never do them. It's, generally speaking, a very bad idea. We completely rewrote it for version 3, for Vue 3, for Vite, which was also a massive breaking change, for Webpack 5, which was another breaking change, and everything else, ESM, native, etc., TypeScript first. And now we're in version 3, and we're on the road to version 4. This is the graph is Nuxt 3 usage. We're at 51.5 thousand stars, 29 million downloads. I'm just checking. This is live, so it's different every time I look at the slide. And we're about 61% usage between Nuxt 3 and Nuxt 2, which is great. So that's like a little snapshot. Numbers don't actually matter. They're much less important than this picture, which is the contributors to Nuxt. We're very much a community-first framework. We're not driven by a company. We're not owned by anyone. We're not. We're supported by the community and by these people who have made Nuxt what it is today. And you might even see your own picture there. So I want to talk about building a better hammer. And you know the expression, right? If you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Have you heard that before? I looked into the history of it. There is no source. There are a lot of people who said very similar things, and they basically became amalgamated into this thing. So I'm not going to attribute to anybody like Maslow or anyone else, because apparently it can't be. But this is a danger. When you become really familiar with any one technology or skill, you can start to shape everything into that. You can start to make every project exactly the same. And that is both a curse and a blessing sometimes. I want Nuxt to be a better hammer. So I want it to be better and better at lots of different things. So I want it to be possible to use Nuxt for your static personal blog, and I want it to be possible for you to use Nuxt for the enterprise site that has, I don't know, 500 developers working on it, or I don't know, how many developers work on a thing? 1,000. It needs to be able to do more than one thing. And you might ask me why. Because, and here's why. Here's one reason why. It can reduce cognitive load. So if you know how you do something in a framework or a style, you don't have to be adjusting every time. You don't have to decide at the beginning of a project, do a massive amount of work to decide what thing you're going to use, what the base framework is going to be. You can also unlock the power of conventions. So Nuxt ships with a very, very robust set of conventions, which you can, of course, fully customize. But often the power in bringing someone new into a project which has conventions that are shared is that they don't immediately have to relearn everything based on the particular team they're coming into. For reference, Tailwind CSS, right? You just know when you enter a Tailwind project how it's going to work and what kinds of things you need to write. And there might be a few little things here and there, but in general, you know how it works. And I could pick any other convention, and the point would be the same. But when I'm talking about building a better hammer or trying to make Nuxt better at more things, what I'm not talking about is trying to take over the world and, reclaim a bigger slice of the pie or something like that. So because that is a very bad thing to get into from a mental point of view, so on a personal level, and also it's a very bad thing to get into from a consumer point of view, where you think this thing is the best, I'm going to fight all other frameworks. That is a really bad thing. It does bad things to you. It makes coding, which should be magical and fun, a war and a battle to be won. That's weird. Don't do that. Like, I want to make Nuxt magical, and I want people to use it because they love it. I don't want to be defeating other, this is not, we're not going to have like a Next and Nuxt tournament sometime, and I'm going to be on a horse with a lance going against Tim, on the other. We don't want that, right? Okay, so that's not why we're making a better hammer. So mistakes were made in Nuxt 3. Actually, I'm going to change that. I'm going to say we got some things wrong in Nuxt 3. And can I ask can anyone spot what one of the things was? One of the things we got wrong. It took way too long. Can you see, to rebuild Nuxt 3? This, by the way, isn't it JavaScript amazing? So I built this little component. You just give it, the dates and the labels, and it uses Flexbox to space them out so they're, roughly accurate in terms of time. This has saved me so much time in terms of moving dots around. But can you just see, the problem here is that from the first commit on version 3 to actually the release is virtually the time it took for the entire lifecycle of Nuxt up to that point. I'm so sorry if you used Nuxt before that, or if you were involved in that. That was a really bad call. I'm going to actually change it, not mistakes we made, but lessons we learned, because that is actually even better in terms of thinking about things you get wrong. We made the mistake of thinking that scope and time were both things we could deliver on, and you can't, of course. You can only deliver on one of those. The other one has to be movable. We thought we could deliver a complete rewrite, and then a complete rewrite again for Vite, because Evan, bless him, he's wonderful, but he does disrupt. And he disrupted us. We were in the middle of rewriting to Webpack 5. We were in the middle of rewriting to Vue 3, which is so much better than Vue 2. But Evan, it was a big breaking change across the ecosystem. It was worth it. And then he releases Vite. Can I just say, as a framework author, we love Vite now, but does anyone think about the poor maintainers who have to rewrite their entire framework to accommodate it? Nobody thinks of them. I'm here to say it was painful, but it was worth it. And now we're not going to make that mistake again, that scope and time are both flexible. Ecosystem. The Vue ecosystem took a long time to update to Vue 3. The Nuxt ecosystem took a long time to update to Nuxt 3. And everything was chained. It's the proof in real life of why waterfall doesn't work. You don't want to be awaiting promise and then await the next promise. And then, I'm talking about frameworks, by the way, not JavaScript promises. We exposed too many internals. So we had lots of community-maintained modules, which I'll talk about in a second, that were relying on Nuxt internals and how it worked. Guess what? With a full rewrite, everything breaks. And we were trying to do all of this, move the ecosystem along while also rewriting Nuxt. Repairing a moving car, bad idea. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're going to do to make Nuxt 4 possible and what we have done. And this comes out of these lessons we've learned. And the first is our modules ecosystem. And I've pulled out a couple of things about our modules ecosystem. So one, and this is one of the unique things about Nuxt, it is pluggable, it's hookable. So you can hook into every aspect of the Nuxt and Nitro build processes to change Nuxt behavior. TypeScript support was first added to Nuxt via a module. You can write a module so you can use Nuxt to build native web apps. You can use Nuxt to build VS Code extensions. You can use Nuxt to build Ionic apps. You can use Nuxt to build Quasar apps. You can write Nuxt to build, at first when I implemented zero JavaScript support for Nuxt, there was a module, now it's built into the core. But you can do almost anything in the form of a module for Nuxt. So if you want to do something, it's possible. And Hookable, which is an UnJS library. By the way, we took lots of the core bits of Nuxt and extracted them to a separate org with a separate governance so that other frameworks and not just Nuxt can benefit from all these things. So when I'm talking about these, it's not Nuxt specific, I very much hope. And so this Hookable integration allows people to deeply integrate with how Nuxt works and also actually get good debugging when you want to see how your application is running. We're also pluggable. So one of the decisions we took when moving from Nuxt 2 to Nuxt 3 is that we would be bundler agnostic. And Anthony Fu built Unplugin in order to make this a reality. And so many integrations are now implemented through Unplugin as its own ecosystem. So it means that when we ship RSPack support for Nuxt, everything works because we have a bundler agnostic implementation. When the next amazing bundler comes along, I hope the same will be true. And internally, we use ad hoc modules, so things which actually can be dropped in and out or changed or switched around. And the aim is, so when we're then going from, say, Nuxt 3 to Nuxt 4, someone releases a new bundler, we have to rethink how Nuxt is written, or we make a different thing default. We won't. Vite is amazing. But it wouldn't be a big breaking change. And so making it possible to build on Nuxt, we actually have a Nuxt modules. We have hundreds and hundreds of Nuxt modules. They can be local to your project, they can be internal to your org, and they can be distributed on NPM. We have tooling, which enables people to build modules easily. We have a modules dataset, which is a public GitHub repository anybody can make pull requests to, and an API to get information about them. And we shipped an SDK for Nuxt called NuxtKit, which enables people to build for Nuxt in an agnostic way that will work whatever version of Nuxt you're on going forward. So that a change, like the change from Nuxt 2 to 3, which was awful in breaking, won't be that way again. So going from Nuxt 3 to Nuxt 4, as long as you're using our utilities, should be effortless. Keyword should. This is also live, so I've just, my slides have just queried. By the way, SlideDev, which is what I'm using, is so amazing to be able to write your slides in, like, you know, Vue components, or I don't know if it does React yet, but SlideDev is great. So we have over 205 modules, 170 maintainers, over 1,000 contributors across all those modules, 13 million downloads, and 130,000 stars. There are lots of them. Let me just show you very, very quickly how it works. Sorry. Here is no. Ooh. I've never had this before. Okay.
Sir?
No, don't. You made it weird. Okay.
This is not weird, but me calling you sir is weird.
Well, it's true.
I can't believe you did
weird.
this.
This is a Nuxt, minimal Nuxt app. And here's an example of what you can do with the modules ecosystem. So I can fire up our dev tools, which you should definitely check out. But if I open our modules panel, I can install a new module, search through our ecosystem. I'm going to pull in our Nuxt fonts module, which I wrote recently. And it's going to install it and then add it to my Nuxt config. It's going to do that in the background. It's done that. It's restarting the Nuxt server. I now have a new module which is installed. It has its own DevTools panel here. And I can do something now like font family Poppins. And that's automatically going to pull it from Google Fonts. It's going to proxy it. It's going to proxy it into your project, so it's local. It's not making a third-party request. It's going to add the required metrics to your CSS, so when it slots in, there's not as much of a layout shift. And when you build your app, it's going to be shipped with your project. So that's an example of something you can do with a module and the power that having modules gives you. I had to make it super short. You can, by the way, fetch these statistics yourself using our lovely little $fetch utility, which handles doing the r.rjson for you, so your life can be made better. Here's another thing that we want to do in Nuxt, and that is choice is really, really important. I think it's really important to me. I'm probably one of the least significant people who might say that choice is important to me. But I think choice is really important to us, and we want to provide that choice for all of our users. Here are some of the different choices we allow. And you can, with all of these, create your own custom ones. So our image provider supports all this stuff at the right-hand side. We have loads of different font providers, Google, Adobe, Bunny, FontShare. Font source, actually, we now have as well. Databases, we support Bun, SQLite, Cloudflare D1, LibSQL, I don't know. Look at the list, there's lots of them. Over 90 providers across different things. We provide platform-agnostic deployment, KV, database support, routing, images, fonts, stories, and if you have another idea of something that could be platform-agnostic, tell me, because I would love to implement it. And the idea here, and this is why we want, this is something I really believe very strongly in. If someone asks me, what is the best provider to deploy Nuxt on, for example, and my answer is, oh, actually, it works much better on this provider, that's me not doing my job right. I want you to be able to make choices that fit your projects and the needs you have, rather than because Nuxt is going to limit you in some way. And here's another thing that we're trying to do for Nuxt 4, for Nuxt 3. So one of the things I announced at the beginning of last year when I took over leadership of the Nuxt team was to say that we would have a regular release schedule. So this is us trying to learn from the awful time of version 3. We release a patch every week, a minor every month, a major every year. At least that's what we're aiming for. And that means that hopefully bugs get fixed quickly. Hopefully new features ship relatively quickly without a lot of hype. And what we do is we have an ecosystem CI, which is a pattern we borrowed from Vite, which is now being adopted across the ecosystem. And that is before every release, we can test every single project that is in that ecosystem CI, so we know if the new version is going to break anything. Downstream. Obviously, we have our own test suite internally, but sometimes you need to test downstream to see if anyone is relying on some feature that you have. And that means that we can push quite hard on new features because we know we're not going to break people. We also have an opt-in mechanism. So most of Nuxt functionality is only enabled on use, which means your bundle size stays good. So our utilities, even on the server, they're not like Express added to the prototype of the request object or whatever. They're auto-imported when they're used. So they are only in your bundle if you require them. So here are some of the things we've shipped. I'm very proud of the fact that we were able to ship Vue Transitions API as early as we did, 1 week after the public announcement. And we have lots more things on the way. Most of those are there, only the bottom one is on the way. And some of the ways we're working to make things more stable is we have a test utils package, which lets people test their Nuxt modules. We have not just our ecosystem CI, but we integrate with others. So we're in the Vue ecosystem CI as well, the Vite ecosystem CI. So we're all checking that nothing is going to go wrong. And we've adopted forward compatibility features like future and features namespaces. So even before we release Nuxt 4, as soon as the features are available, people can opt into them with a config change. And after they adopt Nuxt 4, they can opt out of it with a config change. And I am hopefully soon to release a downstream testing action so people can actually test in their own third-party projects that can't be tested in ecosystem CI, the latest Nuxt nightlies, so they know if things work. And just a couple of days ago, I opened over 200 pull requests to Nuxt modules to update them to a new syntax for installing Nuxt modules. So rather than having to do npmi, you could just do something like nuxi module add and then the name of their module. Powered by a modules registry. It's also great for my contribution chart on GitHub. But it's so nice to be able to do and like bring the ecosystem along with you. And we've already shipped 2 breaking changes. We've adapted all Nuxt modules that we're aware of that depend on the previous behavior to a forward and backward compatible module via proactive pull requests to make that migration from 3 to 4 less of a breaking change for people. And if you maintain any library that depends on Nuxt, you're very welcome to open a PR to ecosystem CI. I would love it to be there, and we'll test it and guarantee we don't break you in a release. We also commit to baseline features with the Web Platform DX, and here are some other things that we are working on. But I'm aware I'm very out of time, so I'm going to move on quickly. And we evaluate usage information with our telemetry, which is opt-in, which lets us know what features to prioritize. Nuxt 4. It's not about the hype. We don't actually ship features in majors We ship features and minors, people. So Nuxt 4 is about breaking changes. It's not about new features. I'm really sorry to tell you that. I'm going to release another minor before we get to Nuxt 4. That minor is going to have all the features. Nuxt 4 is going to be about thoughtful breaking changes. It's going to be opt-in and out. And our focus is going to be trying to reassure people they will never experience anything as painful as the migration between 2 and 3 ever again. Like, that is my top priority. Having said that, we are shipping a new directory structure by default. You can opt back into the previous one. This will enable some performance improvements owing to the complexities of file system watchers and TypeScript environments. We're going to opt into more performant defaults, like the fact that we're not going to have deeply reactive payloads or reactive runtime configuration, and we'll be able to use native browser features where possible. And there's some best practices that we're going to be implementing, like absolute paths in builder watch hook, removing a pending Boolean in favor of... This is really exciting, isn't it? I can tell you're like, they're removing the pending Boolean. Haha, this is the stuff we came for. If you want to help, I would love that, by the way. We are trying to improve our docs so they're better if you want to get involved. You can come on Discord or GitHub to get involved. There's a nuxters.nux.com, and you can get a special Discord badge. Gamified PRs, that's what we're talking about. And by the way, if anyone wants to get involved in not just in Nuxt, but in open source, and you think I could help you in any way, particularly if you feel in some way like you're an outsider or you might not be welcome, please, I would love to talk to you. You can go to ro.dev/chat and book a meeting anytime. I would really like to tell you face-to-face, you would be welcome. And if you're interested in Nuxt, you can check out the docs, follow Nuxt on Twitter or Mastodon. You can join our Discord server. You can follow me on Twitter. Reach out to me anytime. I would love to hear from you. Thank you so much. It has been an honor.
What did I tell you? What did I fucking tell you? I think one of my favorite things is to show people how do you do things in Nuxt compared to a lot of other places, and they're just like, wait, what? Do you mean that just works? That's incredible. It's a really nice framework, and if you do want to contribute to open source, I definitely recommend reaching out to Daniel. Okay, so now we have Sam. Sam is over there at the Auth0 booth, and they have a little arcade and a Lego you can win. And everyone likes Legos, I'm assuming. I don't think that's like a controversial thing that people like Legos.
Thank you.
Right? Okay, you done? You good? You good, sir?
I'm good.
Okay. Okay, so now we have Sam. He's going to talk about authentication, and please welcome Sam.
I need this, otherwise you can't hear me. I'm married to an Italian, so I wave my hands a lot. So if you can't hear me, please let me know. So if you were expecting my colleague Anna, I'm sorry to disappoint you. She couldn't make it. I'm a worthy replacement. So if you like quirky, shy Belgian people that talk a lot about authorization, please continue to sit here and listen to what I have to say in 20 minutes. So Can't Touch This. It's a bit of a vague title. But if I ask all of you who's building an application at this time, I think we can all raise our hands, right? We're all application builders in some kind of way. Whose application deals with authentication, authorization, wants their users to log in so we can know who they are and what they can do? I still see most hands raised. And there's been a lot of talks about authentication over the last years, decades. But authorization is another side to that coin that we don't rarely talk about. Whose users or who segments their users based on roles or permissions within their applications? How's it working out for you all? Good? Okay, then I can go home because it seems like there's no issues, no pain points. No, I'm going to talk about a few approaches to do access management or authorization in this talk. But I'm going to go fast because I only have 20 minutes and I just wasted a few introducing this talk. So who am I? This is me. My name is Sam Bellen. I'm a developer advocate at Auth0, Auth0 by Okta. I'm a Google developer expert, and you can find me on the internet as @Sambego. If you have any questions about this talk or anything else authentication, authorization related, please come to the Auth0 booth and I'll be happy to talk to you all day long. Of course, it's a JavaScript conference. I am npm installable. Just run npx, add some bigger slash about me, download half of the internet, wait a few minutes or seconds, depending on the internet, and you'll find all my social links and links to the slides on there. But if you just like to follow along with these slides on your phone or later at home, you can go to this link, and it will always have some version of this talk or the slides to this talk. So what I'm going to talk about, role-based access control. I'm going to start with that one, even though it's in the middle. Attribute-based access control and relationship-based access control. They're all approaches to do access control, limiting what your users can do in your app based on what they should be or should not be able to do. But they're all different approaches suitable for different use cases. So, authentication versus authorization. I'm really going to go through this real quickly. Authentication is basically just verifying somebody is who they say they are, verifying that a user is Sam, a user is Sarah, a user is anybody they say they are. Authorization, on the other hand, is the art of regulating who can do what on your system. And yes, I call this an art because it gets way more complex as your applications grow. It's not as straightforward as saying yes or no, a user can or cannot do this action. But that's what authorization is all about. And the first approach we're going to talk about is RBAC, role-based access control. It's the most used approach to deal with permissions and roles in your application, with limiting what a user can do in your application. So, for example, a user has one or more roles. A role can be a user is an admin, an engineer, a guest, a visitor to this conference, a speaker to this conference, just a general role that is assigned to a user. Sometimes multiple roles, sometimes just one. Depends on how you want to deal with things. But a role is basically just a group of permissions, and it's those permissions we care about in the end, not the actual role. For example, read to a resource, write to a resource, delete a resource, and so forth. A role just groups a bunch of permissions together, so it's easily assignable to a user or to multiple users. So a guest is able to read all documentation. In this scenario, the role is guest, and the permission that is assigned to that user is read all documentation. An engineer is able to read and edit all documentation. Again, role engineer, and a role engineer is just a collection of the permission read and edit. And then if we go to admin, the role is admin, and their permissions are read, edit, and delete. And I think I've seen a lot of hands go up earlier. I think a lot of you are familiar with this approach, role-based access control, and it works well at the beginning. But at a certain point, you might run into some issues. For example, you want to check if your user is authenticated, if you have a user, if they can edit or delete a document, if they are the owner of that document, if you're currently not in maintenance mode, the document is not logged because somebody else is working on it, and it's not before or after their working hours, and so forth, and so forth. So sometimes you need to have a lot of if or else statements in your code just to work with this simple system of roles and permissions, because the only permission in here is document delete, but there's a lot of other context that we also need to take into account of whether or not a user can delete this particular document we're talking about. So role-based access control, really great, but also limited in some ways. It's not scalable for fine-grained permissions within your applications. Luckily, there's other approaches to access control, the first one being ABAC. Attribute-based access control, also known as policy-based access control. They're the same thing most of the times. So if I talk about ABAC, attribute-based access control, or policy-based access control, just let's assume they are the same thing. And in attribute-based access control, we're going to assign different attributes to an action, to something. A user attribute, for example, an environment, a resource, and an action. Those are the four most common attribute types, where a user attribute would be something like maybe a role, things we've seen from role-based access control, the organization they're part of, the company they're part of, or whether or not this person has a security clearance to do a certain action. For example, everything that is tied to a user directly is what we consider a user attribute. Environment, time of day, location of data. Maybe you're not only allowed to touch data that's located in the UK, in Europe, but not in the US. Current threat level, if we're currently under attack, if some hackers are trying to steal our data, maybe we don't want to do certain actions for a while and wait until that situation gets resolved. Resource, so that's everything that is related to the actual resource we're trying to do an action on. When was it created? Who owned it? Is it sensitive data? Things like that. And lastly, an action. What are we actually trying to do with this resource? Read it, write it, delete it, and so forth. So again, if we look at a few examples, any engineer can write any file if we're currently not experiencing DDoS attack. And attribute-based access control, we look at the different attributes. So a user attribute would be any engineer, their role. The action would be whatever they're trying to do. The resource is any file, and currently not experiencing DDoS attack is an environment attribute. And by combining these different types of attributes, you can get very, very fine-grained in your applications or in your infrastructure. But it also means you need to deal with a lot of manual work to craft these policies. If you look at another example, an accountant can upload an invoice if it's during their working hours. The user attribute is an accountant, action is upload, invoice is resource, and during their working hours is environment. By the way, you don't need to have all 4 of these attributes to deal with attribute-based access control. It's just 4 of the more commonly attributes that are used with ABAC or PBAC. Lastly, an HR representative can look up any personal details if the subject is part of their local branch. User is the HR representative, their role. Lookup is the action. Personal details is something that's related to the resource and might be sensitive. And part of the local branch, we only want people to look up data from their own local branch. It's something that's environment because it's based on the location. Cool. ABAC allows for very fine-grained control over all possible actions in your infrastructure. But like I said, you have to build out all of these policies yourself, which means it can take a lot of work to build them, maintain them, and come up with all of the different scenarios you want to foresee with access control into your application. OPA is one of the more commonly used frameworks to deal with attribute-based access control, the Open Policy Agent. But in their own tagline, they say, flexible, fine-grained control for administrators across the stack. Now, I think most of us are not administrators. Most of us are application builders. So how do we deal with fine-grained authorization in our application when building our application? We're not dealing with a Kubernetes cluster. Well, you might be, but that's a different scenario than building access control within your applications. Because when you deal with a cluster of Kubernetes, for example, you usually have little data influencing whether or not something or someone can access that cluster. And that data is relatively unchanged. It might change, and you might have to update it, but it's not something that is going to change with every action that happens on your applications. So OPA, attribute-based access control, it works well in scenarios where you deal with little data that influence your decision, but it doesn't scale well if you have a lot of different data influencing your decision, whether or not something can happen. Luckily, there's a third approach, RBAC, relationship-based access control. It's something that Google came up with some time ago, and some time ago, I mean when Google Plus was a thing, so when dinosaurs were still present in the UK. But it's what they use behind most of the products these days. It's a system that they wrote a paper about called Zanzibar, and it's a system that's going to look at relationships between users and objects to see whether or not a certain action is allowed at a certain point in time. So for permission for a resource are defined by the relationship to that resource. Users are connected to objects in relationships. But this is sometimes a bit confusing because a user is not a literal user that visits your application, it's a consumer. And an object can be any resource. So I'd like to call it consumers are connected to resources with relationships because a user can be more than just an actual literal user. For example, a group, a folder, a group of users, an organization, and an actual user. These are all examples of users that can be a user in the Zanzibar/RBAC scenario. So if you look at a few examples again, Sam, that's me. I'm the owner of this slide deck. Of course, the most obvious one is where I am a user. The relationship is I am the owner. I'm related to that slide deck or this slide deck as the owner. But a resource can be a user in one relationship and an object in another. And this is where it gets a bit more complex, but also where it gets really, really interesting. For example, you have direct and indirect relationships. A user can have a direct relationship with an object. I am the one that has been designated as the editor of the slide deck because, well, I created it. I should be able to edit it. So I'm the user with a relationship editor to this slide deck. But I'm also indirectly related to this through a group because, for example, I'm a member of Auth0, and therefore I should be able to see all files within the Google Drive of our organization. And even though I might not have explicit permissions to see all those files, just because I'm part of a larger group means that I'm also able to see everything that has been assigned to that group instead of being assigned to me directly. That's an indirect relationship. So again, the user Sam is a member of Auth0, where the relation is member and Auth0 is the object. And for the second part, Auth0 will become the user again, which is related to all slide text within the organization. And therefore, I am able to see everything that is assigned to the Auth0 organization. And the same thing works for folders. I'm the owner of a folder, so therefore I should also see everything that's within that folder without me explicitly having to assign myself to each file that I put in a folder. Every time I upload a new file, I should not be assigning myself as the owner. That should all happen automatically. So the folder is an object in the first part of the sentence, and then it changes to a user because the folder is the one that is related to that slide tag in that folder as the owner. It's a bit more complex, but once you wrap your idea that a user can be something in one scenario and something else in an object in another scenario, that really becomes a powerful thing to do. So most of these Zanzibar-style, Rebag-style implementations, they are a centralized place for decision logic. So no if-else hell in your applications anymore when you need to deal with fine-grained permissions or checks. You just call a service that will tell you yes or no. You just ask them, is this user allowed to do this certain thing to this certain resource? And it tells you yes or no, because you will have a centralized place for all your decision logic. And I have a little demo. I still have 6 minutes, so I have more than enough time. And I hope the demo gods are with me. But what you see here is something that looks familiar to most of us, right? We have a Google Drive style application. It has some pictures of me. It has a folder. And we can upload some pictures of my cat into this folder. Cool, that worked. But now I'd like to share this cat picture with somebody else. And instead of just sharing the picture directly, I'm going to share this folder. cast@okta.com. And now all the files that I put in that folder at this point or in the future should be shared with that person. So if I log out of this application and log in with guest, demo gods are not with me. But that's okay. I can show you what happened behind the scenes. I talked about a centralized decision engine for all of these things. And every time we create a folder, every time we create a new file, every time we share a folder or a file with another user, we create something that's called a tuple in a Zanzibar-style decision engine. In this case, this is Okta FGA. There's also an open source version, OpenFGA, which looks exactly the same. But because we let that system know that new files have been created, new files have been shared, folders are owners of files, it can make those decisions based on a model. And the model looks a bit like this. This is how the decision-making model of Google Drive simplified would look like. And as you can see, there's a bunch of tuples in here, and the last one says that I am the owner of a folder because I created that folder, and it also says that the file that I uploaded is there. So now if you would ask this system, can guest see that folder, or can guest see the picture in that folder, it would tell me yes, and it would show up to them if I was able to log in and remember my password, which is ironic because I work for a company that deals with passwords. If you want to see the demo work, come to the booth later and I'll show it to you once I figured out my password. So what's the difference between RBAC and Rebag? Because the name RBAC and Rebag is just different one letter, but there's a very big difference. RBAC defines permission and roles are typically valid for all resources of a certain resource type. And what I mean with this is that an admin can usually delete all posts, no matter if they're created by them, their team, their company. Usually they just have a very generic permission, delete posts, create image, whatever. But if you want to do this more fine-grained, you'll have to do, again, all of the if-else checks, which becomes a hell to maintain. Rebag On the other side, it looks at the relationships between specific resources. So every decision is made specifically for a user and an object, a consumer and a resource, to check if the relationship exists for them. For example, an admin can delete posts assigned to them, or an admin can delete posts assigned to their team or the ones they created. It's way more fine-grained. So let's recap. Our back uses permissions and roles to grant privileges. I think most of us were familiar with this. It's just a role is a collection of permissions, and it's something we assign to a user. ABAC checks a combination of different attributes to grant privileges, but it's very powerful, very fine-grained, but you have to create all of those policies yourself, maintain them, which can be cumbersome. And it's usually used in scenarios where you don't have a lot of data influencing your decision, or at least it doesn't change that often. For example, infrastructure is a good scenario for this. And reback looks at relationship between users and objects to grant privileges. It really doesn't matter if you have a direct or an indirect relationship, as long as we can figure out some happy path between you and a resource, and that happy path says, yep, it's all good, then we can grant that privilege without explicitly saying everything that needs to happen. If you want to learn more about this, there's a website called fga.dev, fine-grained-authorization.dev, which has a bunch of information on there. You can also find the playground similar to what I just showed you, where you can see models of different applications like Google Drive, like GitHub, so you can wrap your hand around how bigger companies are dealing with authorization models and play around with them on play.fga.dev. And if you're into open source, we've open sourced our engine on openfga.dev, which is something you can just host on your computer, in the cloud, in China, and wherever you want, and play with it yourself, change it yourself, and send pull requests to us if you do cool stuff. But if you're interested in open source version, openfga.dev does exactly the same thing. Lastly, Zanzibar.academy gives you a bit more information about the Google paper that they wrote and the way that they are dealing with fine-grained authorization, relationship-based access control. But my slides again. I'm really at the end of my talk now, so thank you very much, and yeah.
Thank you so much, Sam. And if you have any questions, you'll be at the Auth0 Octa booth the whole day, where you can play custom Pac-Man and get a Lego, so that's nice. Everyone loves Legos. Okay, one more talk, and I actually do not know who this speaker is, so I have no idea if they're here. So Esther, are you here, and can you come on stage? Hi. This actually ended up way better than I expected. Okay, cool. Okay, you in here still uses CSS-in-JS? Okay, cool. Yeah, like I used it for a long time. Ended up just using Tailwind now. I like Tailwind. I'm not gonna fight you on it. I don't care enough, but it's nice. I don't have any design skills, so it's nice. So Esther's gonna talk about a modern approach to CSS-in-JS, something that I'm actually really interested in. See if it gets me out of Tailwind. Yeah, so now I just have to make some small talk, so in case, so that it's not really awkward. Yeah, I took the bus here. It was like a fucking hour. That was nice. Woke up at like 7. I do like the buses here, though. People seem to complain a lot about the buses, but at least they're overground and I can breathe in them. You know what I mean? I don't know. The underground is just too underground. I don't know if that makes any goddamn sense. But it's like, I feel like there's a lack of oxygen down there. Oh, Daniel agrees with me. Oh, thank you, Daniel. Also, did anyone notice that the entire Nux 3 development cycle took as long as the pandemic? And I was expecting you to make that joke. You didn't, and now it's yours. You can take it to the next conference. It did. And I don't know if the pandemic is related to it. Like, a lot of things got delayed because of the pandemic. But yeah, it literally took as long as the pandemic. No, it's your joke now. Yeah, you can take it. That's fine. Yeah, that's, I don't really know what else to say. Really. Yeah, I woke up at like 3 a.m. 2 days ago and bought 2 Game Boys. And I figured it out in the morning with an eBay email, so that was nice. But on the other hand, I own 2 broken Game Boy Pockets that I intend to fix. So that's nice. And I think we figured this one out, so I don't have to do this again. I should have like a list of things that like I will talk about if this happens. And every conference I say I'm going to do it, and then I just don't do it. And then this happens again. Oh, we're not done yet. OK. Yes, 2 Game Boy Pockets. Cool. OK, please welcome Esther.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. I feel like the energy in the room is a bit down. So, hi, everyone. Awesome. So, it's a pleasure to be here. And yeah, I hope you've been having an amazing conference so far. Yeah? OK, so my talk is just about 15 minutes. So, please give me 15 minutes of your time. I really need you to give me the energy, and I'll be out of your face. So it's a pleasure to be here to speak about a modern approach to CSS-in-JS. My name is Esther Agbaje, and I work as a developer advocate at Chakra. You find me creating content on developer education, web development, and everything getting remote tech jobs. I'm also an open source advocate. I contribute to open source projects like Chakra UI. All right, so enough about me. Before we jump into today's talk, I would like to get a feel of the room regarding CSS-in-JS. So a quick show of hands if you genuinely do not like CSS-in-JS. And you're like, nah, this is not for me. A quick show of hands. OK, that's not too bad. That's a bit encouraging for me. How about if you're fine with any styling solution, CSS-in-JS, atomic classes, whatever, you're good to go, anything that gets the job done. OK, that's much better. And finally, those that are pro CSS-in-JS, you use CSS-in-JS for anything and everything, and your teammates have to use it with you. Yay! All right, so whichever category of folks you are, I'm happy you're on my talk. And the first thing I would like to say is CSS-in-JS is not a replacement for CSS. There's a lot of misconception, and folks think that CSS-in-JS is trying to replace CSS. In reality, CSS-in-JS is not a replacement for CSS. All we are trying to do is a way to make CSS more powerful and more flexible. So why is this even a thing, right? Why do we need to write our styles in our JavaScript code? CSS-in-JS brings many benefits, and one of these is collocation. And by collocation, I mean your styles and your components are in the same file. And this way, you no longer need to shuffle back and forth. It's easy to manage. Everything is in one place. Another benefit of CSS-in-JS is the fact that it gives us scope styles. And by scope styles, we no longer need to worry about class naming conflicts, which is really amazing. CSS-in-JS also gives us dynamic styles and type safety right out of the box. And personally, I love it because it just gives me excellent developer experience when I'm building applications. So let's take a step back to look at how CSS-in-JS has come over time. The very first CSS-in-JS library launched in 2014. It was called GSS. And after this, we've had the likes of Fella, styled components that launched in 2016, Cityjs, and a lot more. Now with GSS, the styling API looked pretty much like this. We have a function that writes styles for us, and then we're able to map this style into a class name. Now, styled components came and changed the whole API game by allowing us to actually create components while writing our styles. So here's how the API for styled components looked like. And then Cityjs came using the styled components API, but it took it to a whole new level by allowing us to create different variations of a single component. So this way, we are no longer creating one component. In many cases, a component will have different variations, right? So we are able to then create different variations of a single component, and I think this was really brilliant. So one thing is consistent throughout all the CSS-in-JS libraries. We see that we are pushing the boundaries of CSS-in-JS. This tells us that CSS-in-JS is not a trend. It's actually a way of rethinking how we write styles that are modular, more accessible, and more scalable over time. Now, when people think about CSS-in-JS, they think about it from the runtime perspective. Runtime CSS-in-JS is actually one approach to CSS-in-JS. So let's take a look at what happens during runtime CSS-in-JS. The first thing, after specifying your styles, which is what you see on the left of your screen, two things actually happen. The first thing is a class name is generated on that element, which is what we see here on the H1. And next, the second thing, CSS is actually injected into the browser when the page loads. And because of this, CSS-in-JS has gotten a poor reputation for bad performance. A lot of developers are like, nah, I don't want to use it because it doesn't work really well. And with the launch of React Server Components, this even makes things worse, right? A lot more folks are moving away from CSS-in-JS because of the poor performance. But the good news is things are changing. CSS-in-JS is moving from runtime to build time. CSS-in-JS is going from dynamic to static extraction. Now, for CSS-in-JS to work in a constantly evolving ecosystem, a lot of things are happening every single day in web development. Modern CSS-in-JS should embrace certain features, and the first of this is it should use the new CSS features like container queries, cascade layers, color mix, and a whole lot of what we see on the screen. So as CSS is evolving, CSS-in-JS should also evolve as it goes. Another thing that CSS-in-JS should have is the support for design token. And by design tokens, developers are able to define their styles in a single place and use these styles as tokens throughout their applications and components. CSS-in-JS should also support type safety for design tokens. And this is especially useful for teams that have design systems, so that anyone on your team that is writing styles and just uses a style that is not defined as a token, you immediately get an error. So you can see a red squiggly line on the font weight and the color property because someone is using a token that is not specified. Whereas with CSS-in-JS, you get type safety. You can set type safety for your tokens. And when you use tokens that are specified, everything looks really good. And this is what we want in our teams. Now, earlier I talked about the fact that CSS-in-JS is moving from runtime to build time and is going to static extraction. So static extraction is really where styles are extracted into a separate style sheet at build time. So this way, JavaScript no longer needs to evaluate these styles when the page loads. The styles are immediately accessible, right? And this is so useful. This means that when we write CSS-in-JS using the static extraction approach, we're able to get the developer experience from CSS-in-JS, and we're also able to get the atomic classes, which is what we get in terms of the output when writing regular CSS. So this way, we're able to combine the best of both worlds. So here's a CSS-in-JS library that I would like to talk about, Panda CSS. So Panda CSS is a build-time CSS-in-JS library that combines all the features of modern CSS-in-JS that we've looked at, right? And one of the things that makes Panda CSS stand out is the fact that it's not constrained or restricted to a single library or a single framework. It's framework agnostic, meaning that it works in any JavaScript library or any framework. And for me, this is one of the things that really make Panda CSS awesome. So the baseline when using Panda CSS is to write styles with a CSS function. Now, when we write styles with the CSS function, we can either use the object syntax or the template literal syntax. And when we write our styles, it just gets transformed to atomic CSS and atomic classes with post CSS. And the benefit of having atomic class names is that your style sheets get flattened over time, and there's no duplicated styles even when your project grows. So Panda CSS comes with a rich set of features, and today I'll be highlighting 3 features that make Panda CSS really helpful for me as a developer, and I think it will be helpful to you as well. These are features that developers will love. So the first of this is patterns. So think of patterns as shortcut to avoid repeating specifically art styles like flex, grid, and a whole lot more. So Panda CSS comes with its own set of defined patterns like H-stack, V-stack, and the great part of this is that you can actually create your own custom CSS pattern. Now to use patterns, here is a profile card at the top right corner. And it's a common card that we see, in our day-to-day. So for us to use Panda CSS patterns to actually create this profile card, the first thing we want to do is to import the patterns that we need. So here at the top, I'm importing circle to lay out the image and the content, the text content, and stack to stack out the text elements. So by H-stack, what we mean is that the elements within it are stacked horizontally, right? And there's a uniform spacing between them. So under the hood, H-stack actually is a flex box. And personally, I love using patterns because they just help me to move faster when developing UIs and applications or components. And the output of this is atomic classes, which is what we see. Now, the next feature of Panda CSS that I really, really love is the concept of recipes. So recipes are predefined styles for different component variations, right? So here's a button component. And the button component, we can see that it's in various variants, if I can say so. So for example, we have the purple color, which is like the primary variant, the green color, which is the secondary variant, and the white color, which is the neutral variant. And a lot of times, we see that buttons are also available in different sizes. So for us to create a recipe for our button, the first thing we need to do is to import the CVA function. So the CVA function is what allows us to create any recipe at all in Panda CSS. And then we are able to define the common or shared styles among all of these variants of a component. And this is what we define in the base key here. The next thing to do when creating a component, in this case a recipe, in this case a button recipe, is to define the specific styles for each variant. So this is defined in the variant key, or the primary key rather. And here we are defining the primary key, or the primary key background color as purple.300. We're also defining the hover background color as purple.400. And similar pattern you follow for any recipe variant that you're defining. And of course, use the recipe after defining it. You're immediately able to use it by passing it into the class name and defining the variant you want to use. And recipes are really a smart way to create dynamic styles of the same component. Now, style props in Panda CSS are a way to actually write styles by passing props to your components. And here is the profile card that we saw earlier using patterns. And we're able to create this profile card using components. So I'm using an H-stack component. And if you're wondering, all the patterns in Panda CSS also have their equivalent components. And me, I personally love using it because I like writing styles with style props. They just make me move a lot faster. It keeps my code clean, and it keeps it a lot more concise than using functions. And the output, as usual, is atomic classes. So Panda CSS is pushing the boundaries of CSS-in-JS as CSS-in-JS continues to evolve. We have our maintainers, we have our contributors, and we are also open to more contributors and maintainers. If any of the features I've talked about here really excites you, please feel free to check out Panda CSS. And yeah, thank you for coming to my talk, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Okay, everyone, feel free to go out for lunch. Let me just take a look. So lunch is 1 hour, so please be back at 2 p.m.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Yes, exactly. Like I got all these whistles. Make some noise because we're going to have some birds doing the noises in a bit. Okay, good, good. So, yes, Sarah is at the moment resting a little bit. So I'm just helping out with MC. The next speaker, actually, he's the one that helped me expand during the pandemic. He's the, like, should I say the Jim Carrey thing? Is it okay? Yeah. He's the Jim Carrey of JavaScript, I said to him yesterday. You see the guy. He's very funny, he's very, he was so active, and he's not just him, and his brother, and what was the company called? The Flexigo Bob. I can hear someone talking on the background. Yes, and during those days, we were doing like a lot of virtual stuff. And it was like, we had a conference with about 30 or 40 speakers. And that's how it grew up more. And yeah, he came from really far away. Like, how long is the train from where you?
5.5, 6 hours, depending on which train you get.
Okay.
Just keep going southwest.
And you're also teaching in the University of Plymouth. There's some students here, right?
Come on.
Yeah, so we got some students to come and see him live. So yeah, while we're doing that, what I want to say is that we have a lot of swag, and I don't want to take it home. I don't have space. I'm living in a one-bedroom flat, and there is no space for a swag. So please, go to the booths. Also, you know, if you go to the booths, we have like 30 books from Tejas, the Microfrontends books, and the TypeScript books. And you can win one of these books and sign it before you go. So if you go to the booths, they might ask you to sign up to their newsletter or take a picture with them, like a selfie. Who doesn't like selfies these days? People get killed about a selfie. They just drop themselves from cliffs. In like Greece, in Meteora. I don't know if you know Meteora. Yeah, so don't do selfies, but you can do it here, but not anywhere else. But yeah, go to the booths, get swag. I don't want to get anything home. I want to go after to the pub. We're going to announce soon a pub to go. Yes, we have to have a last drink before we go away and then come back next year and do the same thing, but maybe better. So yeah, I'm just going to pass you to the good hands of my friend here. And it's going to be a very, very good talk about some MIDI birds. This take the mic. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Can we give Aris a huge round of applause, please? He does so much work to make this conference happen, both here and around the world, and I don't feel like he gets enough applause throughout the day. Nice. Before I go any further, can I ask you to lock eyes with somebody close to you and come to the silent agreement that you're going to be getting up to something together before too long? Awesome. And with that, I can tell you are actually an audience. You are alive, and that means we can instantiate the audience for the demos that we're going to use later on. Because you have done some crowd participation already, we've set that to 1, which might give you an idea of what's to come. That number is going to increase. So this is MIDI Birds. It's one of my adventures in browser wonderland. That is Dexter the cat. That is That Seagull Bob, which is the namesake for my company. And you can connect with me in all of the usual places as Tony Edwards PZ. If you can't find me under that username, I don't want to be found, so leave me alone. So we're here today to talk about birdsong and web MIDI, and that's a very simple equation. It is one that can be expressed as a Venn diagram, and for the first part of this talk, we're going to dive into the MIDI part of it. Can I ask you to give me some kind of signal if you have heard of MIDI before? Oh, somebody's on the whistles already. I like it. Can I get another show of hands if you've heard a bird sing before? Good. I'm glad I cut all of those slides out last night. We are in the right room now, but it's important that we have the same shared definition. So what is MIDI? MIDI is an interface for passing around arrays. Now, while I've said musical things there, you might be surprised by some of the uses of MIDI. If you've seen a firework display, for example, that is controlled via MIDI, or a derivative of. If you've ever been to a theater and seen lights, these are controlled via a system called DMX, which is an extension of MIDI effectively. It was based upon that standard. MIDI became a thing thanks to lots of help from Roland in the 80s, and it was over the 80s that this API was, interface was standardized. For those of you of a certain age, though, I'm not talking about Roland Rat. I am talking about the keyboard manufacturer. Out of interest, how many of you have actually ever seen Roland Rat? Oh, good. My references are just creeping out of relevance. And that there is the first MIDI keyboard that was ever released to the market. And that revolutionized music. It put music in the hands of everybody at home. If you had a computer and you had enough money to buy a MIDI controller, you could make music. For geeks like me, the kind of stuff you would probably make is like this. And that's a great example of why they're called MIDI controllers. That is hooked up to a piece of software which is doing all of the legwork, and the controller is just sending a signal. A keyboard has everything in one. So a keyboard can be a MIDI controller, but a MIDI controller can't ever be a keyboard, because they're two different things. It revolutionized musical instruments. So it introduced a whole load of new types of instrument onto the market. And you'll see that they're not necessarily much like a keyboard. They're quite varied, and they are as weird and as wacky as going all the way up to wind instruments and Tesla coils. Now, that Tesla coil video is something to behold, but I don't have time to show it today. But at the end of the talk, I'll give a link to a blog post with a load of references for this talk. I highly recommend you go watch that video. It is a rabbit hole you will dive into. For today, though, we are going to be using a 25-key Akai controller, this one here. And it's kind of the entry level for this kind of stuff. So whenever I press a key on this controller, we get the message sent through. And that 3-item array contains the state, key, and velocity. So the state being on or off, the key being the key number that's been pressed, and then the velocity is the force with which it's been pressed. Quite simple. So when I press this key, the wrong demo is loaded, so the wrong sound effect played. But that would have sent this message to the piece of software. And then when I released it, it would have sent that. So it's just changing the state. The velocity would probably change as well, but not for that note. So this is a web conference. How does it work on the web? Well, not at all for 25% of the people on the web, unfortunately. It's nice to know that this has grown 4.5% in 7 years since it came out, 8 years. And I think that's just because Chrome adoption's gone upwards. But it doesn't matter. This is a personal project, and it works in Firefox behind a flag, and that's the only thing that I care about, really. I was told at last night's speaker dinner that I would be drop-kicked off the stage if I did not include any code in my talk. So this is all you're getting. Within that success handler, you would map an event listener to each key. Normally, it would just be one, but you can set different event listeners for different keys. And with that said, that's pretty much all of the MIDI covered. Okay? It's an interface for passing around numbers. Now, birds, on the other hand, they're not an interface for passing around numbers. How did they get into the mix? So they became a thing in my life over lockdown. I decided to take 500 days off of the world, by and large, and spent a huge amount of time sat in the garden. And when I was out in the garden, I would hear loads of birds shouting at each other over my head. Because that's what they're doing. They're effectively having arguments and battles and fights all around us, and they just sound like lovely little tweety things. I wanted to know what they were saying. But not even ChatGPT could do that for me, unfortunately. But I did find the BirdNet app. And the BirdNet app promises to be the easiest way to identify birdsong using an app. And it does that by creating a spectrogram. And a spectrogram is a visual representation of audio that is better for a computer to understand. And when we're using the app, we can just highlight certain sections and see what the bird is. By giving feedback, you're feeding back into a data set that is coming out of a university in Germany, Cologne, I think. And it's nice. I get a warm, squishy feeling from feeding back into an AI algorithm that isn't going to take all of our jobs. It's going to be a fun few years, folks. I was quite impressed by the results. Oh, I missed one. Sound people, I am definitely going to need sound. I'm going to give them 10 seconds to press some buttons and then do that again. We're definitely going to need sound. Here we go. Should we try it? We're going to give them a cheer if they get it right. No. No. This is going to be a terrible end to the talk. I can see there's a guy sat in a booth out there and he's got fear in his eyes. He's giving me signals. Oh, dear. So, you got the sound before, but not now. Oh, yeah, true, it was. OK, so that was me going, tweet, 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 tweet. And it did identify it as a human. You go for it. I'll keep rolling, though. These are rooks. They sound like, caw, caw, caw. They're doing all of that kind of stuff. All right? Oh, no.
I mean, the sound was working on the other thing. So
yeah, it's not coming out.
Something to do with, I don't know.
Don't worry, I can improvise this bit. This is the only, as long as the other bit works.
Okay, so let's do like this. Exactly.
That's fine.
And you can play.
Don't worry.
Yes, I'm putting the presentation on.
Okay, so this one was some birds going, doo, 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 doo. And then my girlfriend was saying, oh, that one's only got one leg, which I thought only happened to pigeons in London, but apparently happens everywhere. And the great thing about this one is this was a moment in our lives. So this was my girlfriend's first lunch break on a new job in her career. And we went and sat in the harbour, had a pasty, and we were listening to some birds there. It's become part of our life. Now, this one, if you could hear it, would be my neighbour shouting at his child across his garden, not a heron. There is a heron in the data set, though. So there is one in there. So it got 1, 2, 3 right, but not quite 100% right on the third one. Fourth one, completely wrong. But 60% right. I like those odds. We'll roll with it. The data set included birds like these. These are quite common ones. You might want to remember those front row. And we put these into a JSON structure. And with that JSON structure, we've now got something that we can use to interface with that web API, MIDI API. So what we're going to do is play a game. We're going to drive it from our MIDI controller. And we're going to do it in teams. So this is the point in the proceedings where I have to split you in half down here and say that you're all team A, you're all team B, and judging by the difference in size, you lot have got to pick things up, all right? You've really got to put some effort into this, because you are outnumbered and outgunned. I'm going to need team representatives, and I've got 2 prepared. So Sam and Luke, can we give Sam and Luke a huge round of applause when they come up? Come on, now's your time, gentlemen. Now's your time. While we're doing some stuff, do you remember that person that you locked eyes with? I want you to just take a few seconds while we're scrambling between demos and share some bird names. There's been 10 or 11 in this talk so far, but if you know any that aren't in that data set, now's the time to share them. So I'll give you a few seconds to just share while we do our thing.
All right.
Okay, so I love that ripple in the audience. There's lots of ornithologists in here, apparently. I love it. Okay, so this runs from a server, and for security reasons, you have to interact with the DOM. So I've got a button here with my job description on. Just so you know, WebMIDI is possibly the biggest security hole in your web browser. So if your browser doesn't have it, it's actually a good thing, to be completely honest. Luke, would you mind pressing a key on the keyboard on the controller and seeing what happens? Any of the Okay. So that was one. Press another one. Tweet, 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 tweet. Oh, dear. Cool. There's noise coming out. We'll go with that. So, our first game. If you knew Roland Rat, chances are you're going to know this. This is going to be Flock Fortunes, which is a complete and total rip-off of Family Fortunes. Has anybody here seen Family Fortunes before? Thank God for that. If you haven't, this is going to be a long 5 minutes. So, can I get the pair of you? One on this side, very carefully not to fall off the stage. You're going to need that key. And you're going to need that key. And in a second, I'm going to ask you a question, and it's the fastest answer wins. So, when asked to self-identify, what birds were most seen in my garden? Fastest one wins. Yes. Seagull? Seagull. Oh, geez, I haven't got my notes up. Give me 1 sec. Give me a sec. You are right. There are seagulls in there. But I can't remember which one it is. Yes. You got 22 points. Well done, Sam. Okay. So, yeah, go on. Give him a round of applause. So you've got control of the board now. You can let go of the key. What other bird do you think that we found in my garden? And you can ask the audience if you want.
A collared dove.
A collared dove. He's doing good for you, folks. He's doing good. Do you want to try another one?
How should I ask the audience? Just
go for it. Shout out some birds, folks. Pigeon. You've done pigeon. I've heard a few.
Oh, yes, wren.
A wren. No. Control goes over to team A. Luke, what birds would you like? Robin. Second place. Another one. No, there were no penguins in my garden. Oh, top point. If this was a real show, you'd have just won a prize. Can you complete the set with the third? I'll give you a clue. It begins with D. I'm going to take it. He said Dunnock, he didn't hear it. Fantastic. No, I don't have any ducks either. So far, Team A has 150 and Team B has 48. So Team B, you've got some catching up to do. Your numbers are not doing you much good. Fantastic. So now we can switch over to the second game. And this one's even more fun. You're not supposed to laugh at the idea that this is fun. So this is play your cards right, or play your birds right. And the idea of this game is to move from left to right, left to right, across the board, and saying whether the next bird has a higher number of sightings than the previous one. Okay? And the audience are going to shout out higher or lower to help you. Did you hear that? You're all going to shout out higher or lower to support your team. I do need to ask you a question, though, first, to decide who goes. No buzzes. You are in the lead at the moment, so you get to answer first. In 2015, herring gulls, the common seagull, joined the birds conservation list as one of the most rapidly declining species in Europe. But by what percentage did that population decline in the 20 years leading up to it?
Is this on my own, or can I...
On your own. You can ask for help if you want. It's a number between 1 and 100.
7?
7. Bad choice. Yeah. Higher or lower than 7?
Higher.
Higher. Congratulations. You're team A, aren't you? Dunnock. So the fabled Dunnock. So right now, you get to choose another bird. I would like you to select a key from here and press and hold it down. That will be your choice, and it will reveal your bird. Any of them. A long-tailed tit. Do you think there were fewer or, no, a higher number of long-tailed tits or a lower number of long-tailed tits?
Then the Dunnock.
Than the Dunnock.
I say lower.
Lower. Do we agree, team? Someone said no. 19. But you were right to do that. Well done. Choose your next bird. Collared dove. I love the static replacement for the beautiful bird song that I spent 5 months recording. So we've got a collared dove. Do you think there was a higher number or a lower number? And team, shout out, give him some help. Higher or lower?
Higher, of course.
Higher, we reckon higher. So we've locked that in, and 26, we're on a roll. Choose your next bird. Any bird, except that one. A wood pigeon, you're sticking with the pigeons. Higher or lower than a collared dove? Higher. They're getting into this. You're good. I think you might catch up. You're wrong. That means control goes over to you, Luke, with Team B. Great tit. Choose your bird. Any bird. But not that one. Or that one. Cold tit. Great. Do you think there were a higher number or a lower number?
Higher.
Higher. Do we agree, team? Higher. No, control goes back to you. We've removed the pigeon. You get to choose another bird. Any bird.
Let's see if this one works.
But not that one. Are you like all just pressing the same key? A buzzard. Nice bird. Do we think there were more or less, higher or lower number of buzzards than?
I think I know this one. Yep, lower.
Lower. Yes, this could be the winner. This could be the winner. So you're going to pick a bird, and the crowd is going to go so wild with telling you their answer. Pick a bird. Any bird. Oh. What do we say? It's your choice.
Ooh, I'm going to say higher.
Higher. Ah. 2. Ah, what a shame. Goes back to you, Luke. Pick a bird. Any bird. A raven. Higher or lower than 18?
Higher.
Higher. Wrong. Oh, we're running out of birds now. Come on. Not that one. Or that one. A rook. Higher or lower than a rook? I'm going to give you a clue. I have a flock of rooks.
Well, higher.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you very much. So, Team A, you've got 40 there. Team B, you've got none. Ooh. Let's see your total scores. Team A, you are the winners. Give yourselves a huge round of applause. And give our participants a round of applause as they go back to their seats. The bad thing about demos is it resets your timer to 0 as a speaker. It doesn't help. So welcome back. We're nearly at the end of the talk, okay? And again, that's Dexter having a cute little stroke. So we've covered the birds, okay? You've seen the craziness we can get up to with birds. And that was one half of the Venn diagram. We briefly touched on MIDI, which was the other half of the Venn diagram. And for better or worse, we looked at that intersection. And by the way, the only thing in that intersection is this talk and one song on Bandcamp. Now, we were asked to give a message for this kind of talk, and I don't know, it could be to connect to the nature cycle of some sort. It could be to be more reflective of yourself. I could say be bored, but I think overall, you should just have fun, okay? And I think Jason, thank you. One person wants to have fun. I think we've got a talk rounding off the day about having fun with technology, so I won't dive too much into that. All that is left said is that you have been absolutely awesome, but it's time to set you to null and let you be garbage collected. Much like Dexter, this talk is now packed safely away in the box. I have been Tony Edwards. You have been awesome. Thank you very much for your attention. I still need my slides, thank you. So if you want references, that's where they are. I believe this is the end of the talk. Our host is not coming up. Dear me. You don't like birds. You don't like birds, but do you like to... I just don't like seagulls. You don't like seagulls? Would you like your own bird song?
Does it involve seagull sounds?
No.
Then yes.
Then yes. Fantastic. So, you've all got some whistles, right? And all of these different colors have different notes. So we're going to create our own bird song just for Sarah. We're going to direct you to do it, and in order to do that, I'm going to ask some Plymouth University representatives to come up to the stage. Can we give them a quick round of applause? So, get yourselves in that order. Pink, yellow, green, blue. No, pink, yellow, red, green, blue. Okay, we'll start with pink. If you've got a pink whistle, get it at the ready. So, pink, give us a 1 second blast. Okay. Yellow. Red. Aris, these are not different notes. Oh dear. Green. Blue. Okay, we're not going to be able to get you a song, unfortunately. They are all actually the same. I think he did. I think he did. So we're going to pretend they're different notes. And we're going to do a 1 second, 1 second, 2 second, 1 second, 1 second, 2. Did I say 2 or 1? 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Okay? Are you listening? So with that color, on the count of 3, we're going to run down the line and do it. So 1, 2, 3. This seemed like a brilliant idea at 4 a.m. this morning. Okay. So we'll have to use a different way to charm Sarah up onto the stage, okay? Sarah has been your amazing host all day.
Just tell me you don't like seagulls and I'll go.
And much like... What? No.
They have never pooped on you, have they?
No, they eat out of my hand, though. So, I'm going to ask you to give the biggest round of applause of the day to the hardest working person at this conference today. But going by the round of applauses so far, you're going to need help. So I'm going to guide you in doing this. We're going to build up to it, okay? So I want you to start just tapping your legs. Make some noise, okay? And now add in your feet. Okay? And now I want you to quietly start cheering. Quietly. Come up. Come up. And now get ready to applaud and blow your whistle for Sarah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good luck in your studies. Gen Z, thank you. Oh, round of applause for Gen Z. And TikTok. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was a great talk. I'm happy you like seagulls. That's what. And yeah, fair. Fair. They never stole your food, I see. Okay. I see that everyone is more excited now, or just awake because of the screaming, but the food was pretty good, so that's nice. And also, I'm sorry I lied and told you that we started at 2. But to be fair, I assumed it. And also, I was outside when it actually started, so I also got fucked over, so it's fine. As a family. Okay, come. That was weird. Come, you can come, Roy. An adult man, not a, yes. I promise you, this is not because I'm a lesbian. I'm just very weird. I wouldn't, yeah, fair. Okay, what? The last one was what? Oh, that's what I mean, right? Okay, so Roy is going to be talking about generative AI for developers, and we can already see that there's going to be some code in it. Or he forgot to close VS Code. We'll find out. So, are you ready? Okay. He's not ready.
Oh, I have a mic now.
Oh, he has a mic now. Yes. Okay, everyone, please welcome Roy Dirks.
Thank you.
He wasn't ready.
I was almost ready, but my slides burned. Thank you. So this talk will be about generative AI for web developers. So I'd like to emphasize it's for web developers and not for data scientists, and you'll see why in a bit. But first, I'm happy to be back. I've been at some of these Cityjs conferences, and it's nice to see that they're growing every year. And this year I also did a workshop on Gen AI, so I got some new inspiration for this talk from the attendees there as well. So I'd like to say a lot has changed in how we use AI in software development, or basically software development has changed because we're using AI now. I was thinking back about the things I've been doing in my career or in learning stuff, and in 2016 I was actually doing a training around machine learning. And if you look on the right side, you can basically see what I was learning during this course. I was learning how to distinguish these Chihuahua dogs from actually blueberry muffins. And this was AI in 2016. So 8 years ago, we weren't able to answer questions about cities or your career or whatever you need to do next whenever a bird shits on you, like those ones we saw there. It was mathematics, statistics, computer science, and you need to know all these things in order to actually get some inspiration from AI. And if you look at what it's doing today, or it has been doing for the past 1-2 years, it's something simpler, and it's something that, at least to us, feels simpler. Under the hood, it's still doing all those complicated things for which you need to be really smart, which I don't think I am, or at least maybe I am some days. So today, it's all GPTs and code assistants and AI making our life easier rather than helping us to figure out the difference between two types of images that look alike, or maybe a type of text that looks like a different type of text. So my name is Roy. I've been doing tons of stuff. I've been doing a lot with React and GraphQL and TypeScript in the last few years. And for the past 2 years, I've been doing a lot of things around AI and Gen AI. And I also like to say I've been doing AI all my life because I've been writing if-else statements since well, basically the first line of code I wrote. So if you want to know more about me, feel free to find me on some of these channels and connect with me, but I'll be here all day as well. So to go back to how AI has changed things we do, I'd like to say it has changed how developers write code. So I'd like to get some hands for developers that are using code assistants or are using GPTs in their work. Oh, that's great. So that's almost all of you. And then I hope your company isn't limiting you in using it, or maybe if you're studying, you're not limiting in using these code assistants yourself. But then I've got a follow-up question, which might be a bit more, well, a bit more difficult to answer. So do you actually know what's happening when you ask a question to these GPTs or when you're typing in your terminal? Do some of you have actually built connections to AI themselves? Well, I see some small hands. That's good. That's good. So let's look at a typical setup for a GPT. You have your question, which is maybe asked by a human or maybe asked by a different system. And then you have an answer that is coming from the LLM. So there are things happening in between. And it looks like most of you don't know what's happening in between, or maybe you can make an educated guess on what's happening in between. So what's happening in between is still the old things. You need to know machine learning, or there needs to be a model somewhere running, either trained by you or trained by someone else. You need to know about computer science, about statistics, and about math. And the good thing is, at least the good thing about these LLMs and these GPTs that are built on top of them, you don't have to be a data scientist today in order to work with them. Not only from interfacing with an LLM by asking a question and getting an answer, but also when you build applications on top of these LLMs, or you build integrations with LLMs, you no longer need to be a data scientist. Of course, it's good to know what you're doing, but you don't need to have this solid understanding of statistics anymore. So instead, I can say we can all be AI engineers. And when I talk about AI engineers, you can probably call it all sorts of things. So the way I think about it, and there are some other people that are thinking similar things, so I stole a bit from them, and I came up with my own definitions as well. So an AI engineer to me is a developer that works with an LLM rather than a developer that develops an LLM. If you're developing LLMs, you're probably a data scientist or a data engineer or something in that category. Whereas an AI engineer is someone working with the LLM, either building stuff on top of them, building stuff around it, or maybe influencing your day-to-day job with information coming from these different LLMs. And this is all possible because we have these foundation models. So to look back at what I showed you in 2016, if you were using a model, you had to train this model yourself, or someone trained the model on a very specific use case. So I trained a model to distinguish these chihuahuas from blueberry muffins. But these foundation models are trained on basically anything. So these are encyclopedias that can answer all sorts of questions, and some of them are fine-tuned later on for specific use cases. But because these things are so broad, you can use them for basically anything. And if you, as a developer, like to interface with these different models, there's lots of choices you can make. There are open source models, there are closed source models, there are models that are available through all sorts of providers, and then there's models that only run locally in your computer. So there is someone here, and I think Google actually rebranded them to Gemini. So all these models are available somewhere, either really cheap or by getting them to run on your own systems. But as a developer, you're almost never directly interfacing with these models, because it would mean you need to have it running somewhere where you can access it directly. So typically, you would interact with these through APIs or SDKs. And if you're looking at providers of these models, you can typically find that they have REST APIs or SDKs that you can use. But today I'll be showing you how LangChain works, and LangChain is actually a collection of SDKs, or it's one SDK, but it's an SDK that has a collection of functions to interface with these models, and a lot of abstractions, so you don't need to build all these nitty-gritty details yourself. So we'll be using some LangChain, and then we'll be using this in a, not an Angular application, but basically any JS front end you can imagine. Because it's an SDK, it's just JavaScript. Could also be Python, but I'm assuming most of you are not working with Python. So in your JS front end, you can work with the LangChain SDKs, and then these SDKs will make sure there's a connection to all these different LLMs. And the good thing is also these are abstractions, so you can swap out one LLM with the other in case you decide to move to a different provider at some point. So this means every developer, including yourself, can start developing AI applications. And the only thing you need to do is install some stuff from NPM, which I'm pretty sure you can all do. There's the core LangChain library that has most of the things you need, and then per LLM provider, there would be a separate library within the OpenAI within the LangChain namespace that you can use to install the connection to those specific providers. And there are multiple patterns to actually go from question to an answer. I'm pretty sure you all heard about prompt engineering and writing prompts and how it's different from just asking a question, but actually asking a question in a structured way with a set of instructions to get better results. So prompt engineering is basically this. And if you're using ChatGPT and you're just typing your question there, you're actually writing a prompt inside a prompt if you think it's prompt engineering to type stuff in ChatGPT. So a prompt is natural language, which is the language we all speak. And this language will describe the task the LLM should undertake. If you're asking a question to ChatGPT, it actually has a prompt defined already, and your question is just part of that prompt. So prompt engineering is the process of structuring these prompts in a way that you'll get the best possible answer to your question, at least based on your preferences. Because it's always an educated guess to figure out if the answer is any good. There's a whole range of tools you can use in order to figure out if the results are good, but that's a different talk. So typically it will work like this. You ask your question will be injected into a prompt, and this prompt will include your question and instructions. And this will all go to the LLM, and the LLM will give you the answer to your question by using the prompt instructions as well. So an example could be, instead of asking ChatGPT, like, what places should you visit in London, you can also tell it to take the role of a personal travel assistant. And by doing so, it will try and tailor to your question in the way that a personal travel assistant would do. And this is something we call zero-shot prompting, because you're asking a question and you're going to assume the LLM will give you the answer in a somewhat desirable format. But quite often you'll get something weird. You get inconsistent answers. One time it will be 200 tokens, and tokens is not characters. So let's say one time you'll get a 200-character response, and the other time it will be 400. And maybe at some point the LLM could tell you, you shouldn't visit London, because maybe the LLM feels like it's not a good place to visit. So zero-shot prompting is something you can easily implement in LangChain. I'm going to spare you the details of this code because I'm showing an example later on that's a bit more advanced. But it's basically all concentrated around importing stuff from LangChain. And the SDK is pretty complete. And let's say these are 10 lines of code in order to interface with an LLM from a JavaScript application. But there are more more complex things you can do. So instead of zero-shot prompting, which is fine if you're just asking a question and you don't really care about the response, there's something which we call end-shot prompting. And you can also call it few-shot prompting. But this is a scenario where you would ask the LLM a question, and in your prompt you will define some examples. Because maybe you want to have the best restaurants in Amsterdam, which is the city where I live. But you want the LLM to structure it in such a format where it comma separates 3 of the best restaurants it can find. And maybe if you ask it what's the best time of the year to visit the Netherlands, you don't want it to respond you don't want a response to just be summer or April or May or whatever thing you can think of. You want it to be a sentence that explains the best season for tourists to visit the Netherlands is XYZ. And by providing these examples, you're going to force the LLM to structure their responses to your examples that you include in the prompt. So this is very powerful, and when I was running the workshop, we were actually showing how you can work with this to phrase your results in such a way that you can also integrate it in applications. Because, as I said before, LLMs will come up with their own solutions to your problems. They're going to come up with something that might be the most desirable for most people, but not for your specific use case. So by doing this few-shot prompting or end-shot prompting, you can force the LLM to be more reliable for your specific use case. So if you want just one word to be returned, you can give it some examples that include just one word in the response. And there are way more examples of prompt engineering. If you're working with ChatGPT and you're asking multiple questions, you're probably doing chain of thought prompting. So this is where you ask a question, a follow-up question, you're maybe giving different scenarios, which could be tree of thoughts. There's also React prompting, where you are going to rely on some tools, and there's all sorts of prompting. There's a prompting guide, which you can find using this QR code, which explains how to do all these different things, and there might be some examples in there that you can try out yourself as well. But prompt engineering is a whole different world. And I sort of feel like when ChatGPT started, everyone was saying in a few years we'll all be prompt engineers or senior prompt engineers, or whatever you like to call it. I think we're going faster than that, and in a few years we maybe don't even care about prompt engineering anymore, because we're all writing our own applications, and prompting has become as simple as writing a function somewhere. So moving on, you probably want to give the LLM some additional context in order to best answer your question. Because that's one thing I often do in all these different code assistants or ChatGPTs. I'm going to give them some example code or some example text that I want them to summarize, or I want them to get some basic points out of there. And this is something you can also do by integrating the LLM through a LangChain or a different open source library, or as a service library, because there are multiple around, with information coming from a vector database. And this is something we call RAG, which is Retrieval Augmented Generation. So this is where you make the LLM context aware of your own data. And there's multiple ways to make LLMs context aware. You could also fine-tune a model, but this is quite expensive and will take you a long time. Or you could provide all your documents directly in your prompt. But this can also be really expensive and can lead to very long leading times. So it looks something like this. I'm not going to go over all these different steps. And this is heavily simplified, by the way. If you're building RAG applications yourself, you probably know there's much more to it than just this, but this is a good starting point. So when you ask your question, it will be turned into embeddings. It's just basically a vectorization of your question. And I could explain all this, but I also want to be considerate of other people's time. But basically, it vectorizes your questions, so you can use semantic search in a vector database to find relevant context. And in this vector database, there would be data that you uploaded yourself. So this could be documents, it could be invoices, it could be data coming from your CRM or your CMS. And then the vector database will find the most relevant bits of data and inject it into your prompt. So your prompt is now no longer a set of instructions and your question, but it also includes relevant data that the LLM can use to best answer your question. So this will all go to the LLM, and then you will get your response back. There's some nitty-gritty details in there, and one of the most important things in there is the vector database. To be honest, I don't think you'll see big improvements if you switch to different vector databases, because in the end, they're all more or less the same. Some might be better, some might be worse, some might be easier for you to use, and some might be easier to use for someone else. But it's an important part here because it will help you to only condense the data to the parts that are actually relevant to your question. So before, you need to chunk your data into smaller pieces. You will store this in the vector database, and then later on you can retrieve it using semantic search. So you can say this could also be a data engineering task if you work at a very big company. But because these tools became so easy today, it could be as simple as calling a REST API with your documents, or putting it in a S3 bucket and then uploading it in a vector database. So maybe 5 years ago or 10 years ago, this would be a data engineering task. I say today this is something everyone that knows how to write code can do themselves. And LangChain can do all this for you. So I created a small example, and now I'm going to actually go back to VS Code. So I didn't have it on purpose, but let's see if it's the correct code. So I'll be going here. So this is one JavaScript file, and let's say it's pretty long. It's like 120 lines of code. I'm doing a couple of things here. I'm importing a bunch of libraries, and I'm setting up a connection to OpenAI because this is the model I'm using. But you can swap it out for basically any model that's available on the internet. You can define which model you're using, and you can also set the temperature. So this will help the LLM in determining how creative it should be or how strict it should be in answering your question. The first step is sort of storing my data in a vector database, and I'm using an in-memory vector database because I'm lazy and I didn't want to set up a remote connection to something else, or run a local vector database. I'm importing some data, which is just a text file that contains information about Amsterdam, which is the city I live in, and I'm storing this in my in-memory vector database. And then to actually get an answer based on what I have in my vector database, I need to write a prompt, and in this prompt I'm going to tell the LLM that I want to answer my question only using the relevant data. Because there's something in LLMs that you might have heard about, which is hallucination. So this is where the LLM gets creative. It tries to come up with an answer. You maybe noticed from some of your friends that think they know everything, and then they just tell you things that aren't incorrect, but you don't really know, so you just accept these things to be the truth. We don't want the LLM to do this, so we're going to tell the LLM only answer it based on the provided context. Then whenever you ask your question, I'm going to retrieve it from the vector database, and then somewhere here my question will be injected. So if I run this code, and I'm going to share the repo with you later. I don't think I have actually a link to it, but that's fine. So this is my my sample GPT to it. I will share the repo in a bit. And when I ask a question here, like what are the highlights in Amsterdam? I see you have some typos in there. Then it will take my question, vectorizes it, goes to the vector database, tries to find relevant context based on data I uploaded, and then passes this into a prompt to the LLM. It's a bit slow, but I hope my answer will be here. And here you can see it answers my question based on the relevant context. You actually want to test this for things like groundness or level of hallucination if you actually start using this. But you can also go to your data and figure out if it's there. So I can test this by see if my prompt engineering trick worked and only ask it to answer questions based on the data it has. So my data only has information on Amsterdam. So you can now see when I ask about London, it says it has no information on London because my data is about attractions in Amsterdam. So LangChain does all this for you in a couple of lines of code, and I'm going to share the repo with you, promised. But RAG is not the only way to make LLMs context aware. You can also do training and fine-tuning of your own models, which takes long and is expensive. So RAG is like a really good case, especially for us web developers or JavaScript developers, or hopefully TypeScript developers, to build your own AI applications and make LLMs context aware at the same time. We can also look at code assistants, but as most of you have been using those, I'm just going to skip it. Because most of the time I just use it to write tests. And I hope you do something similar because I hate writing tests and this just makes it easier. So the net of all my talking has been building AI applications is just like building any application. Because there are these abstractions, there are APIs to help you do all of this. And this just made it a whole lot simpler. Because you no longer need to be a data scientist, create your own machine learning models. You just interface with large language models that were trained by big companies that hopefully know how to do this. And the only thing you have to do as a web developer, JavaScript developer, is making sure you write code around it to get useful use cases. So that was my talk. Thank you. And if you're around, come and say hi. Do we do questions? All right.
Do you have time? Do you want to do questions?
Do we have time to do questions?
I don't know because time's over wonky.
We're 30 minutes. 30 minutes over.
Okay. Do you want one question?
Yeah, I can take one question.
Okay, does anyone have one question? Go.
Oh yeah, to give you some examples of vector databases, there's a whole lot of them. There's like Milvus, you can use Elasticsearch as a vector database. There's PG Vector, if you're using Postgres, you can just figure things out in that way. There's, I would advise you to go to the docs of LangChain and just find the supported ones. That's probably a good way to get started. Okay, thank you.
Can you use that or laptop with your mic? You don't need the
Oh, it's actually fucked. Okay, that's cool. I thought it was just off. I think it ran out of batteries. Okay, so it is with great pleasure that I present you the pride of my country, and it's not Ronaldo. He has gone very downhill lately. Yes, so please welcome Daniel Afonso.
Hello. There's a microphone, so this is working. Hello, everyone. How's the energy level? Okay, we'll try to fix that throughout this thing, hopefully. So, let's start this thing. This is an AI-generated image, as you probably can see, because no one would draw this and all the text is messed up. But this image is here to tell you something. It's here because, well, going to conferences sometimes can be a bit overwhelming. At least that's my experience, or it was. You start hearing all these topics, all these keywords, and you don't always understand what the heck they mean. Well, you might have an idea, but it's still not fully there. And there's a reason for that. The reason is because you're missing the mental model. Now, you might be wondering, okay, what the heck is this thing called mental models? Well, mental models are basically the images or the process in your mind that you associate with something. For instance, if I tell you the word sleeping, in your mind you'll have the process formed on at least what sleeping means to you. Now, I want to tell you some fun facts about me. I really like comic books. I have more comics that I can read. At this point, I have probably over 400 issues piled up by my desk, so I can read them eventually. But I really like comic books, and you might be wondering, what does this have to do with these conferences, and what the heck you were just saying? Well, I thought about something. I thought about what if I brought my love for comic books, I got these mental models of stuff that I was struggling with, and I got them together to build a nerdy guide to the web trending concepts. Now, let me just introduce myself real quickly, because my name is not enough. I'm Daniel Afonso. I'm working as a developer advocate at this company called OLX. I'm an AGEDIO instructor, and I'm part of the DX team of this very cool thing called Solid.js. You also can find me on media, on paper, on this book that I wrote, or in this workshop that I did called An Introduction to the Testing Library. More actively right now, I'm maintaining a newsletter that it started like 2 months ago. The latest issue just came out this week, which is this month in Solid. So if you want to get caught up on Solid, know what happens every month, there's just a new issue, because if you're not aware, we just released the first RC for Solid Start, the V1. So that's pretty exciting. But that's not what I came here to talk about. And I just want to make a disclaimer real quickly. In this talk, you're going to see characters that are owned by Marvel or DC Comics. And the reason why this disclaimer is there is so that they don't sue me. Please don't. This is just for educational purposes. And you still might be confused on how this talk will work. And this is probably the time that I'm going to explain it to you. Because as I'm speaking right now, I still have no idea what I'm going to speak. I have a basic idea, but you're going to decide what's going to happen on this stage from this point on. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to give you a list of topics that you can pick from. There's 3 topics. For time purposes, I'm going to let you pick 2. And after each topic, you select the topic. How are you going to select the topic, first of all? Well, we have the whistles, so we can try to make use of it. Let's try to make some noise here when we get there. I see someone there being like, please don't. I'm sorry. It's going to be very, very quick, hopefully. But what we're going to do is I'm going to tell you, beginning, first 3 topics. and I'm going to try to rank them from 1 to 3. So if you want that topic, you're going to whistle very hard. And if you don't whistle very hard. And then we come back and we do the same process. And for the selected topic, then we're still going to whistle again. So the person that was getting a bit sad about the whistle, I'm sorry again, because then I'm going to show you 2 characters, one from Marvel and one from DC. And you're going to vote on which one you want. Depending on the one you vote, the one you want, I'm going to tell you a comic book story to explain that technical topic. That's pretty much how it's going to be. That's why I said I still have no idea on how it's going to happen. See, I had a clap here. I should have put a whistle animation. But it is what it is. And this is basically what's going to happen. I'll tell you a comic book story. And then after I wrap up the comic book story, we're going to go over the technical explanation on what the heck has just happened. So, for today, I have 3 topics that you can pick. You're going to have to pick 2. But we're going to start with 1 first. So, and then we come back and you vote again. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to read these 3 names, and you're going to whistle if you want that topic. The one that's the loudest is the one that I start with. Okay, everyone on the same point? Okay, so I'm going to start reading. Who wants hydration? Okay. Who wants fine-grained reactivity? Okay, cool. Who wants resumability? Okay, I might be biased, but fine-grained reactivity was louder to me here on stage. So let's start with that one. Let me just click here, because this has links, and I need to click it, so I go to the right slides. Okay, fine-grained reactivity, I'm going to give you 2 characters. One from Marvel and one from DC. From Marvel, and wait, there's going to be a story with the Watu and the Watchers. From DC, there's going to be a story with Batman when he got in the Mobius chair after the Darkseid War. So, whistle if you want to watch or listen the Watcher story. Whistle if you want to watch the Batman story. Fun fact, I think I only delivered the Watchmen story once, the Watchers, because everyone loves Batman. I wonder why. I also really like Batman, in case you haven't noticed. So, this is where I put my storyteller hat, and I'm going to try to tell you a story. Please don't fall asleep. This is not a bedtime story. It's a technical story, and the idea is, after we wrap this up, we go over the technical topic. So, let me get ready. After sitting in a Mobius chair, Bruce had power. You see, there's this chair called the Mobius chair, as I just mentioned, and it used to belong to this entity called the Anti-Monitors. And this chair allowed Batman to travel to time and dimensions. But it also allowed Batman to do something. He could see it all that has passed, all that will pass, and all that is passing. I read that on the wrong order. How does he do that? Now you might be wondering. Well, the chair allows Bruce to do it thanks to this thing called time points and time derivations. Now, you might be wondering, okay, what the heck are time points? What the heck are time derivations? Well, time points are points in time where specific events happen. They contain this event. Now, time derivations on the other side around is what that event might transpire if, for some reason, the original event changed, if something happened to the timeline. Time derivations are a bit harder to create, they're a bit more expensive, but, well, they are helpful sometimes. And they depend on the original time point, because if you do a change there, it affects the other. Okay. Now, every time this time point changes, they will tell Bruce, but he knows something. He doesn't want to change the past. Well, if you can travel to the past, you probably would change something, but Bruce doesn't want to do it, because there's all the storyline that made him become who he is, that made him become the Batman. So he won't change the past. Now the present and the future, God, like, he can save so many people, and it's because of these time points and these time derivations. You see, every time the time points change, Bruce knows. They tell him that because of the chair, they got the power, and they tell him how the time point changes. And thanks to this, Bruce can ensure that nothing bad will ever happen again. You see, if for some reason a time point tells Bruce that in the timeline the rogues are attacking Central City, well, then Bruce will do something. In this case, he might send the flash, and the flash goes in, and he stops it. This changed the original time point, but it also changes the time derivation. That's why there was that flashing. And something else happens. Imagine that for some reason, Bruce finds out that Mr. Freeze is robbing Ace Chemicals. Time point tells Batman, so Batman says, okay, let's send Robin and Red Hood. And they go ahead and they take care of the issue. Now, and this, because of these changes, this effect, this will change the original time point, but it will also cause a time derivation to change. So there's always changes happening to the timeline because of these things. If for some reason Bruce finds out that Metallo will attack the Daily Planet, well, why not just prepare and notify Superman to be ready so that he can handle it? And what will happen after is, you guessed it, a time point changes, and so does a respective time derivation. Soon, Bruce became obsessed with this. He had all the power. He could stop crime even before it happening. This got so bad that we got to this point where the GCPD, the Gotham City Police, couldn't hold even more criminals. There were so many people getting locked up. So, what happened next? You see, the Mobius chair was built for God. And Bruce was a normal human. And this took a toll on him. Now, you might be thinking, okay, what happened next? Well, if you want to know more, this story is actually based on the original storyline. So you can get this comic book run, which is the Justice League from 2015, started on issue 42, and you'll get the rest of the story. Now, the fun part begins. Where's the fine-grained reactivity in this? How? What did I just spend here telling you about Batman traveling to time or not traveling to time and having stopping crime? Well, before we talk about fine-grained reactivity, let's just focus on something. Let's focus on reactivity. You see, reactivity is a programming pattern that lets you set a behavior that will automatically react to data changes. This is the Wikipedia definition of reactivity. Now, fine-grained reactivity. What does this bring to the table? You see, when you say that the system is fine-grained reactive, you're saying that this is using a reactivity pattern that's built on top of these primitives. Signals, effects, and memos. And it also tells you something, because these primitives allows the framework to know exactly where an update will happen and or where the update needs to happen. That's what I meant here, sorry. But it also tells you something. Because of this, the framework doesn't need to run any code to detect updates. Now, as you might be aware, and because I've mentioned it already, one of the frameworks that's famous and got very popular because of popularizing signals, it's not Knockout, it's Solid. This code that you're seeing here is Solid.js code. If you do React, you might be very familiar because pretty much the same syntax, it just changes some things. And let's just talk about signals real quickly. Because in its essence, signals are event emitters that have getters and they have setters. And they hold a value. This is the most stripped down of all things definitions for signals. That's what they are. Now, signals by itself, they are very interesting, but by itself, just by this code, it seems like, okay, we have count, we have set count, it holds a value, and it displays it. That's interesting. But they need something to make them really, really good, which are effects. And effects are basically functions that will subscribe to these signals. And the way this thing works is, every time a signal changes, it tells this effect, and the effect runs. And the code that we're seeing here, we have two effects. One is done by the createEffect function, which basically is subscribing to the count signal. Every time count changes, this signal tells the effect, and effect runs. Now, one thing that I forgot to tell, and I should have said before, is that in this case, in Solid, there's no re-renders. The function only runs once, and all of these things only runs once, but signals are what prevents, what allows the framework to rerun these effects and do another thing, because in this code I just told you there are two effects. There's what I call an explicit effect, because we're calling createEffect, and that is what's called an implicit effect. Because I just told you, a function only runs once. The component only renders once. So how will that count change? Because we're setting this count on the DOM. This is an implicit effect. Basically, what will happen is, once this count changes, there's an effect running in the background that will be responsible for only updating that specific part of the UI. And this is basically when you start seeing the power of fine-grained reactivity. Now, there's also another thing that makes this a bit better, or allows you to save a bit of time. If you were in Attila's talk earlier, he shared a bit more about this, but there are these things called memos. And memos allow you to cache these derived values. So imagine that we have an expensive computation. In this case, it's not very expensive because we're just doubling the value of count. But imagine that, well, we had a very expensive computation doing a bunch of calculations there, whatever. Every time that double num function was called, this thing would be recalculated. Memos allow you to prevent doing that. Basically, what happens is, when the signal updates, the memo runs, the function runs, it caches that value, and every time that function is called from that point on, they will get that value. And that's basically memos in a nutshell. Now, how did we see this in our talk, in our story? Well, time points are signals, or that's what I was trying to share with you. They contain a point in time, which I try to make, in this case, is a value. It might be weird time points. I know we're going to say, oh, they can be more than just a value, but that's what I was trying to imply in the story. And there are the things called time derivations, which in this case would be memos. They are derivations of these time points, and they are more expensive to calculate. And if a time point changes, the time derivation changes as well. Then there's also this thing called effects. You see, every time a signal changed, there was an effect running to tell every person, in this case, just Bruce, because of the Mobius chair, that that thing changed. On this part of the story, it's basically what I already said previously. Every time the signal changed, the time point changed, Batman would get notified, and he would run another effect for interfering. What also happened is the time derivation would change every time it changed the time point. And that's, well, basically fine-grained reactivity in a nutshell. Let's just recap it really, really quick. Let's just go ahead. Just gonna add everything here. So, fine-grained reactivity is a reactivity pattern built on top of signals, effects, and mutations. Signals are these event emitters that have getters and setters and all the value. And they are paired pretty well with this thing called effects. Effects are functions that subscribe to these signals, and every time a signal changes, the function executes. Memos, on the other side around, allow you to cache these derived values and make sure you can optimize for some certain cases. So this was fine-grained reactivity. How are we in energy level? Are we still good for one more story? Okay, let's figure it out again. Let's see. So now we're going to vote in hydration and resumability. So let's see again. So prepare. Okay, I noticed that some people don't have whistles. I should have thought about that. So I'm going to allow you to scream if you want as well. So first up, hydration. Yeah, okay. There's some people excited about it. Resumability. Okay, okay. I guess we have a clear winner. So let's go to resumability. Boom. Okay. For resumability, here we have two friends. We have Iron Man, which is going to be from the story from Marvel, and we have Lex Luthor, which is going to do the story for DC Comics. So let's see who wants Iron Man. Who wants Lex Luthor? Okay, that was really hard for me. I'm going to go with Lex Luthor because I think that Lex Luthor was louder. I'm sorry for the Marvel fans. Apparently, this is all DC today. Let's go with Lex Luthor. So, Lex finally did it. He defeated his nemesis. He defeated and captured Superman. It only cost him one thing, though. You see, his armor completely got tore up during the fight. Well, it happens. That's what happens when you're a normal human and you go against a Kryptonian. So back at the office, Lex thought some random things. Whoa, cloning should be fun. Now, that's the part where people who read comics might think, oh, I see what you did there. And some you will haven't be like, what the heck is this dude saying? Just a disclosure. This is because there's a storyline where Lex Luthor does a clone of himself and Superman and calls it Superboy. It's pretty weird. It's like it's their son, but let's not talk about that. So, suddenly, something happened. Boom, an explosion. You see, apparently the Justice League didn't like at all that Lex captured Superman and held him captive. And, well, Lex got startled, obviously. It was like, Mercy, which is his assistant, what happened? So Mercy notified Lex, oh, apparently the Justice League is here. It's triggering some alarms. So Lex just said, okay, let's just deploy the Lex bots. Let's make sure that they can hold him as enough, because I really need to build a new armor quickly just so I can save myself. So we deployed them. Now, Lex knew he needed to stall for time, because the load process that he had to build the armor would probably get him captured. You see, that would involve him having the manufacturer build an armor, getting the armor, downloading his custom AI thing, which is using a version of Brainiac into it. This armor would get uploaded with Brainiac, and Brainiac would power the armor from this side. That's how it worked before. But this thing would definitely get him captured. He couldn't be safe from that. So he said, he was chatting with Brainiac and said, okay, I need a suit ready to battle right now. How do I do this? I don't want to get captured. You see, there's this thing called the Flash, and the dude's probably finished scraping half of the building by this point already. And Brainiac said, okay, what if I interest you in this thing called the Resumable protocol? And Lex said, okay, will that give me a suit faster? Brainiac said, it will. So Lex was wondering, why didn't you offer me that before then? Why have you been taking so long and let me do the stuff I was doing before? Well, apparently AI is pretty literal. If you don't ask for it, it won't give you what you're asking. So Lex said, okay, stop talking, just start building the armor. And suddenly, Brainiac started doing it. It plugged into the manufacturer, it started building this armor, and what it was doing, in this case, was, for each part of the armor that needed to be interactive, it was encoding special information there. And also something else, which were some instructions on where to find what the part of the instructions of what to do when you need to use this part of the armor. So, finally, Lex had the armor. And he said, okay, open the suit. Now, Brainiac also encoded something in the armor that allowed it to listen for orders. And when the orders happen, basically what the armor will do is get this information, look at this information that's encoded there, find the instructions, and run it. So once he has to open the suit, he opened it, and this animation is pretty slow. He got in. So now the armor was ready to work. Lex could finally escape, right? So he just said, okay, time to run. Let's get away from here. I'm not getting captured for the Justice League. Power the thrusters. So let's just wait, power the thrusters so I can fly away from this building and not get captured. And Brainiac started running these instructions, powering the thrusters, Lex. But when this happened, yep, another explosion happened. Lex got immediately scared. He was like, oh, I know what that means. And indeed, he knew what that means. It meant that the Justice League had rescued Superman, and I don't think they were in a good mood to talk about with him. So, what's next? Well, for that, you can do how I do when I want to read comic series. I wait for the next issue. Sometimes I wait weeks, sometimes I wait months. Let's see what happens. So, this was Resumability with the help of Lex Luthor. Let's figure out what happened here, and because we are almost running out of time. So, Resumability is there to solve one problem. When you get a web page, the page is not immediately interactive. And there's this thing that runs that's called iteration. And when iteration happens, we redo the work that we did on the server. Ideally, no iteration is better than having iteration, right? So, Resumability allows you to do this thing. On the server, it generates HTML. Now, something that's important to mention as well, Resumability got very popular with this framework called Quick, and that's where Resumability came from, and that's what's making it even more popular. And basically, the way that Quick does Resumability is on the server, it generates the HTML, but it also does something. When it's generating this HTML, it serializes in information. This is the information on each specific part that's interactive of the page. This is the information that allows then the client to get that specific part of the code when it needs. Why? Because now when we get the page is immediately interactive. And what happens is that the client only gets like this 1 kilobyte of JavaScript, which is this thing called quick loader, which basically sets up a global event listener that whenever there's a click, it's responsible for reading the serialized information and figuring out where's the specific part of JavaScript that needs to download. So once you click it, it downloads the JavaScript and runs it. And this is basically resumability in a nutshell. So in the story, this is how we had resumability. So the first problem, hydration is slow. That's what we were trying to set up here. Hydration would get legs captured. So once legs, who is the client, requests a new page, what happens is, using the framework, the server will build this new HTML. It will serialize in all the information that it needs to resume its execution on a new environment. So what happens afterwards is, when the client gets the page is immediately interactive. You can already click. There's no need to run hydration because it's there. But it also happens something. The client gets this thing that I've mentioned, the quick loader. And what the quick loader will do is set up a global listener to all the events. And on a follow-up, when an event happens, the quick loader intercepts it and gets the JavaScript that's needed to run, execute and running. I thought this was 3 points. I don't know why. So that was resumability in a nutshell. Let's recap it real quick. This was not a quick pun, I promise. So when we get the page is not immediately interactive, and we need to avoid doing hydration. Hydration is slow, it takes time. So when client requests the page, using the framework, the server will build the HTML, serializing all the information needed to resume its execution, and when the client gets the page is immediately interactive. All that needs to happen is, when there's an event, the quick loader intercepts it, downloads the JavaScript that's needed to run that specific function, and runs it. And this is resumability. So let's get ready to wrap this up. Let's just go to this slide. So you might be wondering, what's the next topic? We saw 2 stories. You know that there was another one. Well, for that, I would love to hear your thoughts. If you have suggestions, if you like to see a nerdy guide on anything, feel free to reach out to me. I'll be here all day. You can send me a DM on Twitter, LinkedIn, whatever. And stay tuned for the next talk. Cool animation. I'm Daniel Fons. Thanks, everyone.
You don't know about it, but he has a huge Batman tattoo, like right here. He's like a proper nerd. You know when people say like, oh, I'm a nerd? No, he's like an actual nerd. Like half of his tattoos are comics. God bless this man. Pride of the country. Okay, we're a little bit delayed, but if you've been to Cityjs before, you should know that this is actually not delayed. We are very much on time. We're about 20 minutes delayed, which shouldn't be a problem. If we get kicked out, I have no idea if we're going to get kicked out. But we have one more talk before our break, and it's about doing code as entertainment, doing live streaming, doing tutorials and stuff like that. So I'm really excited about this, actually. And yeah, they're setting up, so oh, thank God. Okay, please welcome Salma.
Thank you. Hello. Hello, I'm Salma, and I hate coding. It's rubbish. Like, nothing ever works. You know, like, you're trying to do this thing, and you're spending hours and hours and hours on it, and it doesn't work, and the only way to make it work is to go and sit on the toilet and have that eureka moment. But then sometimes you feel like the most powerful person in the world, because that line of code that you wrote that you didn't think would work first time, worked first time, and nothing will stop you. You're like Batman. And I thought, what if we could, like, embrace this? What if we experienced and celebrated this never-ending cycle of being a failure and a genius over and over again in front of a live audience, through building silly websites, pointless projects, and nonsense NPM packages? And this is what I call entertainment as code. I write code for your entertainment, thank you. A bit of backstory. This is extremely relevant. I graduated from music college in 2008. I did a degree in composition, and I wanted to be an entertainer. I wanted to be a film composer. I was in a band. I was making terrible websites for my friends, and I was also a musical comedian. What is funny, though, is that whenever I'm on stage, I always feel like I need to tell jokes. But I promise you I won't tell you any jokes today, but I do want to tell you, first of all, about my new startup. I love tech, as you all do, and breakfast is the most important meal of the day. And I want to combine the two and open a tech-themed breakfast and brunch bar called Techfast, obviously. And there'll be things on the menu like a full stack of pancakes, eggs and JSON, Pop 3 tarts, ChatGPT, infrastructure as toast, serial numbers, and everything will be served in little containers, micro servings. And of course, the service will be blazing fast. So if there are any investors in the audience today, I am currently trying to raise the chia seed round. So please come and talk to me later. But no more jokes now. Back to the backstory. Here is the oldest clip of me on the internet. Don't laugh.
My name's Salma. I'm one of the lead tutors here at the School of Rock and Pop. The School of Rock and Pop combines professional music tuition with the opportunity to perform. Each centre holds 2 gigs at recognised rock music venues. It's a chance to meet like-minded teenagers and really rock out in a way that can't be done at home.
I couldn't play the drums then, but I started drum lessons last year, so maybe that's why that child looks so shocked. Anyway, in 2010, in Manchester, this is relevant, I promise you, I set up the School of Rock and Pop. And it was about teaching children how to be in rock bands, not just practicing alone in their room, but putting music into a real, tangible context by playing music with other people. I really like this whole teaching thing, so I got a teaching qualification. I worked as a music teacher in secondary schools for a few years, and then I quit, and I got my first job in tech in 2014, 10 years ago, and this led to many more jobs in tech. I've been a front-end developer, a tech lead, and in 2020, as we know, everything changed. The pandemic descended upon us. Everyone stayed inside and found new ways to spend their time. Anyone remember Zoom quizzes? Worst time of my life. But anyway, here's where Twitch comes into my life. Twitch is a live streaming platform, and its main focus has always been on gaming. But as time went on, creators started streaming music, arts and crafts, 24/7 live feeds of farm animals and earthquake alerts, basically everything you could ever dream of. 17 billion hours were spent on Twitch in 2020, which was 83% higher than in 2019. And I was part of that. I started watching Twitch in the first lockdown, and the category that caught my attention was software and game development. People were writing code live on the internet, and I couldn't stop watching. In the last year, over 17 million hours of software and game development streams have been watched, with an average of 2,000 viewers across the category, and there's around 100 live channels at any one time. It's a small category compared to gaming, but with that, I think, comes a big opportunity. In June 2020, I went live on Twitch for the first time, and here's the first clip ever taken from one of my streams.
So now Standard and Drop D is working, but Dadgad is not.
What the hell? See, nothing's working again. So as you can see, I was being a complete failure. But what I was doing, I was mixing my music and tech experience through building my first open source app. It's called the Frettinator, which is a guitar app to learn scales and modes. This is relevant, trust me. You choose a starting note on the Frettinator, you pick a mode that you want to learn, and you use the fretboard to learn it. There's left hand, right hand, 12 frets, 24 frets, it's pretty cool. And you can also learn more about the theory behind all of this. But the most important thing is that each scale for every note comes with a backing track for you to practice with. So rather than just trying to learn the scale on your own without any musical context, the Frettinator is about putting that theory into practice in more meaningful ways, much like the School of Rock and Pop. And this concept has formed the basis for everything I do live on Twitch. And as I was starting to stream quite regularly, I was discovering that demonstrating and practically applying the technical concepts in front of a live audience and going through that genius to failure cycle over and over again was actually making tech more accessible and more human and more entertaining, exactly like when you play and perform music with others. Here's another clip of me being a failure.
I quit. I quit. We're going to do something else. I can't make this. Every step of the way is just an absolute piece of shit.
And here's me being a genius.
If it does work, I will feel sick that I have succeeded.
It's a loud one, sound man.
Ah!
Well done.
I did it! I did it!
That was a great feeling. It was a great feeling, and I still feel good about it now. The cycle is never ending, and I learned a lot in my first 6 weeks of streaming on Twitch, so I wrote about it on my blog. And the main thing that I discovered is the most important thing about live streaming, whatever you do, is you, the streamer. Your personality, your experiences, your failures, and your genius moments. And with live coding, the code and the tech is just the hook to get people in. Viewers don't stick around to learn how to code. That's usually a side effect. They come to hang out with you and with others who share the same interests. And most importantly, people show up on Twitch to be entertained. Twitch viewers are not passive like YouTube viewers. They are active participants in a live show. And I wanted to put this at the center of my live streams. And I wanted to be able to encourage and enable viewers to create their own entertainment, sometimes without even realizing it. So I built a Twitch bot. This isn't a new thing, but I have a very big, very legacy custom app that I use to power everything on my stream. It allows viewers to interact with the stream via chat commands and channel point redemptions and loads of other things. Now, there are pre-existing tools that do this, such as Nightbot, but building stuff for your stream, live on stream, with viewers, for viewers, is the best way to test functionality, test in production, and crowdsource ideas, and make people feel part of something, and allow them to create their own entertainment. So I'm going to show you everything I use to power my stream. This is an architecture diagram. It's extremely over-engineered. Probably don't do this. But we start with the back end, PantherBot. It's an Express app. It uses TypeScript. It stores some stuff in MongoDB, and it sends loads and loads of events over a WebSocket connection. It uses the Twitch API and a third-party wrapper around the Twitch API called TMI.js. There are 2 React apps on the front end, listening for WebSocket events, and there is a types package that both the back-end and front-end applications use. That's the most nerdy thing ever. It also uses the Discord API to send some Twitch-related stuff to my Discord server. And all of this is brought together in OBS, Open Broadcaster Software, which I use to stream where each piece of functionality from the front-end applications are added to the different scenes I have as browser URLs, and you can open them in a browser to test them and develop them and work on them. I also use another app called Atom, which allows me to control OBS directly via Twitch. So I'm going to show you some of the things that I've built that are entertaining. So, follows, subscriptions, and cheering, they are core parts of the Twitch experience. As a viewer, I like to go into people's streams, press the follow button, and see if anything happens. If I don't become part of the stream, and if the streamer doesn't even notice me, I feel a little bit sad. So when I get a new follower, the Twitch Event Sub API sends my Twitch bot a notification. And when we receive that notification, if we don't already have an existing follower in the database, we find the Twitch user by ID, and then we build up a follow event to send over the WebSocket connection. Most importantly, the event contains the follower name and their profile image, which is how we'll put the viewer into the stream. So this is a front-end React component that displays all the alerts. There is a queuing system to account for lots of things happening at once, especially if you have quite a few viewers. And each type of alert shows a different image and a bit of text depending on what's sent by the backend. Sound is also important for a live show. So each alert plays a different custom guitar riff that was recorded by my husband. And yes, I did build the Frettinator for my husband. So it's all connected. Here's a follow alert.
I'm on Dieron. Thank you for the follow. Welcome.
And it's funny, a lot of people are like, whoa, I didn't expect to see that when I hit the follow button, and it was quite cool. So there are two other things that happen there as well. First, there's this Panther logo that's changed at random and plays a custom sound. And there are lots of panthers raining down of various sizes on the screen as well. As you watch a stream, you accumulate channel currency, and you can choose to spend that currency on fun stuff set up by the streamer, like this. And among many other things, viewers can trigger that logo change manually, which plays a sound. And viewers could also make the panthers rain down in various sizes and configurations by typing weather words into the chat, such as blizzard or hail or snow. Now, all of this has gone through a lot of iterations over the years, and at one point, I actually needed to add an upper limit to the amount of panthers that were dropped, because this happened.
Oh!
So, as you can see, it's all broken. That happened when someone gave me 50 gift subscriptions all at once. We were testing in production, and it did not scale. And yes, we heard the guitar riff 50 times. But that's entertainment. Writing the code to make that happen on Twitch when I can't do it and I'm a failure and I want to quit, that's entertainment. And viewers being able to cause chaos on the stream is entertainment. And what sometimes happens unexpectedly as a result of all of that is also entertainment. I also like to show the chat messages on stream to maintain some movement on screen and give the impression that something is happening when I'm stuck and can't code. So chat is another custom browser URL in the React app, powered by the backend, listening to chat messages, and sends each event over the WebSocket connection. A lot of information is sent over the WebSocket for each chat message. This is the result of design by committee, designed by Twitch chat. But viewers are great QA for all of this, and they love suggesting new ideas for things to include in the chat, such as being able to use a marquee tag. It's deprecated. And numeronym mode, which is a channel point redemption. If you're not familiar with the numeronym, it's a number-based word. It's used to shorten long words such as accessibility, internationalization, localization, Kubernetes, all words that require too much effort to say. Here is the silly code for numeronym mode. The make numeronym function splits the full message by space, and for each word, it returns the first character, the count of the characters in the middle, and the last character. And for some reason, I published this to NPM. And I thought it was useless, but look, 2 weekly downloads. I haven't used this again in another project, but if you need a numeronym mode package, go wild, here it is, just for you. I accumulate a lot of brand swag as part of my job, stickers, badges, and hats, and I don't have enough space to store it all. So I like to send stuff to my viewers. So I built a giveaway system, obviously, to choose a lucky winner via Twitch chat. Giveaways are powered by chat. You type commands. So to start a giveaway, I type in !start GA, and to enter, viewers type !win in chat. There we go. The back-end app is always listening to chat to find possible commands to run. There are many, and if a valid command is found, then the code does some more stuff. If it finds !win in chat and a giveaway is in progress, the viewer is put in to the giveaway pot. To select a winner, I type !draw GA in chat, which selects an entrant at random and sends the event over the WebSocket if they are still watching. Again, the key thing here is to send the user's profile image URL to put them in the stream. So here's a giveaway in action. I like giving away things. Mo gets a t-shirt! And someone else gets a t-shirt. Well done, congratulations. There are some bonus Panther stickers in there too, and thank you to Matteo for the Fastify t-shirt. Last time I did that, I really hurt my back. I managed to save myself this time. And talking of backseaters are everywhere in software and game dev streams, so much so that it's become kind of a meme on my stream. If you don't know what backseating is, new viewers will come into the stream and just tell me what to do. They will literally paste walls of code snippets, ask me why I'm not using Tailwind, or why I'm not using a state management library to build a static page of HTML. That's a true story. They've got no context about the problem we're solving, and it's the worst, like backseat driving.
Why aren't you doing this? I think you should use this. Blah, 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 backseating.
One of my viewers thought it would be a good idea to put backseaters in a literal car. And while I was streaming, they sent me these very lo-fi drawn layers of a car that I added to OBS.
Layer in front of me.
I got it set up eventually.
1 second. 2 Taco Bells, please. With sparkling water, thank you.
I've never had Taco Bell in my life. But sparkling water is superior, don't argue with me. The car has evolved, of course, and can be triggered by viewers if they feel someone is misbehaving. Here's how it works. So again, the back end is listening for a command in chat, !BS. And what BS stands for is open to interpretation. We grab the username from the message, and if the targeted backseater is present in chat, we put them in. We send an event over the WebSocket, again, making sure to send the profile image URL. And today, it looks like this.
I want people to send me loads of code in Twitch chat.
That person had sent me just like 100 lines of code in Twitch chat and got so offended that I didn't use it. He was like, I hope you work on your insecurities. Work on your insecurities. Anyway, chaos is entertainment. I've now got so many channel point redemptions, interactions, and triggers and stuff that break each other through edge cases and conflicts. and I haven't fixed them on purpose. Because as a viewer, it's fun to break a stream. It's fun to cause chaos. It just makes you keep watching.
My redemptions are too cheap. So they go too far.
This is fine.
Wow, it's broken. You're going to have to endure about 40 more alerts. And there's Zephyr and Luca Person as well. Thank you. Oh, the car didn't work. Okay. Oh, we got a raid. Welcome in. Glitchbite, how are you?
That's a channel point redemption to fake a disconnected stream, and it lasts 30 seconds. That gives you a very brief glimpse into how I approach writing code live on Twitch for my stream. And now I want to show you a couple of the fun and silly projects I've built on stream in the name of entertainment. GeoCities is something that's very close to my heart, the original website builder of the late 1900s. This is the first homepage of GeoCities from 22nd of October, 1996. And this is the Style Stage project, which is all about showcasing the capabilities of modern CSS. Now, your challenge is to completely change the look and feel of this HTML page with CSS only, which forces you to be really creative and learn more about CSS in the process. And I wanted to make the Style Stage website look like a GeoCities website. Here it is. You can scan the QR code if you want to see it on your phone. It's responsive, which I know isn't authentic, but I couldn't not. But I do know what you're thinking. Woman, how did you pull off getting those dancing babies on there without editing the HTML? Base 64 encoded data URLs. Added as pseudo elements to existing HTML elements on the page and assigned to CSS custom properties for ease of use. I'm a genius, see? And the visitor counter is also powered by a CSS animated pseudo element. And yes, I did manually specify 100 keyframes for the visitor number live on Twitch, and everyone hated me. Other highlights include this fake marquee using the papyrus font added via another pseudo element, powered by a little animation using transform there, and these delicious globes, which are powered by the CSS list style property and a custom property of a data URL of another base 64 encoded GIF. I learned loads through making that nonsense, and so did my viewers, and they were entertained through the medium of 90s website memes, and they still talk about it now, which I'm sure you will too. And talking of memes, now for the biggest meme of my streaming career. I built a random code generator. So say you need some JavaScript. You select the options. I want some JavaScript. You scroll down, and bam, there it is. Perfect JavaScript for you to copy and paste into your project. Some may say this is the original ChatGPT. Who needs Devin when you've got this? And this is how it started. Watch the chat as well on the screen.
Quality memes.
Best time of my life, this.
I love it. I love it. I need to write more code.
Talking of code, I don't even know how this works anymore. But let's look at some code. Here's the JavaScript example. It's basically a bunch of methods that return a random thing. So here we have things like get random noun, get random verb, get random single character, often used to initialize sensible variable names. And when the random code is generated, we'll always start with a function name, which mashes a verb and a noun together. For example, delete code. And it goes on pretty much like that. I mean, the files are very large. You know, you've got filler lines, for loops, first line, last line. I can't explain it. But if you want to generate some random code, maybe you could put it on your website. Like, you know, they have on websites what I'm listening to right now on Spotify. You could show some random code to show like what I'm coding right now. If you want to do that, you can, because I published it to NPM. And look how many downloads there were in September. What's going on? This was actually the first package I published to NPM, live on stream, of course. It was a lot of fun. And I wrote about it. And the blog post was really popular. And if you Google build, test, release, node module, it's the top result with a featured snippet, which is actually one of my biggest achievements. And it all came out of that. Stupid, random code, nonsense. But another good thing is that I also received 75 pull requests. No one's ever laughed at that bit before, to the random code generator, because people loved adding their language of choice. There's got COBOL in there. There's all sorts of nonsense. And for some people, there's SQL in there. For some people, it was their first open source pull request contribution. So I was really, really excited about that. And finally, I want to give you a sneak preview of something I'm working on. Now, I stopped working on this for a while because I was making it too difficult for myself, but I've solved the problem. Imagine if you could blur the lines between a streamer being on and offline. And what if I could create a world where people could interact with my stream when I'm offline in a similar way to when I'm online? Check this out.
Thank you for the bits. What did we get? A wild parsnip spawned in the forest zone. I love it.
A wild parsnip spawned in the forest zone when someone gave me a bit. This is Panther World, right? So Panther World has 4 zones: city, mountain, forest, and deserts. And viewers can place themselves in one of the zones. They can travel between the zones if they want, but that takes time. I don't know how much time it takes yet, but an undefined amount of time. When something happens on my stream, when I'm on or offline, a random item spawns in a random zone. If you are in that zone, you can try to be the first to claim it. If no one's around and I'm offline and it's quiet, you can try and move from one zone to another to try and claim it. And your mission is to collect as many of these random items as possible. I've no idea what I'm doing. I think I've crossed over to gaming. But that's okay. I'm really excited to build it. Currently, it's chat-based, but I am envisaging some kind of isometric kind of 3D world that exists in VR or something. But we can get to that. But it's okay. Like, I'm doing it. And if I have one more closing piece of advice for you, is to ship your silly side projects. Have fun with code. And if any of this has inspired you or piqued your interest, build silly stuff with people in front of a live audience, like this stupid website. I learned a lot from making it again, because silly things stick. I remember in school, I had a teacher who was teaching us about the effects of alcohol. And instead of standing at the front of the class saying, "Alcohol bad, do not drink," he pretended to be drunk for the whole lesson. He fell over, he said stupid stuff, he was slurring his words. I was only 11, and I never forgot that lesson. And I've always used that as inspiration when I was a music teacher, and it's right at the core of entertainment as code. I'm Salma, I write code for your entertainment. You can find me on the internet everywhere as White Panther, and I'll see you live on Twitch.
Thank you. It's chaos up in here. Pro streamer.
I see I came too early.
No, it's fine.
It's fine, okay. Just want to say that apparently we do get kicked out. So you have 5 minutes. Go. Yes, please be back in 5 minutes, otherwise we get kicked out and Jason can't do his talk. And then Jason is sad.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently.
So easy. Yes, we're going to take a look at all the new APIs that Svelte has. And please welcome Simon.
Thank you. Yeah. Hey, everyone. I'm Simon. I work at Svelte, and I'm a Svelte maintainer, which is a JavaScript framework like React or Vue or Solid. And today I'm going to talk about Svelte 5, the new APIs it introduces, and how they make your life as a Svelte developer easier. Svelte 3 was a big step forward. It introduced a compiler-centric way of thinking about reactivity, and it's been a huge success. We've come from around 50,000 NPM downloads per week in 2019 to about 1 million today. The maintainer team has grown, and 3 of us are even paid by Svelte to work on it full-time now, and the community is thriving. We're very thankful for where we are today. With this confidence into the future, it was time to rethink reactivity again. We wanted to fix some fundamental issues, remove limitations of the current system, but keep the good parts, keep the Svelte spirit alive. And the result of this is Svelte 5, the new APIs it brings. So let's look how this turns out to be. We start with a simple counter component, as everybody does. It has a count variable, which we double and then show in the button. And we also have a side effect that alerts you when the count gets too high. The code you see right now is still using the current Svelte 4 syntax. So let's convert it to runes, our new API for expressing reactivity in Svelte. First, we'll replace the export let syntax, which denotes a component property. And we'll use the $props rune for that, from which you can then structure all your component properties you want to define. In general, runes look like functions starting with the $sign, but they're not actually functions. They are more like compiler instructions. In that sense, they have similarities to the dynamic import statement in JavaScript, and they have semantic restrictions of where and how they can be used. Next up, we have our state declaration, which is right now let count equals initial. In Svelte 4, variable declarations at the top level of a component are reactive, but only there, so it's a bit of implicit knowledge. In Svelte 5, we make things more explicit, so you wrap the initializer in the $state rune. The result is still the initializer itself, so as far as TypeScript is concerned, this is basically the identity function, but Svelte now knows, oh, this is a reactive variable, so I should check whenever it updates. We do something similar for the derived value, the double equals count times 2 with a $colon in front. And what we do is we use the $derived rune. And this tells the compiler that everything inside the derivation that depends on other reactive values should be tracked. And so whenever count changes, the derived rune will ensure that this computation reruns and double gets the new current value. Finally, we have a side effect. In Svelte 5, we can use this $colon syntax for that, so they look the same as derivations in that sense. In Svelte 5, we use the new $effect rune to create side effects. The rest stays the same. The resulting code may feel a tiny bit more boilerplatey at first, but it's more explicit and easier to read, and let's face it, we read far more code than we write. Derivations are now clearly visible as such and separate from side effects. Previously, that was all a bit mixed inside the $colon statements. And if you're new to Svelte, the rune names tell you what they do much better, and you know much more quickly what's going on this code compared to what we had before. Also note how we didn't have to change anything with regards to reading or writing to the variables. It's still the same elegant, bare-bones, reassign the variable, and Svelte figures it out for you, feeling you know and love from Svelte. Most importantly, this new API allows us to keep using Svelte's reactivity beyond the top level of components. So This wasn't just possible before. Previously, if we wanted to extract this logic into a reusable function, we had to refactor everything to using stores, which is a cumbersome, tedious undertaking. And you end up with much more imperative code compared to what you have now. With Svelte 5, we can now use the same reactive primitives everywhere, inside functions, outside of Svelte components, etc. So in this case, all we have to do is take this code and wrap it into a function. The code I highlighted stays exactly the same. We're returning getters for count and double to keep the reactivity across boundaries. And then we can use the returned object in the template. This is a huge step forward for Svelte, as it allows us to keep the reactivity model consistent across the entire application. We're also overhauling how events work in Svelte 5. In Svelte 4, you use the on: syntax to listen to DOM events. In Svelte 5, we're using event attributes instead, which practically speaking means just remove the colon. This may seem like a tiny change, but it has big implications. Because events are just like attributes now, we can also treat component events as callback properties. You could have done this already, but Svelte incentivized you instead to use the somewhat clunky create event dispatcher API to have visual similarity with how you listen to DOM events. In Svelte 5, we instead recommend you to just pass functions as properties, callback properties, and call them directly. If you use JSX-based frameworks, this is old news for you, but yeah, we learn from each other. What this also means is that because events are attributes now, we can also spread them onto the elements. And this is a big step forward for Svelte, because previously you had to forward each event separately using the on: syntax. So if you wanted to forward events from the button, you had to do like on, click, on: key down, on: and so on and so on. Now you can just spread them along and the user can decide what he needs. You have more flexibility power by that, and this especially is useful for component libraries. All the while, you having to learn less concepts because events are just properties now, or attributes. The last big addition to Svelte 5 is the new Snippets API. Snippets allow you to define template sections of a component that can be reused and then re-render them wherever you want. They're a bit like the little brother of full-blown Svelte components. In this example, we have an if block with some repetitive code in both branches, and we can extract this code into a snippet and then render it in both. And this looks like this. So we have first our snippet, hashtag snippet, snippet name, open brace, possibly some arguments, closing brace, a bit like a function definition. And then we have the markup, which should be rendered. And then to render that, we're using the @render tag, and then just reference the snippet and invoke it like a function, so to speak. And we can do the same here again. This makes the code more readable and maintainable, and it also reduces the risk of bugs due to copy pasting. Most importantly, snippets also serve as a replacement for slots. To recap, slots allow you to pass visual content into a component, and then the component renders it at a specific location. This all works well for simple components, but it gets confusing really fast. In this example, we have a list component that renders a list of to-dos, and we have a slot for the list items and a slot in case the list is empty. We get the to-do item from the slot using and rendering it in the span using this let: syntax. That's a let directive, and this is where it gets confusing. All the other directives, Svelte passes, for all the other directives, Svelte passes values into something, but the let directive gets the value out of something. And it also looks like the to-do variable is available in the empty slot, but that's not really the case, because how could it be? That's when there are no items in the list when this is displayed. So it's all a bit confusing. But thankfully, we can replace these slots with snippets. And because snippets are just variables at the end of the day, we can pass them around as properties as well. So instead, the list now takes 3 properties: the items, a row property, and an empty property, of which the row and the empty property are expected to be snippets. And as syntax sugar, snippets defined directly within the component are implicitly passed as properties to that component. The resulting code is more readable and easier to reason about, all while again reducing the number of concepts to learn. This all comes together in this little playground. Gotta look somewhere else. Here we go. So this is a bare bones to-do app where everything, the new APIs come together. We have an input component, which we give a placeholder, which appears here. Then there's an onEnter callback property, which pushes to the list of to-dos, which is state. And then we pass that to our list component along with a row snippet and an empty snippet. The input component is just the onEnter callback property, and then everything else the user might want to pass to the input. And then we just spread it along, which means properties and events are just handled automatically. We use the onKeyDown event attribute to say, okay, in case someone presses enter, we're going to invoke the onEnter callback property and then set the input back to the empty string. And the list is basically what we've seen just on the previous slide. We have 3 properties: items, row, empty. And if we say, okay, there are items in the list, then we iterate over them. And for each item, we render the row snippet passing in the item. And if there are no items, then we render the empty snippet in case it's available. And that's basically it. Okay, I fucked it up. Okay, now I need to get back here. Yes. Okay. We believe that Svelte 5 is a big step forward for Svelte. The new APIs allow you to write glitch-free, consistent, reactive code, no matter where you are in your application. You can now stay in Svelte land and don't have to switch to stores when you want to extract logic into functions. The generated code also scales better. It's faster than Svelte 4, and the bundle size doesn't grow as much as it did before. As you've seen by now, we've reduced the number of concepts you need to learn to be productive in Svelte. Runes syntactically are just one concept now, unlocking universal reactivity. Instead of the on:" syntax, we now have event attributes, which are just properties. And so we also don't need custom events anymore. We can just use callback properties. And instead of slots, we now have snippets, which are both simpler and more powerful because they unlock new features. As a result, we think that Svelte is even easier to learn and use than before. When you upgrade to Svelte 5, you don't have to rewrite your entire application. We've gone to great lengths to make sure that you can use the current Svelte 4 syntax in Svelte 5. That means that we expect most apps to be able to upgrade with only a few lines of code changed, and then you can incrementally upgrade one component at a time, and you can also mix and match components using the new syntax with components using the old syntax. We invite you to try out Svelte 5 today. You can start a new project with the latest version by running npm create svelte and then selecting the preview Svelte 5 preview option. You can also play around with it in our preview REPL. There's still some rough edges, especially around animations and transitions, but we're hoping to have a release candidate ready for Svelte Summit on April 27th, so mark that in your calendars. Until then, we're looking forward to your feedback. Thank you.
Do you mind taking questions? Are you okay with taking questions? Does anyone have any questions they would like to ask him? Come on, you gotta help me out here. I am not sure what's happening, and I don't know where the next speaker is. So, yes, please, save me from my nightmare.
Hi. Are the slots, well, not the slots, the new snippets type safe for the properties? Do you have typings on those?
Yeah, you have. So, nice. Yeah, this is actually, I mean, I only had like 15 minutes to do this, so I couldn't cram all the other features, but that's probably worth noting. You can now use TypeScript in the template. So you do the lang equals TS, and you can use TypeScript not just in the script tag, but also in the other parts. So you can also do type safety for your snippets. And when you're passing them as slots using the syntax sugar, then you don't have to type the types. It will infer it for you.
Cool. So yeah, you have TypeScript in your template. That's actually that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Like that was a main issue I had while using Vue, for example. There's no idea what the fuck you're doing. Okay. Does anyone want to say anything, like about anything in general? Does anyone want to tell their life story or? So I was born in a hospital that closed like 2 years later. I don't think I'm actually connected to the fact that it closed. I think it is just the economy. I don't know if you know, but Portugal isn't doing very well. Even though we have Ronaldo and Daniel, we're still pretty fucked. We're like the, oh wait, no, that's just him. It's fine. Hello. Yeah, so I have 2 stages in my life that I refer to as you can leave. You don't have to be a part of this. I mean, you can also stay. I mean, I don't know. I have to do this. You don't have to do this.
Yeah, I think I have less interesting stories to tell than you. Yours sound very interesting.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Shit, no, I have to be interesting. I was just gonna tell you that I see things as in like before I knew I was gay and after I knew I was gay. So if something happened a long time ago, I usually call it before I knew I was gay. And there was another one that I also do that, and it wasn't when Portugal won the Euro. I think it was when I found out I had ADHD. But everyone was like, no shit. Oh, so you didn't know. That's funny. No, that was really like, and then I remember that I called my mother, so like, I lived in Berlin at the time, and they gave me like this form to fill in to like, how ADHD are you? Turns out I was very ADHD. But the point is, they gave me this form, and a lot of stuff from my childhood I don't remember. It's not even trauma. I don't know why. Like, I had a pretty decent childhood that I remember. So I called my mom, right? And I asked her some questions like, Mom, did I do this? And she was like, yeah, but like, so do I? And then I got to the end of it, and I was like, Mother, I think you may have ADHD. And she's like, you know what? That explains a lot. But also, I'm like 50. What the fuck am I going to do about it? And I was like, drugs. You could take drugs, Mom. Turns out she's already on drugs. Which is the same problem I have for antidepressants. Turns out you can't do both at the same time, which is, in my opinion, bisexual erasure. But who am I to speak about it? Okay. I think this is most of my life. Do I have any more life stories? There was 1 year, so I didn't grow up poor, but I grew up like EU poor, which is very different from actual poor, right? Like you have food, but it's bad, basically. But like the point is, I always had really bad cars, again, because I grew up EU poor, and in Portugal you do need a car. And so I had this year where I called 10 different tow trucks in 10 different occasions, which is quite impressive because I thought there was a max number. Turns out there's not. You can just keep calling tow trucks. I had this one incident where my car, like, so I used to work in Porto, and there's full cobble streets, but I didn't live in Porto, so I had to like take the car. Hi. And like I had this incident where the exhaust pipe fell, and it just got stuck in one of the street things, and it just wouldn't move, so they couldn't take it out to put it in the tow truck. And that was about an hour of my life that I spent there. Yeah. Taz, can you go in the speaker's room and ask what the fuck is happening? I will, Sarah. Thank you, I love you. I don't actually love him. I mean, I like him, but as a friend. So I moved to London about 3 months ago, right? And if you ask me why, my partner lives here. I do like London. First of all, I don't have to listen to German anymore. And when I do, I don't have to pretend that I understand it, and it's beautiful. But you do have pretty bad airports, though, which is pretty sad. Oh, I can tell you how my airport story began, how I became obsessed with airports. So as a Portuguese person, you believe that everything your country does is really bad. I think it's because we're EU poor. But the point is, I assumed the Porto airport was really bad. Turns out it's really good, because the second airport I went to was Luton, and I was very confused.
Are you talking about airports again, Sarah?
I am. Do you know, have any idea what's happening?
Apparently there's a runner, and that runner is running to find the next speaker.
That's beautiful. Well, at least I'm not running.
No, I'm terrible at running.
Okay, so Taz here. His name is not really Taz, but I cannot say his full name.
That's my name? What are you talking about? Naming things is difficult, okay?
Don't you have like a huge name?
No.
So he's from Canada, which I guess I think of it as the Iceland of America, because they're nice. You're nice, and it's cold.
I mean, but we're better at them than hockey. Come on, it's all about hockey.
You're better than everyone at hockey. That doesn't count.
There we go.
Okay. So he made a company because he's an adult. Wait, don't you own a house?
I pay a mortgage on a house.
You pay a mortgage on a
Does that
house.
count?
Who in here has a house or like pays a mortgage on a house?
So.
Oh, Josh is here. Josh, do you own a place? Thank you for saving me. I am no longer a homosexual. Come, Josh, come. You can come. Okay, so next up we have Josh, who's gonna take me from my worst nightmare. So we're gonna listen to about TypeScript. Who likes TypeScript? He has a book on TypeScript, and we have a bunch of books to give it to you. That sounded kind of weird. Give it to you, the book. To give it to you. Did it sound weird? I don't think it actually did. I think I made it weird, which is usually what happens in my life. But yes. Josh, can you hold the book?
Microphone. This is my microphone. This is my book.
He wrote a book.
Thank you very much.
Please welcome Josh. Woo!
Does this work? This works. Does this work? No. Yes. Hi, everyone. That was a very hectic thing. For my sake, if anyone else's. You good? Thank you for coming to my talk. We're having some technical difficulties, so I guess I'm filling in right now, and we're swapping the order of Kathleen and me. So if you're here for design systems and carnivals and such, I apologize. That's next. But okay. The actual title of this talk is the best TypeScript features you're not using, because that's clickbaity and fun, and I regret that. It's really the best TypeScript features, well, some of the best TypeScript features, they're all great, that you might not be using. Just for my reference, so I know the crowd, please, show of hands, who here uses TypeScript? Amazing. Not everyone, and I want to make that clear, not everyone is using TypeScript, and that's fine, but I'm happy either way. I'm Josh. Does anyone here use TypeScript ESLint? Woo! Yay! 4 hands. 2 from the same person. I'm a full-time open source maintainer, which means that instead of working on like a company's stuff, I generally work on open source things. I'm independent and I work on a few projects. TypeScript ESLint, the tooling that lets you run standard JS stuff, such as ESLint and Prettier on TypeScript, is my main thing. I also recently joined the ESLint and Mocha teams. Yes, Mocha still exists. If you haven't heard of it, it's old. That's fine. But we're talking about TypeScript. Who's ready to talk about TypeScript? Yes! Woo! Amazing. TypeScript. TypeScript will document your code. TypeScript will fix your bugs. It'll find stuff in your code. TypeScript will make all your problems go away. It'll rewrite your code. What the hell is TypeScript? To define TypeScript, let's first look at JavaScript. JavaScript is a programming language, that includes some classic syntax like variables and assignment expressions and literals. JavaScript is great. But JavaScript does not provide you a way to define the intent behind your stuff, your values. There's no way in JavaScript to say what this value variable is supposed to be. You could write a comment. First of all, no one does that. Second of all, that's not formal. That's not a spec. There's no tool that looks at JavaScript and makes sure the comments line up, other than TypeScript. And TypeScript gives you this awesome syntax that lets you define, in this case, a type annotation, saying my variable is only ever going to be a string. That's what TypeScript is. Later on in your code, you might then also use TypeScript, the tool, the programming type checker. For example, you might run it on the CLI, TypeScript command line, TSC, on your file, and it'll let you know, you silly goose, your intent was a string, as you told me, but then you gave it a number. Your value mismatched your intent. Wrong. And then you also might run you might run TypeScript in an editor, in an IDE, using what's called the language service, which will give you that lovely, who here loves the red squiggly? Yes. Me too. Whatever emotion you just conveyed. It'll give you the red squiggly, and if you hover or focus on it, then you get the nice little drop-down. Awesome. That's TypeScript. And I want to dive in on those IDE integrations a little bit, because I think that's where TypeScript really shines and is awesome. Now, at this stage, I would give you a live demo, but we don't have the time for that because life is hard. But I will instead tell you TypeScript gives you awesome features where you can right-click on something and rename it. You can go to definition, meaning you can go from a thing to where it was defined. You can go from where it's defined to all references, find all references. A lot of powerful stuff. It works in VS Code and similar on TypeScript and JavaScript files powered by TypeScript. Awesome. Let's pretend that was an amazing demo and you're all floored. You're welcome. Thank you. I have found the only way to make sure that the demo doesn't go wrong, which is to not give it. We'll move on and instead talk about configurability. This is actually an incredibly unique and wonderful and weird thing about TypeScript. TypeScript is super configurable to the point that virtually no other mainstream programming language even comes close to the level of stuff you can change in it. TypeScript lets you exist on a spectrum from weakly typed, which is not intended as an insult, it's just that the types aren't strongly defined, to strongly typed, where everything has a type. And you can configure TypeScript to exist somewhere on that spectrum, what's called gradual typing, it's the technical term, because it's totally reasonable if you don't have the time to learn TypeScript, or if you do know it, but you don't have the time to convert your 9001 file code base, you can exist somewhere on the spectrum. And let's take a look at a little bit of these things, because although you don't need to type everything with TypeScript, it works much better when you do. The clicker. So who here has manually hand-edited a tsconfig file? Oh, wow. That is so much more hand than I thought I would get. The tsconfig or TypeScript config file, the thing on the left, where you can define stuff such as compiler options. Compiler options are permissive by default. But if you, let's say, enable no implicit any, does anyone know what's going to happen to this file? Squiggly lines where? On the user, thank you. Yes. No implicit any says, if TypeScript cannot infer what something is from the way it's declared, such as a function parameter, well, it's not going to look at every place that's used, because what if one of those places is wrong? So instead it'll let you. This is implicitly, so not explicitly, the any type. Any type is the YOLO, the you only live once, I don't care, I don't know, do whatever the heck you want with it type in TypeScript. As you can imagine, that kind of defeats the purpose of TypeScript. Again, it's fine if you don't have the time to explicitly type everything. Sometimes it's kind of hard. Even I, the person yelling about any, sometimes I write in any. But anyway, moving on. If you were to correct this with a string, you could also enable the awesome other flag, strict null checks. Who here likes strict null checks? Yes. Who here has written, if argument is null, throw new argument null exception when working in a language such as Java? Yes. That is what's called the billion-dollar mistake in industry, the idea that something that is null or undefined in the type system can be passed to something that doesn't think it can be. You can look it up. That's the term, because people believe it has caused billion or more dollars in damage because of how many bugs. And actually, this code suffers from the billion-dollar mistake. Does anyone see it? It's a built-in browser API. Fun fact, there is a prompt API in browsers that is the native prompt for text, and it returns null if the user cancels it. The billion-dollar mistake is solved with the strict null checks option, because TypeScript will let you know, hey, prompt gives back string or null. You said greet takes in a string, but you gave it something that might be null. My gosh, that's useful. How nice. So you could do like a user and or whatever. Amazing. Now, both of those options and many more great ones are enabled under the strict compiler option. Strict is the catch-all, the umbrella option. So I highly recommend definitely enable strict if you can. I will post a slide later on that has links to the TypeScript docs that explain all the command line options. There are quite a few. And every other thing I show off, I'm going to start looking at more tools and edge cases, will also be referenced in that slide later. People are taking photos of me. Thanks. Great. TypeScript can do amazing things in the type system, but if something can't be represented in that type system, then you can just go shove it. TypeScript can't help you. Let's look at a couple of those cases. First of all, try-catch. Who's written a try-catch statement in their code? Yes. Great. We love throwing exceptions. TypeScript recognizes that it is inherently impossible to provide typing for the thrown error in a catch. It is impossible. Programming languages have tried and failed to make it possible to ensure the type of the general catch-all catch. Because any code can throw an exception or an error. Anything. You would be shocked. For example, let's say that you have an error. TypeScript with the use unknown and catch variables command line option or compiler option would tell you error must be of type unknown, which is the safer version of any, because what happens if your function throws something that's not an error? We don't even know that error is uppercase E error, because you can throw a string in JavaScript. You could throw null, and then all your error handling code breaks, which means your catch block throws an error. What? That's confusing. So it is actually impossible to tell what type an error is going to be, which is why in logical, reasonable code, you actually do have to check the type of your error. Horrifying. Let's move on. This code can throw an error. Does anyone know why this code can throw an error? Or does anyone know the type of error that will be thrown? If any of those Node.js core maintainers were here, they would be yelling about range error. If you set the length property of an array to a number that's negative or too large, the runtime is supposed to throw an error. It's called a range error. Horrifying. So that's one edge case that TypeScript can't help you with. Let's talk about arrays also, because arrays are actually a really common cause of throwing an exception or error in many programming languages. Don't we love that? Let's take a look at, there we go, this code. We have two users, Dan and Rena, and then we have a function user that takes in an index and greets the user at that index. This code, by TypeScript definition, is type safe. And then if you pass in a number, get user 9001, well, there's no way for that to be, the TypeScript doesn't have a way for you to tell it that that's not allowed. So TypeScript actually comes with a compiler option, no unchecked index access, which says if you try to look up an index or a property, an element of an array, with a number that we don't know for sure is within the size of that array, we will give you a type error saying that thing might not exist. That sounds kind of cool, right? That sounds kind of nice. This is the most awful thing to work with. I personally do not use this thing because it is extremely restrictive. Numbers are everywhere. And the way to fix it is not always clear. You might, let's say, change your index to be only 0 or 1. You might, I don't know, do an if statement in your actual logic. It's too restrictive for most projects, but if you do a lot of array stuff, it might be useful for you. Okay. Personally, I find that to be too far along the side of strongly typed. But all right. I'm aware, by the way, that no one really wants to talk about configuration options of your type checker. That's not like the most exciting thing, so we're going to, no more of that. We're instead going to talk about exciting stuff, such as new type system keywords. Yeah. Who here's heard of satisfies? Who here has legitimately used satisfies? It was 1/5 and now 1/6. Actually, most of y'all. Awesome. Suppose you wanted to declare a variable, palette. I copied this from the TypeScript release notes. And let's say you wanted to ensure that this is strongly typed such that, well, for starters, if you mistype the name blue, it should be UE, not EU. That should be a complaint. So let's say that you were to type color as red or green or blue, and then you had RGB as the tuple, so fixed size array with 3 numbers. And then you said it's a record, which means object of that key and that value. Great, this would let you know, aha, you got your blue wrong. But if you were to fix that, you'd then also get the type error saying to uppercase doesn't exist because you said that every property, every value on this object will be either a string or the tuple. And, well, to uppercase doesn't exist on arrays. This is annoying. And for years, we just had to suffer with this in TypeScript. And the problem is that our type is too wide. It encompasses too much stuff. We're saying palette, everything under color could be string or number. But what we really wanted to say was, I just want to make sure, just enforce, make sure it satisfies the type, record, color, RGB, or string, but allow me to provide a more narrow, a less wide type to begin with. That's what satisfies does. Satisfies says, don't expand the type, just make sure it satisfies something wider. Hell yeah. So just to, because it took me a few iterations to physically understand what the hell is satisfies. Satisfies ensures that a value satisfies or adheres to a particular type, but doesn't actually widen the value's type. I'm told there may be edge cases around tuples, but we're not going to talk about those. Another cool thing in TypeScript, who here's heard of no infer? Wow, I'm legitimately surprised more than 2 people raised their hand. Let's say you wanted to have a function, get index of, and it's a generic function, meaning it could work on different types. You wanted to have a values array and a value, and you just return the index of. If you were to make the same mistake as before, with blue misspelled, you would want a type error. You'd want to make sure that get index of, the first thing is where the types come from, and then the second thing is not one of those types. You want to be told if blue is wrong. I'm going to walk you through the generic type parameter inference algorithm, though. Let's say it's called getIndex, and it returns t. If we were to pass it blue, feta, blue, what TypeScript would do is it would, I'm pointing this at the back behind me. Oh my God. TypeScript, okay, so it would first look at blue, and it would understand, okay, so t might be blue. Then it would look at feta and says, okay, t is either blue or feta, the union. And then it would look at blue, and okay, that's already there. So we know that this one, the type argument, is blue or feta. That's how TypeScript works. Cool. If we were to do it with the typo, it would be the same thing. We'd look at blue, we'd add feta there, and then, okay, well, there's another possible t, blue with the misspelling, and that's allowed. That's the current thing. That's how TypeScript works. But we didn't want the way TypeScript works. We wanted something else. We didn't want the second parameter, the values t, to be factored into the type arguments. So what noInfer, which is a new built-in type in TypeScript, does is it says, don't infer from this. Shush. Shut up about it. So we shut up about the blue, which means that type argument isn't inferred, which means we would get a type error for the blue with the typo. Never before have we put so much programming language design and effort into detecting the misspelling of blue cheese. Amazing. Okay. So use noInfer if you don't want a particular parameter's type to change the inference for a type parameter. Okay. Cool. I am actually done with the nitpicky TypeScript stuff now. Let's talk about cool tooling built on top of TypeScript. TypeScript ESLints. Yes. Cool. There are a bunch of new linters that are really popular and really awesome. And if any of you who work on those linters like Biome or Dino or OXC are listening, y'all are awesome. People are writing linters that are written in Rust, and that's super cool. And they are working on the following feature, which I'm incredibly excited about. But the following feature is built on TypeScript stuff. Typed linting. Normally, linters just look at your syntax, one file at a time. You declare a variable with a name, and that name is never used. I'm going to give you a lint rule complaint about an unused variable. Love my lint rules. But knowing the types about them is like a new type of linters, where within the spectrum of static analysis, where formatters are one thing we're not talking about, and then linters and type checkers are separate, if we were to be able to combine TypeScript's type information with the traditional linters, we would have what's called a type-aware or type-checked linter, which can catch some incredible nuances in your code that would have been really difficult to find otherwise. For example, it could tell you that if you await console.log, that await is unnecessary. Because what happens if you await something that's not a promise or not venable in JavaScript? Does anyone know? Nothing. Have you seen me give this talk before? What? I think you've seen, have you seen me? I think you. No. All right. Okay. Okay, yeah, thanks. He's telling me to go faster. Okay, so nothing happens. Very politely, thank you, Ars. So let's look at some code. And one of the benefits of linters is that they'll look at your code much faster than you can read it. I'm not giving you enough time to read this function, this code, but I can see that there's an await there that's unnecessary, which might mean, okay, you should indicate your onClick returns promise. Or you could see, okay, wait a second, it really never returns promise, so I can remove the awaits, which means that my running state in React is unnecessary, which means that, you know what, this whole function is unnecessary, which means that I don't need the running state at all, which means button disabled equals running really is just button disabled is false, which is unnecessary because button disabled is false is the same as having no disabled state, which means we were able to get rid of a third of our code with linting. Holy crap, woo! Is that fast enough? Okay. So use type-checked linting for an incredibly powerful set of rules. I won't show you how to configure that because we don't have 3 hours, but it's cool stuff. And the last thing I want to show you, I have like 2 slides left for content, is knip, which is an awesome new tool. It means cut in Dutch or whatever. Anyway, does anyone see the unused variable in this code? You got 2 options. Is it banana? Yes, banana is unused. It's used in the file. It's used in fruits.js. It's exported, but no one else touches it. So if you were to run nip or knip on this set of files, it might yell at you the banana is unused. But it might also yell at you that commander or some other package dependency is unused, which is cool because you weren't even looking at package.json. There's no way any of us would have known that. But yeah, I see this all the time. I guarantee you, if you have a project that's more than a couple years old and has more than a few hundred files, you have unused code that knip would catch for you that a linter or type checker would not. Guarantee it, god dang it. All right, so use knip to find unused stuff. Whew, that was fun. I'm going to show you a few slides that have way too much information on them. I'm not going to really take the time for each one. This is the take the photo of the slide and then figure stuff out later stuff. I've learned the hard way and been told to do this at the end. So what did we talk about? TypeScript adds type checking and syntax for helping that type checker and stuff, and also editor helpers. TypeScript is super configurable. We had that whole line. Strict is awesome. It's okay if you can't enable it, but great try. Types are not inferable for thrown stuff because you never know what's going to throw an error or a string. Satisfies is really cool for helping tell TypeScript what the type of something is without changing the type. And no infer helps you with generics. Type check linting is awesome. Use linting in conjunction with other tools, such as knip, to find unused code. Cool stuff. All right, so these are the resources. TypeScript, my book, ESLint, TypeScript ESLint, and knip all have open source stuff for you to visit. That's my talk. Thank you very much, everyone.
Do you mind doing a very small bit with me?
I would love to do it.
Okay. Can you tell me a number between 1 and 30?
1 and 30.
Yeah.
Can I say the number?
Yes.
All right, 13.
Okay, is anyone here born on the 13th of any month? You got a free book! Wait, do you have a pen here? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, do you want it signed? Okay. You can go.
I'll go off stage to sign.
Yes.
No, we can do it here because we're waiting for the next speaker.
Oh, no, we have 2 more books, so fine. You can just sign it afterwards.
Yeah.
We're killing time. What's your favorite animal?
Yes. Yes. Okay, Aris, you say a number between 1 and 30. Why is this so
13.
No, 13 has already been said. There's 2 more books.
Okay, 26, which is my birthday.
There you go.
Sarah, which date is your birthday?
Which state?
Date, like the number. I don't want the month.
Is anyone here born on the 29th of any month? There you go. Do you want a book? He's getting up very slow. He's like, fine, fuck this shit.
You make sure when Sarah has her birthday, you make a present for her, okay? You know
Please, because my birthday is actually on the 29th of December. I never get presents. It's really sad. So if you want it signed by Josh, please come here to the signing line of Josh.
And if it's 26th of October, you know when it's my birthday, you have to buy me a present or a beer.
Or a beer.
Or a beer.
I think the present can be the beer.
The beer is a present. It is, because we're going to a pub after, no?
Oh, yes, we're going to a pub after. So
you can buy me a beer. Not too many, because I'm going to get drunk, and then I'm going to be shit-faced.
Wait, is that bad? What do you do when you're shit-faced?
I don't know. It's like shit.
Do not take a shit on the floor of the
No.
pub.
I'm taking a sit in the bed after because I'm hungover.
Okay. So you're old, is that what you're
Oh,
saying?
no, what did I say? I take a sit in the bed. It sounds real bad, doesn't it?
No, you're just old, basically.
Yeah.
You're just old. Okay, cool. So after this, we're actually going to the Gloucester Arms. So if you want to meet us there and have some drinks or don't have some drinks, just talk to other nerds, please feel free. We have 2 more talks today, so we should be out of here probably around 25 minutes delayed. Maybe. That's not too bad,
But
though.
normally we're like
I heard
an
it was
hour.
2 hours delayed in Berlin.
Yeah, I think we're 2 hours. They have to kick us out.
Oh, no, the best one was Greece. So the first time I spoke in Greece, we actually had to stop the conference at like 2 p.m. because it was too hot. Like literally, you could see like speakers like sweat outside because they had the brilliant idea of doing it outside. Turns out it was fucking 40 degrees outside on the sun in Athens. I don't think anyone died, but we were very close to death. And I've been put in my worst nightmare again. This is great. Okay, someone shout something random. Okay, so we have these potatoes that we do in Portugal. Okay, and my partner thinks that I'm fucking with her, but I'm not. So we have these potatoes that we literally call them the punching potatoes. Where the fuck is Daniel? We call them the punching potatoes, like batatas a murro. And the idea is that you literally punch these, like you boil the potatoes, right? And then you punch the potatoes, and then you put them in the oven. And this is a real thing, and it's fucking incredible. They don't do it anywhere else. No one else likes to punch potatoes. I don't understand why, but trust me on this. You put a little bit of olive oil. You put a little bit of salt, because that's all the spices we know in Portugal. We traveled to, oh my God. One time I saw this joke on the internet and the webs. And it was this guy, I don't remember where he was from, but he was like, back in my country has been colonized by many people, but one of them was the Portuguese. And let me tell you about the Portuguese. How dare you have half of the gold in the world and then just be like kind of poor? How dare you be incredibly wealthy and then just be like a budget alternative to Spain? And I have never felt more seen in my whole life. And that's when I realized we are a budget alternative to Spain. And that's sad. No one should have to be a budget alternative to anything. So yes, potatoes. Punch your potatoes. They are weirdly good if you punch them. They like it, I promise. It's a kinky thing. You don't judge. Okay, does anyone want to share? What? Fuck yes. Yes. Please welcome Caitlin.
Please let everything work. Isn't this fun? Which one are we going to use? Which one are we plugging in with my clicker?
I try this.
Yes. Can we plug this one in?
So yeah, in Greece and like Italy, probably
Yes,
there's
I
a
have
lot
a
of
clicker
thing
here.
about carnival. I don't know in Rio. I mean, it's the most known carnival, isn't it? But I don't know. This year we brought it in. We brought it here.
Can you plug
So
in my USB?
this is probably going to be one of the most exciting talks of the conference. Oh yeah, that's correct. People here.
You should have a perfect. I hope the music is coming through.
Well, Halloween is a bit scary, where the other carnivals can be a bit funny and a bit more fun. So in Greece, where I come from, we have a Patra, where they prepare for the carnival for a whole year, and they have like cars and costumes like this one. Yeah, like a parade. Yeah, yeah. And yeah, we are ready.
We're ready.
Give a big clap.
And that down there, because seeing expressions are important.
Okay.
Yes. Awesome. Okay. So, clicker's working? We'll find out. Okay, welcome everyone. I am Kathleen McMahon, and I'm here to talk about Design System Carnival. One accessible component, many pretty masks. And, you want to double check? Yes. So, you can follow me at Resource11 on Twitter, Instagram, and GitHub. I'm going to back up for a second. My slides will be posted sometime after the talk at https://notist/resource11. So again, you can follow me at Resource11, and my clicker is fast, which is going to make Eris extremely happy, which is awesome. I'm going to back up a bit so you can learn a little bit about me. Who am I? I am an engineer, designer, and speaker, and apparently my clicker likes to click twice today. So everything is going to be fast. And I also rated flights in costume, very slowly, back of the pack, all the time. And I love lights, my cats, and collecting sand dollars. It is, everything is clicking twice today. It is just awesome. Best compressed talk. Oh, there it is. I don't mind using a mic because even better than that is my clicker is basically double advancing everything.
Do you want me to click it?
No, it's not that. It's when I click, I go to choose slides.
Oh, baby, it's fine.
Yes! Anyway, so I basically love lights. I love sand dollars going, which is the Where's Waldo of the beach. And I have two cats, Thor and Otis. And I also collect a ridiculous amount of crystals, and my cats love to interrupt my crystal adventures. Thanks, Thor and Otis. So, I have worked on a few design systems like O'Reilly Media and Launch Darkly and Northwestern Mutual, and design systems are always the hotness. So, I am going to stay near the podium because I cannot keep on advancing twice through every single slide. But design systems are exciting, especially if you like herding kittens. There we go. Nope, maybe not. Is everything in advance? Nothing's going to advance. There we go. I will stay near the down arrow. So if you like herding kittens, a lot of it's fun, a lot of moving parts. And I think design systems are a carnival. What do I mean by that? Along with, well, when I visited Venice last fall, I saw masks everywhere, and I love their beauty and their variety. Everywhere I look in Venice, in the shops, in the souvenirs, even made my own mask. And I learned that these masks have a rich history of providing access to hide people's gender identity and class. And some of the most well-known masks are the Bauta, the Moretta, the Gagna, Harlequin. And wearing these masks give you access to places and more freedom, like this parade of gondolas during the Venice Carnival, similar to a design system. When it's well-crafted, masks create a sense of consistency. So is this consistent for everyone, though? Let's talk accessibility. Our users have different needs at different times, from vision, hearing, motor, cognitive, sensory, language, and low bandwidth needs. We need to make sure we are taking care of our users. So why accessible components? Well, Here is the WebAIM, well, 2024, typo, 2024 report, because I just updated a detail. As of February 2024, for ARIA attributes, 11.8% increase in added ARIA attributes, 11.8% up, which still, it's basically quadrupled since 2019, which means 34.2% more detected errors on home pages than those without any ARIA, extra added ARIA pages present. So what does that mean? That means that our developers are trying to, they have the best intentions, but they're making the web worse, even with those best intentions. So what do we do about that? Well, the W3C has this ARIA authoring practices guide, also called APG, that has these patterns to guide us for following, to guide us to help make us do better work. And we could use that to make things like the disclosure widget. So building the disclosure widget correctly, we can use it in different ways in our design system. This pattern can be used for things like pop-ups, toggle tips, toggle searches. And now I've done talks on this, and I'm not going to go super deep because one, fast talk, and two, I've done talks on this. You can find these in my links. So I'm going to share code examples later and talk about this more in a hive level for you. The anatomy of a disclosure widget is, wow, a button that opens and closes a container and returns focus to a button. And there is a pattern on the APG site for this disclosure show and hide pattern, similar to like details summary, or literally it is, but that is the pattern. This pattern has 3 primary keyboard interactions that you need to take care of: the spacebar, enter key, escape key, mouse clicks. Those are the 3 things that you need to take care of. If you're building this in React, you could begin with a JSX button, which under the hood renders as a button, because under the hood, a button gives you mouse clicks, enter key press, and spacebar key press for free. Thank you, browsers. And now, if you want to add ARIA support, you can not have your fonts load, but also have add your an ARIA controls attribute to add this attribute to tell excessive technology which ID your button is controlling. So your button will be controlling the container. You're also going to add an ARIA expanded attribute to the button to allow the button to tell assistive technology that it will be expanded or closed, and it's going to be talking to a container. And also adding an ARIA label, so if you have to have a more accurate button label, especially when you're doing things like icon buttons, and you need to take care when you do this, making sure that you are not breaking any rules like label and name or anything else, especially when you are doing labeling for using voice-assistive technology. We also need to add state and click handlers, and apparently keep on clicking ahead for me, a ghost in the machine. Using state and click handlers, so we could use a state and click handler for toggling state, adding a default expanded state in case we have a toggle state where we want to have our widget default open, like a bank's terms of service widget. We're going to add that functionality. And we can have add that state into a toggle open function, so we can toggle our button open close. And we can pass it into an on-click event, pass that is open state to the ARIA expanded prop, pass it into that state into the is open variable, and if that's true or false, that is when we will render the children in the div. And that is the props we, in general, add to a disclosure widget. If you want to take this pattern even further, you can add things like focus management to your your widget, where you can add some UX enhancements like add an escape key press. So when you close this widget, when you hit escape, the widget closes and you manage focus right back to the button that has activated the widget. So it's not required, but it's nice. And also make sure you are testing with your users, because if you're not testing with your users, you're not really doing your users good. So you can start by creating button refs, initializing to null, and then adding a key up handler, and then checking for whether the escape or the key code of 27 is pressed. And if it is, basically set the is open state to false, and then focus the button. And then on the key up state, pass in that handler state, and then pass in the ref, and you're done. Now, also, a lot of people should handle their focus states, because a lot of people forget this. Try normalizing your focus states at the beginning, because it's important. And notice how there's an outline 0 there. If you're going to do that, always replace it with something else, because nothing is worse than removing your outline and then having nothing. So your users that are relying on an indicator of where you are in the focus, and just normalize it. Have something there so everyone will know you have a consistent look and feel for your focus states. And then you can customize here and there, for each individual component. So this is a nice pattern that you can do. Then once you have this, consistent focus state, you can do mouse click management. So you can have one widget on the page open at a time. So apparently we are consistently at 16 minutes and 37 seconds, by the way. I don't know if the clock is running, so I'm watching a clock over here, Eris, by the way. So you know. Oh, that's just the time of day. Never mind. We're perpetually at 16 minutes. 16:38. Oh, it's European time. We're military. Okay. Anyway, so we can use things for mouse click management. We're going to add some more refs. We have a ref for the content, for the container. So we're going to have another ref there, initialize it to null, and pass that into the container ref. And when we use that, if someone clicks outside, we're going to add another function. So if someone clicks outside we're going to have this function of if someone is clicking inside the modal, not the modal, it's not a modal, it's a disclosure widget. If someone is actually clicking inside the disclosure widget and, the target contains that mouse click, that widget is going to stay open. Otherwise, we're going to set the is open state to false. And we can use that listener into the use effect hook. And then we can have a listener, an add event listener for that. And also for performance benefit, remove that event listener so it's not always listening for it. And then make sure we have a cleanup function in there. And add the is open state at the end so we don't have use effect re-rendering all the time, because that would be sad. I would be sad. I would be a bad developer. So now we have that pattern. You can use that pattern for toggle tips. Notice now I'm not saying tooltips, because tooltips are different than toggle tips. Because tooltips interactivity revolves around hovering around the tooltip and maybe focusing in on the keyboard. But toggle tips can create interactive content, and they're supported by devices, touch devices and non-mouse pointers and eye trackers. So you can do something like this, and I know you could have this pattern, and I know you're going to do this instead if I give you this pattern and add in an icon. So if you do this, you can add in an icon. If you're going to add in icons, there should be either informative or decorative. But if you have an icon that's informative, you should be pairing it with descriptive text. And if it's decorative, you should be hiding the text from assistive technology. So because they don't add a significant value to your app. And how you can do that is you can add a span, and if the icon exists, you can add it something like the font awesome icon, which I love, because under the hood they have an SVG. And they prep it in a really nice way where they have an SVG and they add an ARIA hidden prop in there, and they make sure that it does not announce to screen readers at all. And then you can do a visually hidden label. You can pair that with it if you want something to announce or not. But by default, it is a decorative icon. So it's a pretty cool pattern that you can grab a font awesome icon by default and go to town and go up and down with your keyboard like I can do and like drive your audience bananas. But then once you have that, you can pass in your icon into your pattern here of whether you have what's your icon here, and whether it's an icon-only button, you can do that as well. And also have an ARIA label in there, because if you have an icon-only button, you might want to have an ARIA label support. And you can also pass in some classes if you want to style that icon-only button. And then you have your toggle tip. You pass it in, and voila, you have a toggle tip passed into your disclosure widget pattern. And then you pass in your props for your labels, and your icon, and your button, and there it is. And the same thing where you can use some class names for some CSS modules and style things and go to town. And then if you just pass in a div with some widget, then you also have a nice widget going. So there's your toggle tip. Similar thing with the toggle search. With here, you could have something where you could add you could have a form with an input where you could add in something where it sends focus to that first search input, because that's a nice pattern. So when you have a form, you have an input in there with a ref, and make sure you're preventing the default action in your form. And add some targeted focus management. So notice how I have the search, when on the search input right there, when I open the widget, the search input is automatically focused. It's a nice UX enhancement. It's like, why would you want to open something then have to tab right to the input? So it's nice to have when you open 5 minutes. Cool. When you have something like this open, it's just a really cool pattern to have. So when you have this, I'm going to just dive through things. You have these really nice patterns. You could add some focus ref. Woo! Apparently, everything is just clicking for me. Instead, someone else has a clicker in this room. I swear. So in a user effect, if you had, basically, in your user effect, if you wanted to do like focus management, this is what you could do. You could define a first item ref. Put it in your use effect and put a nested if. So if someone wanted a first item to be refed, put that in if your widget is open, if it has a first item ref, focus it. And then add that first item ref prop into your tuple, and you have a nice pattern. But this is where you get tricky, because then you have this really nice pattern, and then things get tricky, because you have this nice robust pattern, and you're like, ooh, this is really nice. And you start getting patterns like this from developers. And you have to decide whether these should be links or buttons. And you're like, ooh, this is cool. What should I do here? Oh, I'm going to design these to look like links, because this is cool. But then we can start building them. So I could add some links, right? That could be nice. Let's add map some links in here. That could work. Then, we could, pass in an unordered list. That could work. And we could have, a widget in this hamburger menu. And then instead of links, maybe now that we have this nice pattern, but this is a really cool pattern, and it's really efficient now. I'm a really cool developer, and I'm smart. How about adding buttons instead? I can also, along with links, I can add buttons into this pattern, because I already have done this work. Along with links, I can map in some buttons if I want. So instead of links, let's add in some buttons. That's sweet. Same pattern. And while I'm at it, let's add some up-down roving focus action. So I can have the up-down keyboard action, home and end. Let's adds a little more functionality. Some callbacks, kind of fun. And oh, even better, what about, instead of just passing links and buttons, let's make a custom tag component so we can pass in whatever tags we want, because we're super clever and smart. I mean, why not? We could do anything, and then we could add some like menu item roles and do some like menus and all these other things, and just like do tab index management, and like we could pass in like a link and render a link, and button and render a button, and maybe we could pass in an input, and this could be really cool and really powerful. And like we could have this really fancy list, and like look at this, like like separation of concerns. Who cares? But you have like this nice list, and all this ternary magic, and hey now, we have this Uber disclosure widget now. And so we can render lists and tag props and all these other things. And it's kind of getting big. And like maybe this component's now a little bit of a bad idea. Because now, like, what pattern have we just made? Like, we were at a disclosure pattern, but now we're in a menu and menu bar pattern. We've just changed. And that just has different states and roles, right? So what are we doing? Like, whoa, that's kind of bad. It's like almost like combining Jell-O and shellfish. It's kind of bad. So chaos starts happening. Wow, a little bit more chaos. And this is what happens. And then you get a T-Rex. And apparently, almost like a carousel, but I gotta say it's not Ken Wheeler's carousel. I gotta state that out loud. He'll get very upset if I don't say that. But welcome to the chaos. Everyone. So I have to say, it's a carnival. I have to say that a solution is here. The popover has arrived. From HTML, it has dropped. The popover attribute has dropped. So now all that stuff that we were doing, there is an attribute that has dropped in HTML that is stable in most of the browsers right now. So you should look at the living standard right now, where you can start adding things with a button combined with other semantic elements. So take a look at it. We're almost out of time. And so to wrap up, I want to let you know that avoid chaotic carnivals like this one. I want to give a shout out, by the way, to Hidde de Vries for the information on this. It's really cool. And Una Kravitz for work, and the Open UI group for working on this stuff. It's a really great work. But also avoid chaotic carnivals like this one, because you just don't want that kind of chaos. Or you're going to get a completely different experience than you expect. But so to wrap up, design systems aren't a carnival. Users are diverse. Don't mix your math or you're going to get bad decisions. And design systems are always a hotness. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And give it up to the furries. Where are they? Great people, great people. That was not demeaning for them at all. I hope they're having a great time. Okay, one more talk, and then I promise you all you can go to the pub. I don't know exactly where the pub is, but you can go there. So, again, Gloucester Arms. I got you. I don't think that was British enough. I think I said Gloucester. Okay. Gloucester Arms. Oh, is this like Leicester? Is this like a Leicester situation? I can't believe you've done this. Okay, the Gloucester Arms will be open for all of you. They have you know, the food, and they also have the drinks, so please join us. But not after Jason gives his talk. Jason is a very good person. He's also a very good speaker. I slept at his house once. It was great. He has like a bottom part of the house that's just like there. This is a big-ass fucking couch. Couch is bigger than my apartment in London, bro. America. No, in all seriousness, please welcome Jason.
I don't even know where to go from there. Let's just talk about basements in America. They just put a whole room below the ground. It's wonderful. Okay. So what I want to talk about today is something that is near and dear to my heart because I feel like things are getting a little bit messy and I would like for them to get better, because to go online these days is to spend a lot of time being told that things are bad. We hear about why we should use something or else we're going to lose our job, or we shouldn't use something or else we're going to lose our job, or the robots are coming for our jobs, or the robots are going to give us worse jobs. We're not quite sure yet, but we know it's going to be bad, right? And if you watch this long enough, it can make you feel like maybe it's time to just quit tech. Whoa, what is happening?
Oh yeah, the clicker does two things at once.
Cool, we're going to just skip that then. Yeah, we're just going to skip that. All right, so I'll just stand over here then. It can make you feel like you want to quit tech and maybe go live on a farm, right? But then, as you start thinking about that a little bit more, you realize that working on a farm is actually extremely hard work. So, we're going to make this tech thing work after all. And so, I want to be clear that I don't think work needs to be fun. I don't think that there's anything wrong with treating a job like a job. In fact, I think it's extremely healthy to treat a job like a job. But if we look at the numbers, this is what a week looks like if we split it up by time that we're working, time that we're not working, and time that we're asleep. So, if we run that math, that means that in your adult life, effectively, you will spend 24% of your time working. And if we assume that all of us in here have great sleeping habits and get 8 hours a night, 36% of the time that you're awake as an adult is spent working. So, that can put us in a pretty odd situation if we decide that work is just going to be miserable. So, to take a tiny philosophy break, I don't get to choose what happens outside of my control. I can't afford not to work, and therefore, whether or not I work is not a choice that I get. I have to work. But I do get to decide if I let the things that are out of my control make me miserable. So I think about it a lot like this meme. I love this meme. Because I think that one way that you could take this is you could look at it as work is a terrible burden that I must bear for the remaining 20 to 50 to however many years until retirement. Or we can look at work as being something that will be as fun as we decide to make it. And it's kind of the two choices that we get, right? Like we can be mad about it or we can try to make the best of it. So, before I go on any further, I want to be very clear that I am not your boss, I am not your dad, and I am not a financial advisor. I'm just your friend Jason, and I'm going to talk about my story, the choices that I made, and I hope that any of this will be useful to you. So I decided to choose fun, right? I don't like the idea of being bummed, of being angry, of being resentful. And if that was my alternative, then I'm going to figure out how to make work fun. So, to make work fun, we need the fun projects. So how do you get fun projects at work? Well, first you got to decide what fun is, right? What fun is to you, because I think that what's fun to me, I found for a lot of other people, is highly chaotic and stressful. So if you don't enjoy highly chaotic and stressful projects, first, transfer off my team immediately. And second, do some of that exploration on your own to figure out, like, when did I feel good? Like, what was the last project I did where when I got done with it, I was like, yeah, more like that, please. So another little tiny philosophy break. Your career is a pie eating contest where the prize for winning is more pie. And I say this as a joke, but I am 100% dead serious. Whatever you project into the world is what people will offer back to you. If you go out into the world and you say, I am an enterprise Java developer, they will offer you enterprise Java work. If you go into the world and you say, I am a front-end JavaScript developer, they will offer you front-end JavaScript work. You tell people how to treat you, right? So before you start, make sure you like the pie that you're competing to eat. It's very important. So the other thing that I've found that has really led me to a lot of fun and just general joyfulness in my career is embracing this idea of building a lot of silly shit just for fun. I have had a really hard time taking myself, the industry, code, it's hard for me to take it seriously. Because at the end of the day, I think I'm a nihilist because I don't feel like any of this stuff matters. I rearrange dots on a screen in hopes that somebody will transfer some credits into my imaginary bank account that I can spend on food, right? And outside of the food, the rest of it is pretty silly. So I can build whatever I want. And the thing that I've found about this is that play tends to make me, and according to some research that I Googled before I made this deck, all of us, better at learning. Because when you're playing, you have increased engagement with the thing that you're doing. When you are being playful, you have higher resilience. You're more likely to try again after you fail. It's like a video game. If you're having a good time, you know you're going to die. You just go back to the most recent save point and start again, right? And you have lower stress. And generally speaking, lower stress is good for a lot of things, but it's good for memory. It's good for your health. It's good for your ability to continue doing the job for a long time without burning out. So I tend to build a lot of really silly projects. This is something that I built a little while back called ESLint plugin reply guy. And all this does is give you contradictory advice for a bunch of things in JavaScript. So this was something that I built because I watched a lot of my friends, unfortunately most of whom are women, get just reply guide all to hell whenever they would share anything about code on the internet. So I just captured some of the comments and put them into an ESLint plugin. This is open source. If you've got some worse ideas and you want to learn how ESLint works, go submit a PR. There are a lot of really good community submitted PRs in this, and they're infuriating. Another one that I built was when that Untitled Goose Game came out. I thought it was brilliant, so I went and I built a little plugin that just takes over every link on the website, and instead of taking you where you try to go, it honks. So it absolutely breaks your website. This did not need to exist, but I'm so glad that it does. And things like this, while I'm building this, I learned with the ESLint plugin how ESLint works. I learned how to parse code and come up with something. And even though I was doing something silly, I was building professional skills. When I built this Honkify.js, I was learning how web audio works. I was learning about different interaction patterns, how to hijack user behaviors, for worse in this case, but you can use it for better. I have, this has been retired off of my stream, but I run a stream called Learn with Jason, where I pair program with people for 90 minutes, and they teach me something new. And one of the games that we used to have on this stream is that the chat could put a boop emoji into the chat, and it would fall from the ceiling and bounce around the screen and then stay there for about 15 seconds or so. So if enough people got motivated enough, they could absolutely bury me and my guest in boops. This is Sarah Drasner, who you can maybe recognize by the top of her head. And Cassidy Williams decided that she was going to make sure nothing productive happened. So we spent the entire 90 minutes getting assaulted by boops. Now, to build this, I had to figure out how Twitch chat works. So Twitch chat is built on top of IRC. It sends in these events. I had to figure out how to pull in IRC events. I had to then tie that to a system that I built that ended up, in my case, being a GraphQL subscription server. I don't know if I needed that, but I learned it. And then I had to figure out how to trigger an animation on my web-based video overlays. So this was a web app that I was laying over the top of live video, and I needed that to have real-time interactions. And then I had to learn how physics worked in JavaScript so that I could make the boops bounce off of each other in a way that was pleasing to me. Now, none of this, in any way, shape, or form, was actually useful. But I have reused so many of the things that I learned in professional projects as a side product, or as a byproduct of having learned it for this silly idea. So my silly personal projects helped me put up a flag that showed my teammates, that showed potential employers, that showed my manager, that if we wanted to do something novel, I was the person to put on that project, because I was going to dive in and I was going to do something silly, and I was going to, probably come up with some bad ideas, but at least it wouldn't be the same old bad ideas that we always came up with. Similarly, these silly projects are things that I can share, and I've made friends, and I show them to my friends, and my friends laugh, and then they share them, and I make new friends. And it's allowed me to get more embedded in this community. I've met more people as a product of this. People that I didn't know very well saw that Reply Guy plugin, and we've ended up being friends ever since. The Honkify one lost me friends. So be careful, not every project is gonna. But most importantly, these silly projects have helped me unlock an entirely new career path. When I was at IBM, I was a front-end developer. I was going down the front-end architect path. And I discovered, through building some silly stuff with GraphQL, that maybe I could teach this. I was doing internal advocacy at IBM to teach other teams how GraphQL worked, which then turned into an external advocacy job, teaching people who didn't work at IBM, but teaching the community in general how things worked. And then through that, and through more silly projects and the goofy things I did on my stream, I realized that using video to teach people is actually a pretty cool way to do that. You can reach more people. You can get further than you can in person or at an event. So then I chased that a little bit further. What would happen next? And now, these days, this is my job. I got to dress up Phil Hawksworth like a robot. This is the CTO of Netlify that I put in this stupid outfit. And this was for work. The dev cycle team paid my mortgage that month so that they could dress me up like a freaking wizard. And all of this is because I wasn't afraid to go do something silly and show it to my friends. And all of the things that I'm learning here have applications that aren't silly. I'm learning how to do video production, and I help companies do interviews, I help them do case studies, a lot of things that aren't silly. But then they also hire me for stuff like this that is silly, and it lets me escalate, right? At this point, I'm just working toward building a game show empire. I have a reality TV show which company out there wants to hire me for this, by the way? But but seriously, we should talk. A thing that I want to be really clear about is when I talk about fun, fun is not the opposite of hard work. It is really easy to dismiss fun as being the thing you do instead of putting in the time, instead of making a hard effort toward reaching your goals. But level of enjoyment and level of effort are two completely different measurements. You can work really hard and hate every minute of it, or you can work really hard to do something that you enjoy. And a lot of times, the hard work is part of the payoff. If you just get it right on the first try, it's okay. But if you have to work really hard and it's kind of frustrating, but then you unlock it and it works, the joy. It's beautiful. And that is a really, really good feeling. And so trying to embrace this as the sort of thing where I'm having fun because I want to work hard. I'm having fun because I want to go far in my career. Thinking of it as a power-up. This is an augmentation to the way that you approach work that can make it easier to do the hard things because it's fun. You want to go back to a fun project. And if you want to learn something really hard, if you find a way to make that hard thing fun to work on, you are so much more likely to follow through and finish. So, when you're doing this stuff, don't just follow the money, don't just follow the prestige, follow what somebody told you the career path should be. Instead, follow your heart, follow your curiosity. Try to find things that excite you, that you have a question, you really feel that need to answer that question. Follow your joy. Find things that when you finish them, you can't help but not share them with your friends. You can't help but get out there and say, I am so happy that this exists. It makes me laugh every time I look at it. You gotta try this. You gotta look at this. Make sure you follow, like, and subscribe. And with that, I don't want to keep anybody from the after party. So, thank you all very much.
And that's it. We're done for the day. Jason doesn't want his laptop. I got a free laptop.
He has to follow his heart, right?
His heart is not on MacBooks. He's going to be a Windows guy now.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to finish with two competitions from our sponsors. From Sentry.
Oh, yes,
Quickly.
the Legos.
Who likes Lego?
Everyone likes Legos. We've been over this like 7 times. Okay.
So we cannot really show the loading wheel, but you can see that we are running a loading wheel, but we cannot show from GDPR and stuff. Yeah,
okay, just click.
Just click. Let's. Sarah, can you click?
What?
If you just click, it will spin the wheel.
Oh, that's a slow one.
Okay.
There we go. It's spinning.
So.
The winner is
Glenn.
Wait, just ask Glenn on it?
Yeah.
Okay, who in here is called Glenn?
There's only one.
There's only one. Come on, Glenn.
You can take the picture down there.
Oh, I actually know Glenn. His last name is Reyes.
Nice job, Glenn.
Okay, and we have another competition. If you can move it down there, you can go this way. Or
Come here,
again.
Sam. Come. I'm on my way. Come, Sam.
And it's another loading wheel. We like the wheel of names.
Oh, damn it. I forgot to put my name on that. I wanted that one.
Sarah.
No, wait.
Uberto.
Rapidze, you here? Yes. See, they asked for last names. And that's it.
And that's it. And
get the fuck out of my house.
And we'd like to thank Auth0, Sentry, 20i, Foolproof, Infobip, Living Spike, and Sticker Mule, and Theodo. It was like a great fun. I would like to get all the speakers out for a last picture. Oh, we have another competition.
Yes.
Who is the winner?
Do you have a winner?
So this works a bit differently. Look at your phone if you sign up for the Infobip one, and you're going to get a message. If you're the winner, I'm going to keep pressing the button until someone stands up.
So everyone else, can you sit down?
In the meantime, can we get all the speakers here?
What? Oh, yes, if you have a jacket and you don't like standing in queues. Wait, why did I say queues? I'm not British. Get the fuck out of here. If you don't like standing in line, you can go now. And if you didn't sign for Infobip.
That's fine.
There's a lot of ifs.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, don't be that person, please.
Come on, all the speakers on the stage. Come on. Make some noise. Thanks, everyone. Fill it up.
Yes. I was a goalkeeper.
Thank you, everyone.
So quiet.
And our volunteers, come up. Oh, we cannot go without Danny.
Oh,
come on, quickly,
Yanni.
quickly.
Woo!
Ooh, yeah. Oh, and Mo, come quickly. And Avi, come.
I love that there are people still watching this.
Thank you, everyone.
No, I mean.
See you next year. Bye.
Get out of my lawn. Get out of my lawn. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, no, I'm also old. Woo!
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.